taking us off mute, starting our video. And we're already recording and streaming. So
All right, I'm gonna call this meeting to order. Okay, we have an introduction, I guess. Sue, you wanna introduce
Sure.
yourself?
Sue Brown, Dairy and Egg. We're in the Bozeman area, Belgrade, and we're still trying to plant. I never thought I'd say we've been getting too much rain, but too much rain at the moment, so planting is taking a little longer than usual. We're thankful for the rain. And besides that, most of our goats have kidded, so we're happy about that. A lot of cheese going out the door, so that's a blessing.
Jake fed us beef, Manhattan area. Finished up planting yesterday, got our corn and our alfalfa all finished up yesterday. Working on getting cows out on grass, probably start some of that. Dad's going to today and next week mostly. Other than that, just trying to catch up from the long cold spring.
Greg Witchman, sheep representative just north of Lewistown and Hilger. Finished most of our docking on lands yesterday. Looks like we're gonna be a little over 200% docked, which is pretty good. Trying to get some critters out. We're probably 2 weeks behind normal on grass, and our fruit trees are just starting to get some leaves on them. Usually by now we've got blossoms, so we're a little behind, but we do have grass and stuff is starting to grow, so the sheep turned themselves out to pasture and I got tired of fighting, so they're out, so I guess life is good.
Al Redfield cattle, south of Livingston. Got done putting the alfalfa in yesterday. We had good moisture. Grass is a little slow coming, but we should have a pretty good start on things. We'll start AI in a week. Gene Curry, Blair cattle. I wish I could say we were too wet, but our native grass looks about the color of this table yet. We have had zero. We had about 2 tenths last week. The weekend, I guess it was. I don't remember what day, but that's it. And a lot of the dry land crops aren't coming up. It's just laying in dry dirt, and dirt's blowing. Every day the wind blows, the dirt blows. It's pretty depressing. Did haul the first load of yearlings to pasture yesterday and dropped the load off at Feely on the way here. So we're starting to do that. I think we AI this weekend. We start one bunch on Saturday and the other bunch Monday. Maybe. So we're rolling along, and we do have pasture enough for the cattle there. We want a little more pasture because we're not able to take yearlings to the IX. We can take yearlings there, and it's too dry. They said they weren't taking anything extra. So we have enough pasture, I think, barring hot, dry wind from now on. Keep thinking one of these days it's got to rain. Always has. So with that, welcome. Rachel. And anybody out there on Zoom?
we don't have anybody on Zoom yet. Jenny Bloomquist with Veterinary Medical Association, you guys know, is the only person who asked for the Zoom credentials for today and said she might be in and out. So.
Okay. And Dinah had to be out. She's out of state, I believe. Something came up, and so she's not able to be here. And Ed, we hope, is just caught some infection and on his way. So with that, I'd entertain a motion to approve the minutes of the last meeting.
So moved.
Okay, second. All right. Motion by Sue, second by Alan. Any discussion, corrections? I saw a typo or two in it with the part I read, but I didn't see anything substantial. The one thing that Jake, I couldn't remember what it was in your opening statement. in the minutes, it says you were doing something and the recording apparently didn't pick up exactly what it was. So,
I'm usually doing something. It's just a matter of what.
yeah, Donna was confused. So, all right, if there's no other comments, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign, motion carried. We're rolling.
Yeah,
Old business, so update on the governor's OGSM.
yeah, hopefully today we've got a few areas of the agenda that, might be very conversational, but hopefully today is actually a little bit, looks as we get later in the day, a little bit lighter than some of the agendas we've had in recent time. So hopefully that continues to play out. As far as the OGSM, so I had ops review with the governor Monday of last week. So it's been about a week and a half now since we met. For the May, we won't have one for June. We don't have ops reviews in June, but we'll be back on schedule doing ops reviews within in July. So just looking at the dashboard page real quick, the per capita fee information started catching up as Department of Revenue. Some of those things started to sort themselves out as bills went out at the beginning of May. So we had a little bit better information to present. Categories are down as expected and probably will be down about 10% is what we were reporting, which is in line with what we were thinking, maybe actually a little better than what we were thinking. On the just basically the financials page, when we looked at our cash, our state special revenue cash, that is what we call our liquid cash, not the earned revenue, the money that we have to amortize over the next 10 years from re-record and new brands and transfer brands, things of that nature. Well, obviously it was on the way up because we were still getting per capita fee payments in. And you can see just year-to-date revenue, always good when revenue is bigger than both budget and expense is less than revenue and budget. Those are always good signs. So things were trending well there. As far as vacancies, we did report to the governor that we're still, as you can see, the biggest gap there, because at brands markets, there's a little bit of gap, but that's really our short-term employees that we don't have on right now because it's not the busy season. So you notice the only other area that has a real significant gap of concern is meat and poultry inspection. So we had a good conversation about that, in that, obviously that is something that's concerning for us. It's endemic, particularly Northwest Montana. Kalispell's been very difficult to recruit and retain meat inspectors in that area. And I don't know that any of us have come away with a solution that we know how to finance, but we definitely know that there's some things that we're going to need to do in meat and poultry inspection at a certain point to recruit and retain. So not only retain the people we have, but also recruit higher quality candidates. Because one of the issues we've had is a couple of times where we've let someone go before the end of the probationary period because we did not have confidence that they would be able to go out and inspect by themselves and that we could trust they could get the job done. So that was something we talked a lot about in the ops review. I did report on cattle movement, just at least tracking that through the commission companies, that it's still on the high side. So if you look at those 3 years we're comparing there, yes, it's our April numbers were less than our April numbers in 2021, but they were still quite a bit more than our numbers back in 2020, which was a more normal year than 2021. So we're still seeing, greater than expected numbers of cattle moving out of the country, and particularly in certain areas of the state where we're much more challenged for water than we are in some other areas. So on the OGSM side, and we're getting close to the end of our horizon here, of our June horizon. The good news is that we're in the green on most things, and things we're in yellow on. We know why we're in yellow, and in some cases, that's our decision to sort of stop there for a second. So the only things we're reporting in the yellow is on the TV investigation, is we're at that point where we, won't really get back to testing probably until fall, when people begin to come back in and preg test. That's probably the best time to do it, especially with the cattle fold testing and having to run animals through twice. I think we've talked here a lot of times about why we don't want to do that at calving branding time, because of the damage we might actually do there in doing it that way. And Ty, maybe we'll talk about a little bit today in brands. We didn't have our list yet, but they're getting me together a list of activities for this summer, sort of targeted enforcement. So rodeos, fairs, maybe a couple of planned truck stops in strategic locations, things of that nature, to just make sure people are aware we're out there and we are wanting to enforce our regulations. And then, of course, we've sort of put a hold on this tracking online versus paper market permits to destination. So what we were wanting to do there was, because we've had to back up on some of our technology a little bit, and that's why you see some of that in our House Bill 10. We're not able to get it all done with the House Bill 10 we still have from 2019. But we had hoped that we'd be at a place where we would do some better tracking on, if you get a market consignment permit, match that up with it did arrive at the market, check the cattle in, and look for issues of non-compliance that we can follow up on. But everything else was in the green or done, which is good. I won't belabor the goal status report. That's kind of what I just shared. We've been tracking the meat processing numbers. Of course, you can see that fiscal year 2022 is very, very significant number. Of course, a big driver of that is there's a significant number more poultry that's being done under inspection these days and was being done 2 or 3 years ago. There's still sizable increases in all of the species. Inspection type has remained about the same, custom exempt versus state inspected so far this year. But the big thing that we've been concentrating on is seeing just how many more animals are being processed. And this is just state inspection. This does not include any federal inspection numbers, because we don't have access to those.
So Mike, your color coded pie chart there? What are the colors?
Oh, sorry, I've got this blocking out here on the TV in the room. So let me just move this over here maybe and see if I can get it to us. About see how I get. So I'll pull this up so I can get it in the move. Oh, come on. There we go. There we go. All right. So you can see blue is cattle. The red is swine, purple being sheep. Green being sheep and purple being others. So that would be alpacas and things of that nature. And so you can see that.
And then the blue is the light blue. Poultry.
Yeah, light blue is the poultry. And so poultry has really significantly increased what's being done under inspection. And, I've tried to figure out explanation. I think some of that is you've got regulations in other states that are driving people maybe to process it here at home versus shipping it into other states. So California is a good example where you have to deal with some different regulatory environment when you ship product there for, and how you have to produce your birds. But I'll say Thanksgiving was huge. The number of turkeys and broilers that we saw being done. So I think as our processors, yes, colonies drive a lot of that, but I think as our processors have increased, you've had a few more get into chickens. We still don't have enough in doing chickens outside of colonies, because that's actually a challenge for people, especially right now, this time of year around fair time, where people are doing market 4-H market poultry programs and things of that nature, trying to find somewhere to get those chickens processed is a challenge. But we did see an increase there. But overall, everything, I mean, the thing, that pie chart sort of, that's why I point to the box in the top left, is that everything is more than it was. I think that, and we're doing it by quarters. So we had, at the point of this report, we had 2 more months of reports to go in that quarter. So we'll definitely, double what we've done in the past. An interesting conversation I actually had with the Lewistown News Argus recently was they, talked about the fact that our number of animals slaughtered and processed has increased, but they were saying that, we're still hearing reports that people are 1 year, 2 years out. So again, the story always is that both things are true. We have increased capacity, or we've increased throughput in state processors. And if we included federal, that would be an even bigger number. But we still don't have, we're still not being demand for processing capacity that people would want. So both of those things are true. But that's obviously something he's wanted to track. And so we've been providing that for him. We've been providing for him an update on where we are with automating a lot of these processes. The good news is we're on target here with most of the projects we want to work on, at least in work at this point in time. And a lot of those are close to being moved over to the completed column. So, I mean, from their standpoint, we're doing well on increasing use of technology and automation, which has been a focus for the governor. And then last but not least, we always have the org chart slide in the slide deck. But that's what we're reporting. I guess I'll stop and see if there's questions before moving to the next item.
Any questions? Must be just clear as mud.
As clear as mud, yeah. Let me see. Before get away, I'll pull this up. So the next item on there was just a reminder, board, we don't have to decide those today, but we are just a couple of days short of June, and June was the next target horizon we had. So now we have to start thinking about what we're going to look ahead for in the next 6 months. As I told you, they don't like to see a whole lot of change in the objective and the goal, or even really the strategies. And I think those are some pretty good strategies, supporting some value-added processing, monitoring animal health disease, maintaining the integrity of our identification, marketing, and movement systems, and then trying to improve online digital services, or just really in general trying to improve services, whether they're online or not, that we're providing to constituents. But what I would like the board to think about, and if they have ideas, to make sure they share those with us about, for this last half of the year, what initiatives you think we should be pursuing, and then how we would measure success on those initiatives. As I said, that's something that I would put out there for us to think about, and then the next time we come together later in the summer, sort of officially finalize that. But I'm also open today, if anyone has any ideas they want to go ahead and put on the hopper, we'll take those. Staff will obviously contribute some things too, but I want to make sure the board had plenty of forewarning that we'd like to get some input and ideas from you too, if there's things you think we should be focused on.
Well, I think, Buddy was in here. I don't know whether you guys will hear yet, but I said we're going to get him on. We put him off for 2 meetings now, the IT. Right. And I think that's an area where, there's a lot of, well, that's where the world's going, I guess. And I think we can make a lot of progress there. I was telling Mike last night when I visited with Brett DeBrucker in the transition time, I asked him what his goals kind of were in the future. And one of the things that he mentioned was getting all of the brands, brand inspection electronic. And, you know, we made a big step, I think, when we, that Ford Supply got into the livestock markets, but there was a lot of dissatisfied employees, I think, at the time over that. But I think, you know, a lot of that's worked through, and the next step will be a lot easier than the first step's always the toughest one. I think it's something like that, but that's something that I think if we get, well, we're going to go into that a little later in the agenda, so maybe we just wait on that. But that's one of the areas that I think we have a lot of room to move forward. So anybody else have anything you want to comment on today, or just keep it in your mind so that, because that's the other thing I talked about, you know, the low hanging fruit we've already kind of clipped. So it's going to take a little more thought and input from everybody involved to figure out where we're going to go next. And I commend the governor for doing what he's doing with all the departments, but I think I assume that the other departments are going to be in the same boat. Low hanging fruit is pretty easy, but then you start getting into areas that it's going to take a lot more work to move the goalpost a little bit. So, yeah, Alan?
Well, on the technology part of it, I just remember I had a conversation with one of the inspectors in Billings, and I was just discussing, I said, all right, how does equipment work? He said the new stuff doesn't hold up, the old stuff was a lot better. I mean, he said it's harder to use, but it held up. If you dropped one, it wasn't gonna be a problem. The new ones, if you drop them even on the carpet or floor, then you're done. And he said, you know, we're out here in the pens and you're trying to, it's cold, and so that was one of the things. You know, while we're trying to move towards that, some of the technology isn't made for what we try to do. And I know the aged vets around have trouble with some of that equipment. And I'm struggling with why what we use doesn't work the same, but you know, if you have one reader that would work, you know, you have to have it right next to the cow, or some of them in some of the plants, they'll read them just running down the alley.
Mhm.
So I'm just going, you know, or we really got the stuff that works, or just going with what we can maybe get by with. So
I think, where is that?
The word you're looking for is forward, right?
Yeah, afford, yeah,
forward, yeah.
yeah. But somewhere, but we'll get into, there's some proposed, well, at HB 10, we get into that, there's some proposed spending for upgrades, and so there'll be an opportunity to discuss.
Well, and
A lot of that.
in my opinion, some of the upgrades aren't as good as the old stuff.
Well, that's, and you know, I guess we're kind of getting off track here a little bit, but Mike and I were talking, so the one company is, they're moving on. They're done with it. Yeah. So, you know, it's just like an employee that quits. The day he tells you he quit, he had already quit. I mean, and those guys, that type of deal too. If they could see in the future they're moving on, they're not going to spend a lot of time or money upgrading what they're giving you today, because they know that in a year or something, they're not even going to be offering that product. So they're not going to work on improving what you have. They're just going to move on. And so that's the challenge, is trying to find something that's 5 years down the road, the company that, I mean, here the air conditioning they put in this building, the manufacturer's out of business, and so is the contract. So now the taxpayers are footing the bill to fix something that was a manufacturing problem. So that, and
Yeah.
we're in the same boat. I mean, we get into something that is obsolete real quick, yeah. So, all right, let's.
I think the next item that was on our agenda is a discussion item about the bison and in relation to the Custer Gallatin National Forest Plan. And Mr. Redfield asked for this we talked about it a little bit at the last meeting, but to put this back on the agenda and kind of keep the discussion going. So that's my preface. I'll see if Mr. Redfield wants to take it from there.
Well, my reasoning there was the Custer Gallatin National Forest has prioritized bison over cattle on the forest ground. Well, that's great if they're, but when they come out of the park, they're no longer wild bison and they're no longer, I mean, they might be considered wild to the park and to some people, but it's our duty to make sure that the disease isn't passed. So I think we have control on the bison. Custer Gallatin can't say, well, we're just gonna let them go anywhere on the forest. Well, I'm sorry, but that goes totally against the disease prevention and that we're tasked with as this department. So we need to, and I would like to just send, figure out how to tactfully send them a letter and say, well, sorry, but you may think that is your goal, but the state of Montana says, no, we control the bison because they're diseased animal when they come outside of those areas that they're allowed in, which would be the Gardner Basin and Taylor Fork. After that, sorry, because our duty is to the producers and protect them. And they're not considered wildlife at this point when they come out of into the state.
Just a couple things. One, where's the dividing line between the Gallatin, Custer and whatever, what is it, the Madison?
Well,
Or
see,
whatever
that's the
the
Deer
other
Lodge, that's.
Deer Lodge, yeah.
Beaver Head Deer
Yeah.
Lodge.
So where's the dividing line?
It's over on it's gotta be on the,
Madison River, or wherever that neighborhood?
it breaks off, I think, off of the mountains into the Madison.
Just
Because-
curiosity.
And I don't know what the Custer Gallatin or what the Deer Lodge, what their are. I just get told, I just read when they were doing, Park was doing their thing. Gallatin Forest also said, well, we're gonna do this. And I'm going, wait a minute. You just said that you're gonna be able to allow all this movement. And yet we don't have a place for them to go
Plus the Gallatin, Custer goes,
all the way to the North Dakota line.
was it all the way to the north? Fork?
Yeah, it used to be Custer Forest, over in that half, it's now Custer Gallatin, so it goes from that all the way to the North Dakota line. So I'm going, wait a minute, you can't just blanket statement something like that. And I don't know were we able to talk to Rachel? Okay. And anyway, I've been in contact with one of the attorneys about, the proper way to approach it, so we don't shoot ourselves in the foot on some other things. I just think it's something we need to keep on the forefront, and I really would like to send them a letter saying, because of the disease issues, and it states that, they're species in need of management, I think that's the term, that we don't just rubber stamp your plans and you just can't go do that.
Well, I think, of course, we need to make sure that we're on the same page as the governor's office, but I agree. I don't think it's wrong for this department to get involved in something like that for the very reasons that you put out. Just to make sure that, we're not stepping over any boundary between us and the governor's office, or have a joint statement or something. So,
Do we need a motion to direct Mike to do something?
we sure could.
I think I would make a motion that we direct Mike to investigate and work on I don't know the proper language here, a letter to the Forest Service enforcing our ability to control the bison once they leave the park.
More like maybe enforcing or enlightening them of our concerns and, so, okay. We'll have a second. All right, now we have some more discussion. I think that's a good thing. We get it started. Mike can kind of talk to the governor's office, the legal, and start getting this draft and maybe next meeting we can look at it and see where we're at and if it fits what we would like to do and pass muster. We can
Yeah,
forward because it's one of those things that I think, we don't want to let it sit.
we need to be very proactive in that, or they'll just.
Yeah.
So,
Okay. Any other discussion? Sue?
Mr. Chairman, I think there needs to be more discussion, obviously. And if once they leave the park, they're no longer wild. That needs to be addressed and monitoring needs to happen. That's all I think.
I guess I would like to see the verbiage in their management plan, how they stated it, and I assume that would be your first step in drafting a letter is to make sure you address exactly what they're saying. Okay.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jay Bonner, Montana Star Association. So we've also had direct contact and conversation with the Forest Supervisor about that issue. We have a Forest Service working group on our end and we meet with their group. So that was one of the discussion topics. So yeah, it's very clearly stated in that new revised plan for the Forest Service that in any contact or conflict situation that bison will basically be the primary desired animal in there, and livestock would be removed. And not only that, but they are going to do 4 projects a year, I think, to increase or improve habitat for bison. So they're looking at trying to encourage more bison into the forest on top of that. So, we certainly we brought up the species issue, but I think if the board were to, move forward with some kind of, at least a letter or some documentation to the Forest Service, I think that certainly would, strengthen our position. I mean, they talked about it at the IBMP meeting also, the Forest Service did. So, all intentions are, they're going to encourage bison to come onto the forest in the grizzly bear habitat, their designated area, which is a large area. And so.
Well, and expanding.
So we would appreciate, any kind of movement on the board's effort to do that. So thank you.
Okay. Any other discussion?
We should also coordinate with FWP, so everybody's on the same page with it. Because one of the things that we see was, I don't know, last summer, before, we had a bull get out into the valley. And it was running through all the subdivisions, and the dog got to chasing it, and it was a real, and our bison person is in West Yellowstone. So how long does it take for them to get during the tourist season to get from West Yellowstone to the Paradise Valley? It's a while. And the game warden was supposed to keep track of where it was at, so when he got there that he could take care of the problem. Well, when he gets there, the employee had already gone home, and so nobody knew where it was. It was running on the mountain with some cattle. Well, there's our issue. Well, by the time they got to it, it crossed back into the area where it could be. So there's going to be more and more of those conflicts, because with this drought and the numbers, it's just going to start creeping. And I know that we have a battle with a few of the wildlife groups who would like to have one of them said a drop dead zone at such and such point. Which meant they were already in the valley. And I'm going, you can't, if you let them in, they're not gonna stay on the forest. I'm sorry, but it's just like a bunch of cows get out, or they go to the timber. No, they're gonna have somebody's amen with the best grass. That's how all of them act. So they're gonna move down the river bottoms. And we're gonna have a lot more conflicts, not just with the ranchers, but we're gonna have a lot more human conflicts into.
Mr. Chairman, I don't think it's something you can stop, but I think it's something that as a group, we want monitored. Somebody to be paying attention to what's going on. And if there needs to be hazing when they're heading onto private land, then that's something that should be put in place.
Who hazes them?
I don't know who hazes them. I'm just saying that if you're going to monitor, that it has to happen. Somebody's got to be doing that. It can't just be willy-nilly. But I don't think it's something that I think it's like a national movement to try and bring the bison back. So I don't think we're gonna have that kind of impact, but I think you can, as a group, I think we can make some rules and work with the people on making it so that it isn't a conflict situation all the time.
We have the rules. We just need to be able to say, you just don't get to do some of these things. And I don't, national movement or not, that all changes.
What else
So
changes?
People's opinion, so I'm supposed to let them on to my ranch just because they happen to show up. come
No,
off the
that's
force,
what I'm
come on.
saying.
Right. Well, what I'm saying is, as a department, our duty is to the livestock producers in the state of Montana.
But we don't own that land, so it's
Yeah,
difficult to,
But you have that conflict mitigation and who's gonna pay for it and who's gonna do it. Forest Service is not gonna do it. They can't even control weed, so they are not going to control that. We have to.
and that's the conversation we need to have.
No, we need a black line, when I draw a line, that bison crosses that line, it will not come out alive. That's how far I want to go with it. Maybe the whole group doesn't, but that's me,
Mhm,
because I can see where it's going,
mhm.
and I'm on the front line of it.
Yeah, and Mr. Chair, I was just gonna share, because it's been a while probably since we discussed some of our operations there in the area, so. So we have two staff full-time assigned, we've got some short-term people that we can bring on. Clay Vines, the supervisor, is based out of West Yellowstone. The other bison program person, Mike Himmelsbach, is based out of the Immigrant and Gardner area. And I think that's, some of the concerns we see changing land ownership. And that's becoming a struggle for us because having cooperation of landowners to haze or do other activities is important. And in some cases, we've lost that cooperation. I know Dr. Zaluski and Clay Vines actually in the West Yellowstone area went down successfully about 2 weeks ago and met with a property owner so we could still maintain, because land had changed hands and there was a corner there that we hazed bison across, and we were concerned with the change in land ownership that we might lose that ability to do that. Thankfully, they explained to the landowner, who's not a rancher, that's not what they bought the land for, but help them understand why we needed to do what we need to do and why it was important and maintain that ability to have cooperation with that landowner. But as we have difficulty with landowners, more and more, I think that's what a concern for us is, in being able to meet our obligations so I'll talk about the north side specifically. There's a zone of tolerance for bulls year round, but not for females year round. So there is a time point that we are hazing females back to the Yellowstone National Park border. And largely, Forest Service is where we have to do that because that's the land we can operate on. We have cooperation from most private landholders in the area, but not all private landholders in the area. And while we, I think in law have a right to do what we need to do, we don't like to operate on people's private property if we don't have their cooperation. We've not run into a situation where we've had no choice yet. We've been able to figure out other ways to do it, to try and respect property owners. But I think that's one of our concerns is that when you see language about prioritizing bison, does that eventually at some point mean when bison are out of the area that is allowed for them tolerance at that point in the year, that we would not be allowed to conduct hazing operations there? We still want to have that cooperation between the two agencies to be able to do that. And as far as lethal removals, as Mr. Redfield said, there's not a sort of drop dead line that you cross this line and it's a lethal removal. We sort of work our way through a decision tree when we make that decision about lethal removal of a bison. And the first step of that is will hazing work? And many times hazing won't work. It's already, the bison is too far beyond, and you're gonna have to haze back through a lot of private property, potentially up over a mountain. Very, very, very difficult for hazing to work. The second thing that we've had cooperation at times on, and sometimes our cooperation has been less than expected, I have to admit that, is to have a hunter. So FWP maintains a hunt list. And so if there's an opportunity to get a hunter off that list to come and harvest the bison, so it's not, us, and give that hunter an opportunity. And then of course, if we strike out on those two things, then the third thing is that our staff do remove bison, and we, I can't remember exactly how many we removed in my time here. It's less than 20. And then we try to salvage that. So we try, and I will say our staff do a great job. In conversations with them, there's been times, particularly in summer, where they've waited till right at sundown to harvest a bison so they could salvage the meat and get it to a food bank, and so it's not wasted. But that's sort of how we operate in the area now. And you can hear that I've already sort of pointed out some restrictions we have that we didn't have maybe 20 years ago. And I do think there's a little bit of concern on our part that, we might face a day where we've got bison, we need to move them, and the Forest Service says, no, you're not allowed to haze them here. And then if you don't have private property that you can haze them across, then to Mr. Redfield's point, they just continue to move. And I think in the long run, because of that's why I wanted to point out sort of the decision tree we use for lethal removal. If possibly, if we were to lose that ability to haze early on the Forest Service, it actually potentially leads to more lethal removals, because now those bison get further. They do get to a property owner who says, take care of it. And we end up actually lethally removing more bison than we did before with the way we were operating, by having that cooperation to haze and move bison how we wanted to. So I actually see a recipe that actually defeats the purpose of expanded tolerance if you end up killing more of them later on down the road. So, but of course, we're also, that's part of our issue too. We talked about that already, which is a different issue than the National Forest Plan that deals with the EIS and the fact that, having a plan for population control, that's, I think when you start to see all these things moving in conjunction with each other, that if we have a higher population threshold established in Yellowstone, and then we see limited options outside of Yellowstone for the people who are in the line of where those bison are going to want to go, or if it's up the 191 corridor up towards Big Sky, which is another area of tolerance, that's, we're talking about, you know, doing some habitat manipulation to have them explore that area more. I think that's where we have some concerns that a bigger population, less management tools, you know, between the Paradise Valley and the park means more problems in Paradise Valley. And it means more administrative harvest by Department of Livestock, because that's what we're required to do by state law at a certain point.
I think that all needs to be stated in a letter. And that there needs to be a whole lot more talk that goes on and a whole lot more understanding and this is our role, this is your role kind of thing. And we need to be able to do our job. That all needs to be written down. And I think there needs to be a lot of discussion.
Well, we all know that there's not year-round habitat on Forest Service for bison. They're not gonna stay
Or
on that.
cattle. I
Yeah,
mean,
or
they
cattle.
both wanna,
Yeah,
they both
they're not
want
gonna
the
stay there
grass.
year-round, so what are you gonna do with them the rest of the time? They're gonna come down on private property
right?
so I just don't understand, you know. I don't understand a lot of things government does, but how, you know, it's a great vision, I guess, if that's what you want, but it's an incomplete vision because it's not feasible. So, all right, I think any other discussion? We'll move on to next.
Well,
maybe
we
by
want to
next meeting
vote
we'll
on the letter.
We'll have,
Yeah, vote on the letter.
okay, yes, thank you. Or any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All same sign. All right. So now we're gonna move on to new business.
So, Mr. Chair, we'll switch some things around here because I didn't think we would get to this before 9 o'clock. And I told Dr. Judah it would be okay if he didn't get here till 9 o'clock. So I don't know if he's here yet or not, but so we may switch around the order on some things. But two things, we need to do a new business related to the calendar that we're on headed towards the 2023 session. So on June 6th is the deadline for us to put forward new budget decision packages. These would be outside the base. So I guess just for the sake, some people here are very familiar with this process and some are thinking about it for the first time. So you know, last time if we talked about legislation. So if the department wants to pursue any legislation, we had to get that approved by the board, to put that in by the May 6th deadline that we had, to put it on a pathway to getting approved by the governor's office, going to interim committees later in the summer and fall, and then getting a prioritization for drafting. And so that was what we did last month. So our next big deadline, or two deadlines we have coming up, we wanted to get the board a little bit ahead so that we may not, you know, have to have another meeting here in 20 days. The June 6th deadline is for items that we would want to add to our base budget. So how will our base budget be formed? We talked also last time, and so you guys are aware there's a snapshot that captures salaries of the department, inflation, deflation, most likely inflation, well, not really on the salaries, but so on the salaries, there'll be a pay plan. And so whether the legislature decides to give raises or not, of course, there's adjustments to whatever changes are happening with healthcare and benefits for state employees. But that's how our personal services budget gets set, or salary budget gets set. The base budget is pretty much where we are today, unless there were minus one-time only items that we asked for last session, because one-time only items, you request them, they don't stay in your ongoing base budget. They come out when you get to the next biennium unless you reestablish them or ask for something else in their place. But all of our ongoing expenses, that is the formation of our base budget. Then inflation, deflation, other things get factored in there. So even if we didn't approve any decision packages, there'll be a base budget that would be established. And some parts of the makeup of that base budget are out of our control. They're in the legislature's control. But what is within our control is any new expenses that we feel like we need to add to our budget. So you'll see when we talk about, and then the second thing we're going to talk and ask for the board's decision on today is House Bill 10. So House Bill 10 is the state IT infrastructure bill. We did do a plan 2019 and we've been working through that, and we talked a little bit about some of that earlier. And that deadline's coming up at the end of June. So we wanted to go ahead and get ahead of that and see if the IT group does have some ideas for things we could put in House Bill 10. But we wanted to go ahead and get that in front of the board so a decision could be made on that. So we wouldn't have to come back and meet again here soon. So when you look at the EPP items, the budget items, which will be the first thing that we'll look at, you'll see there's you'll see there's a fund source attached to it. You'll also see that some of these will be designated as one-time onlys. So like capital replacements and those things typically be a one-time only. We don't need that in our budget every year ongoing forever. If we're buying a pickup truck, for example, that's a one-time only because we're buying it. We're not going to need to buy one every 2 years. And then some of the items that staff have put forward that they feel they have a need for are actual ongoing. And when it's ongoing, that means we're asking for it to be put into what will be a part of the base budget going on forever. So one-time onlys are just one-time onlys for this biennium. Ongoing requests are ones that will have an ongoing expense forever. So one example I'll give later, we'll talk about a piece of lab equipment. So it's one time only to purchase it, but it's ongoing to pay for the maintenance contract to keep that piece of equipment. So we have two types of requests there. We have a one time only to buy it, but we've got an ongoing request to make sure we have the money to pay the maintenance agreement and keep it up to date. Before we get into that, the other thing I wanted to share with the board, and I didn't put this, and get a Sue, and pass around, and others in the room can have too, but we didn't put in the book and up on the website because sometimes we just don't do that. This is a report on cash balance. So I just want to make sure that the board was aware going in that this is where we're sitting as of today with cash balances. To explain this document a little bit, you'll see that we have in the bank right now just $10.9 million of grant fees, but we do have to factor in that 8.27 of that is what we call earned revenue. So like the re-record fee had to be divided out by 10 years. So there's $10.9 million in the fund, but not all of it is available to us right now. We have to recognize it as we go through time. But even when you back that out, we do have 2.6 million or a little over 2.6 million of available brand fees that we can use that are in the bank today. On the per capita fee side, we have 13.5 million in the bank, but Brian has already plugged in and backed out. We do have expenses to cover from now to the end of the year. And then he backed out that we've got fiscal year 2023 scheduled per capita fee expenses. But even when you back that out, that gives you your true reserve in per capita fee of 8.3 million. So a total available reserves is 11 million. The reason I share that, and as we go into next year, we will do collections of per capita fee again. We will have some brand fee collections, so we will have revenue that's coming in the coming years in the biennium, is that when we talk about these EPP items, that we're just not talking about annual, we're also talking about money that we've built up in reserve. So what our thought process is, so that we're clear with the board, is that with reserve funds, when you see those sort of one-time only capital replacement pieces, so whether it's buying a new piece of equipment or the house built in IT infrastructure plan, or, replacing a pickup, those things we are looking at as coming from the reserve, right? So we built a reserve to be able to do some capital replacement. Now, we don't want to spend all the reserve because we need the reserve, because there's also true that if we're in the cattle down cycle, that we'll be probably dipping into the reserve a little bit every year as we go along, because until the cattle numbers come back and our revenues get back up. So that's the other reason. So the reserve has, in our minds, the reserve has two purposes for us. One is to safeguard against downturns, right? And so that we're not cash strapped. And then secondly, so that we can deal better with capital replacement. So we're not in a position where we have equipment breaking down and no funds to replace it, that we're replacing things as we need to replace them, and we're paying for the maintenance that needs to be done to keep those things up and running. And so I just wanted to make sort of a statement about those two different types of funding sources that we have. So when you see one-time only capital things that staff have asked for, that's really, we're planning to pay for that against the reserve. But the ongoing expenses is a little bit different. That's more on our annual cycle of budgeting, because that's ongoing and they're forever.
So,
So I guess I'll stop there and see if there's just any questions about that.
so when we're proposing the budget, we need to ask for authority to spend that reserve. So
Yes.
even though it's out of our pocket, we still need to ask for the budget authority.
Yes.
And when we're asking for that budget authority, that is specified that it is out of the reserves. It's not out of.
Right. So that 23-24 million dollars that's in the bank today, just because it's in our bank account, we can't go spend it because we don't have appropriated budget authority from the legislature to spend it. So that's what this process is all about. So if we want to spend $1 million of the reserve to do some IT infrastructure projects, then we need to request that budget authority in this legislative cycle to be able to do that. And if we don't do that, then we won't spend it. It'll stay right there in the bank where it is.
I just wondered how, Mike, Mr. Chairman, how that number compares to previous years? Is it
Oh, it's,
pretty much the
this
same?
is,
Or-
yeah, I mean, that's why I always hesitate to talk about it too much. We've got a lot more cash funds than we've probably ever had. And because we've been on a cycle of a few years where it's been growing, because we planned to build this reserve. We've been doing, we've been working at getting to this point for about 5 or 6 years. But we intentionally, for several years, requested less budget authority, saying per capita, than we knew we were going to collect. So that's how we've been able to get to this point. Now, I would say, and I think Brian will back me up here, is that, with inflation and other things, we do know that, and with the down cycle in cattle, we do know we've probably got 4 or 5 years ahead of us that we'll probably be looking at being the other way, where we'll have to be going into our cash a little bit for standard operations. But again, that was the purpose of doing that. So the department wouldn't find itself in a position to where, when you have a down cycle in cattle, now the department can't cash flow itself. So basically what we have right now, liquid available to us, is in the neighborhood of 2 years of per capita collections that we've built up, right? So our typical per capita collection in a normal year, it's hard to say what a normal year is, in this upside of the cycle that we've been in for the last few years, we were collecting around $5 million a year. And, now you'll see that we're probably in a 4.5 sort of mode, coming off the drought. And then it'll take, and let's say, and I don't know that we want to assume yet that we've hit the bottom of that, right? But if, let's say we did hit the bottom, it'll take time for it to come back. But that's, so I think there is some, I think it is wise, and that's what past boards have thought it was wise, that we at least keep, I think we first did this, we started out talking about 30%. But then as we were doing pretty good, we realized maybe it's good to have a year's worth per capita in the bank, just because you never know what's going to happen. And so we've been able to do that. But that's where I wanted to make sure that when you're, the big reason for sharing that information is so the board understands that, because if you sat down, and I know it's the first thing I do when I look at a spreadsheet like that, if you sat down and ran a total, you'd go, well, that's more money than we're going to collect. Well, yes, it is more money we're going to collect, but you also have to have in your mind that we have not all of it liquid, but that we have this 20+ million over here too, that we have at our disposal to bring forward and use to get some needs. And I don't know, Mr. Redfield's been in that situation. You probably do want to get into that reserve every once in a while and to keep it from getting so high that it becomes a target.
So, Mr. Chairman, Mike, part of that though, are we not still committed for part of the vet lab? Possibly.
Possibly, yeah,
Mhm.
And that's just, want to keep that part in mind.
absolutely.
Yeah. I guess I'm just looking at the trends that we're seeing at this point and how our budget's gonna get slammed just because of fuel. A brand inspector, everything we do, if we're gonna have to go, say we have to go do like we did for the TV thing, that alone, the costs there are gonna be quite a little bit more just to be able to go do it because of all the things that have gone up. And I look at Mr. Judah's stuff and everything he has, everything, it's like the supply thing just went crazy because you can't find them, or if you can find them, they cost so much more.
Mhm.
So, it's good to have a good reserve.
It is good that, yeah, because inflation, as we all know, inflation is sometimes a bubble, but it never goes back all the way to where it was. It settles back to a new normal somewhere. And so we try not to overreact to the bubbles, but we know inflation is something that we always have to have in our mind. For example, that's why when we put together the financing for the vet lab, knowing that it would be at least, even if it got approved in that 2021 session, which it did, and when we were thinking about bonding it, which, but when that was the plan, and it was in House Bill 14, which is the bond infrastructure plan, and we were going to have to pay off the bond, we actually, for startup costs, of course, no one could have known what was going to happen, but we had already put in 5%, I think, cost escalation or in that neighborhood, because if you're talking about building something today that you're probably not going to build for another 3 or 4 years, we already knew we would have cost escalation. I don't think we realized that cost escalation is going to be 15%, but or 20, but I will say right now, not that, and I think Mr. Ripple has brought up a very good point. We have to keep that in the back of our mind that, we may have to put a shoulder into it at some point. But as you heard Marina say, I think at the last meeting from A&E, that they're still committed, that it was ARPA or cash funded, and that they were going to the legislature this time to deal with cost escalation. We'll see how successful they are with that. Yeah, so right now we're not on that hook, but I think we should keep it pretty close in our head as we consider. Like I said, I would not, and I don't think if you do the math here, anyone would be proposing that we go and spend this $8.3 million in the next biennium, because we shouldn't do that. And I also should point out, remember, Brian has backed out the expenses, but I don't think he's added in that we will collect again next spring.
Well, it's for the next
Yeah,
year.
yeah, for the next year, but I'm saying that that cash balance gets replenished to a certain degree every time we go through per capita collection.
Yeah.
So we will do another per capita collection, right, in the spring of 2023.
Right.
And in 2024 and in 2025 and so on and so on for forever. So it gets replenished a little bit, but I do think that's the other thing. So that piece that Mr. Redfield put, the other thing is that I wanted to make sure that we were very clear and transparent about is that we do understand that we've got about a couple of $100,000, or we expect a couple of $100,000 less collections in per capita, and that probably will be with us for several years, provided cattle numbers. And again, that's the other thing I think I've noticed with these trends. All of you have been dealing with this industry more deeply or longer than I have. But we also know that after this down cycle, particularly cattle numbers, which is the main economic driver in the department, will come back, but they won't come back to the pre-level because we already were on a pathway of getting more efficient. And I think if I look at USDA reports for, say, 2030, they had already predicted we would have 5 to 10% less cattle on the landscape in 10 years, just simply because the industry continues to get more efficient, producing more meat per animal. And I don't think we've tapped out those efficiencies yet. So we know that, yeah, we know we may never get back to those numbers that we were at in 2019. Because I don't think that the 2019 number, which turns out now to be the high side of the cycle, was not what the numbers were in 2010 before the last down cycle. So that's just a continuing trend. All things to think about, right? A lot of things to think about as we think about how we need to balance our need to continue improving our operations, improving our equipment, you know, making sure we're giving our staff what they need to operate a high level, but keeping that in balance with, we've got to be financially responsible as well. We got to be able to balance both of those things.
Well, and I guess we all knew that we needed to have a reserve because there was a time that there was furloughs in this department because the reserve were so low that they didn't think they were going to be able to cash flow. As it turned out, I think they could have, but we knew we needed reserves, but we also need to be cognizant if we start getting the reserves up much more than they are now, two things could happen. The legislature starts looking and you go in there and ask for money for something and they're gonna look and say, well, you got this money there. They like to find the money that's easy. And that's pretty easy if it's laying in the bank. The other thing that, I mean, we have a responsibility to the producers of this state. And if we're collecting more per capita fees than is necessary to run this department, you know, consistently, then we probably need to someday look at adjusting per capita fees.
Yeah, and I wouldn't say we're not there. We'll talk about per capita a little bit more later day. We're not at that point where we're collecting too much, but we have been able to maintain 7 years so far without an increase, which has been nice.
Yeah.
You know,
And build
A fund.
yeah.
and build
Because
a
in the last
fund. Yeah,
It's probably, I don't know what it was, 10 years ago. There was,
One
5
more
years.
It was not,
you
period.
know, so kudos to Mike and the board.
the board, yeah.
We're doing where we getting us to where we are today. It's much simpler than it would have been. So, all right, well,
Yeah.
shall we just start into the,
Yeah, so as we go through these, and Dr. Judah's here now, so as we go through these, what we're gonna go through them by program. So you probably noticed I have an animal health sheet, I have a brand sheet and a CSD sheet, and then I have all of them over here. And the priority is blank. So what I'm gonna do as we go through here, the things that make it through, I'll keep on this front sheet. I'll delete anything that does not get approved by the board. And then we'll need to come back at the end and whatever's left over here, approved, we're gonna ask the board to help us figure out what priority we should place on those, because obviously there's another part of this. This will go forward to OBPP, and then OBPP may say no. So you get an opportunity to say no, governor's office gets an opportunity to say no, and then last but not least, the legislature gets an opportunity to say no. So today is your opportunity. So we will have to put priorities on that, because if the reason OBPP is going to want that is if they do cut us back, they're going to be looking at what our lowest priority is, right? That's probably where they would start if they say, well, you can get 5 decision packages and not 6. So priority number 6 is gone. And so there you go. That's why we've got it in these areas. What our division administrators have done is giving you their priority by their program area. And so that's why you do see program priorities on their sheets.
That was my question.
Okay.
If these are the biggest priorities for everyone.
And so I'll let animal health, their number one priority is for MVDL. I'll just preface so that we understand what we're doing. So you notice what I was trying to tell you earlier. You'll see that priority number 1 is a piece of lab equipment. You see what the cost of that in the 2024 budget year will be, $236,951. No cost in 2025. It's one time only. No, we're not asking for any new staff that come along with that. And you'll see the fund sources per capita. So that helps you understand why I was showing you that, because this is something that is coming from the reserve side of the house. Now, next thing down from that is the ongoing maintenance. So once we buy the equipment in 2024, starting in, if we buy it in 2024, starting in 2025, we have to plan for the ongoing maintenance contract for that piece of equipment. So you see that's at 22,000, and you see it's not one time only. That's ongoing into the budget moving forward. And of course, you can see the fund source there is lab fees, because we're going to try to make Dr. Judah pay for that from his lab fees. That's how we're going to make him maintain it.
Mr. Chairman, Dr. Judy, do you want to explain what that piece of equipment is?
Sure. Members of the board, for the record, Greg Judah, Director of the MDDL. Mr. Chairman, Ms. Brown, this piece of equipment essentially was developed about 15 years ago. It's since come to replace all classic biochemical methods for microbial identification within labs across the United States and Canada and worldwide. MALDI-TOF is a pretty pricey instrument, but the advantages of it are it is much lower cost. You know, we're talking as low as $1 per sample once you have the cultures grown, and quicker turnaround time. So if you have additional isolates that you need to look at, you don't have to grow those up in culture, which can take 2 to 3 days. Rather, you can just take a swab of that thing, put it right on the instrument and run it and get an answer pretty much that hour. So it's, as of 2019, AABLD did a survey of 36 labs in North America. 78% of the respondents had a MALDI at that time. So that was 2019. So we are definitely, we were in the far minority then. We're further down the ladder now. It's probably a much higher percentage that do have MALDI in their labs. But the biggest news about the classical biochemistry methods for microbial identification is the reagents that are used for those kits are starting to be discontinued. So sourcing them, the price has gone up for the ones that are still available, but finding them in the future might be the real challenge. And you know, when the time comes for them to be completely discontinued, our only option will be to outsource all requests for microbial identification in a sample. So that's kind of where we're at right now. We'd like to get ahead of the curve before we get to a panic zone and have to be reactionary. But as Mike said, you know, there are some costs associated with it. We do feel like we can absorb the ongoing maintenance with appropriate fee adjustments, and whether we have to use proprietary fund or some other combination of funds.
So this piece of equipment is it replacing any existing equipment in the lab, or is it just replacing outdated methods?
It's basically outdated methods. We do have another piece of equipment that I believe is involved in some forms of microbial identification, which may be obsoleted, but we've had that equipment for 15 years, probably plus now.
So then, so this 23,300 though, if I'm understanding your explanation, some of that would be recouped in say reagent costs and things like that would not be a burden anymore. So
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, that's correct. And we actually did a cost analysis on our microbial identification using classical methods. And if we want to get down in the weeds later in the day and look at that, we're more than welcome to do that. But the information's there in that 40-page dossier. I gave you guys.
I thought when you said down in the weeds, I read through that last night. It looked to me like you're in the weeds quite a ways. So.
We're definitely down there in the grass.
Okay,
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
move that we allow this to move forward, the number one priority for MVLD.
okay, we have a second.
Second.
All right, motion by Sue, second by Alan. Any more discussion? Discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye, opposed, same sign. That was pretty simple.
There you go.
Thank you all.
When you get into the weeds next time, we might have a little more discussion.
You can pay for that, Heather.
And Mr. Chair, I don't want to make an assumption. Sue said in her motion number one, but,
For Dr. Judith.
For
Right.
MVDO,
right, but we're,
we have
okay,
to
so,
state what it is.
well, what I was gonna say is, are you also approving the ongoing maintenance, or are you gonna do that separately, right? Because we talked about, Dr. Judith talked about both. So I was just reminding you, you had a motion to approve number one. I didn't hear number two in there, so.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman,
Friendly amendment.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that if you have number one, that you can increase your lab fees already by being able to do these tests that you normally send out of state, correct?
You would still need the authority.
Yeah, you still need a budget.
Lab.
authority.
Still have to.
So, okay,
Oh,
yeah, so we'll entertain
Forgot
a
about
motion
that.
to request the ongoing authority to,
So
all right,
Second.
all right, we have a motion by Jake and second by Alan to ask for the authority to maintain this piece of equipment in the future. And that would be a ongoing budget item,
Mhm. Yes.
one time. So, okay, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Yeah.
All right.
All right.
We'll try to be more.
Yeah, I just want to make sure we don't get
No, we
skip
don't.
over and somebody comes back later and says,
Oh, yeah.
oh
you don't
no,
have
your board
authority
didn't
for
approve
that.
that.
All right.
Yeah.
So,
No, you gotta make sure.
yeah,
So you're 1, 2, 3, 4. So you're
Yeah.
going into M&P.
Meat and poultry.
yeah,
So that's, I mean,
that's
number
part of
one,
the, yeah.
is that the way everybody, all the department heads said Dr. Judah is number one and meat and poultry, I'm number 2 or 3 or whatever?
Well,
Or how did
I
we
guess
come
to
up with
us,
those
they're all
numbers?
number one priorities, but you
Okay,
have to,
that
but
was
you
kind
have
of
to.
I love all my kids. Just as much.
That was kind of the gist of my question.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we divided it out by, so that's another thing. It's a great question, Mr. Chair, and I think it's good for everybody to make. The reason it's divided out that way is because when our budget goes forward, we talk about programs here at this table sort of interchangeably. So we might talk about the lab program, the meat and poultry program, but to the legislature, there's only 3 programs in the Department of Livestock, and that's animal health, brands, and central services. So the MVDL Bureau is part of that program. Meat and Poultry Bureau is part of that program. Animal Health Bureau that Dr. Szymanski leads as part of that program. And milk and egg, well, milk and eggs we've combined that in with meat and poultry now. So so that's why we divided out, because these are the increases that'll be happening to that. And I can't remember which number is animal health program 04. So when we talk to the legislature, when I'm talking to them, I'd be talking about an increase to program 04, and they would actually know what I was talking about. But I didn't figure all of you would know what I was talking about if I start. throwing that
Well,
around.
but yeah, so this you have a program priority number.
Yeah.
There, and you had it blank on another sheet that showed us earlier.
It was blank on
And
the
that's
big-
where we're gonna go through
Forward. Yeah.
and say, Dr. Judah's ahead of Dr.
Yeah. And like I said, you just have to have the priorities, because I mean, in reality, probably everything that the board decides to move forward today is going to be very, very important, right? Or the board wouldn't be moving it forward. But you do get to a point, either with OBPP or with the legislature, where you have to negotiate and you have to be able to communicate to them, okay, all right, really, if I had to let one of these things go, which one would I let go first? Which one is the highest priority that I need to make sure I maintain? And these guys have done it by program, but then we need to do it by department when we get to the end. So the next one up is meat and poultry. I think it's pretty self-explanatory. And you'll see, we also did this on the branch program. We don't have the ability through EPP to deal with the salaries. And we know, we talked about that before. We don't increase salaries through EPP, but there are things we can try to address through the budgeting process. And so one of those is the increased operational expenses, overtime, travel, things of that nature. So we know, we've been looking at it for a long time now, the systemic issues with our meat and poultry budget. This one, I will tell you, is hard because half of it's general fund. That's why we broke it out. We broke the federal and the general fund out. The federal part's probably easy, but the general fund part is hard. But we need to get the general fund to get the matching federal. So that's kind of the boat we're stuck in. But this is simply, asking for $200,000 additional in meat and poultry, half from federal, half from state, to deal with increased overtime, lodging costs, and expenses that we're incurring, trying to cover this big state of Montana and try to cover people when they're out sick. And we have been seeing a lot more of that where, if somebody needs to take a week off and we have to go send somebody to stay in a hotel room for 2 or 3 nights to cover that plant while that person's off. Those are just some systemic things that have been a challenge with that budget that we would like to address. And the fund sources, and they are ongoing forever. And the fund sources that would be used to pay for them would be our federal cooperative agreement and the general fund matching to get those cooperative agreement dollars.
Okay. I'm entertaining a motion to submit that for approval.
Mr. Chairman, I so move.
Okay,
Both of them.
all right.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion by Alan and a second by Jake to move forward in the budgeting process, the meat and poultry expenses, I guess. Any discussion? There none. Sue?
Just hoping that we can do some hiring that will help alleviate some of this problem, but we know how that goes.
Well, in order to talk, meat and poultry, is that the one that's is out of our control?
Well,
Or
it's,
as far as-
we do, the employees there, the non-management employees of meat and poultry are part of the Montana Federation of Public Employees. So we do have to go through collective bargaining. I mentioned a little bit earlier, the OGSM meeting I had 2 weeks ago, the big topic of conversation, which I think is a fair topic of conversation, and I'm hoping for some help with OBPP, and it's at least they're opening the door to that conversation that we have invested, the state and the federal government have invested a lot of money in meat and poultry processing. And we are trying to increase capacity. We're trying to bring new plants online. We've invested in CIS. We've done a lot of things. Again, it's not a very good maintenance idea to do that and then not be able to staff the regulatory side. And so, you know, I've been asked the question, and I won't state numbers today, but I was asked the question at the ops review, what would you need to solve the situation? I communicated a number. And hopefully, you know, that may be the beginning of a conversation with OBPP that sets us up for when we do collective bargaining later in the year, to be able to get closer, if not aligned with the federal wage rates for meat and poultry inspectors, because that's who we're competing with.
Mhm.
Well, I would think just your OGSM dashboard tells the story of us needing this.
Mhm.
Short on employees and we've increased inspections.
Yes.
Yeah, and it's,
It's not a hard
it
thing
was
to
a
figure.
priority. It was a priority set by this legislature, so, you know, I think we have a real valid argument. We just had to figure out how you
Yeah. Well, because
maneuver to get there.
you've got to be able to have the coverage, right? I mean, it's one thing to say we can go negotiate and raise wages, but if we don't have the budget authority, then we're chasing our tail. And so that's why I'm working it. And I'll say that there's some openness above our heads that understand the problem. And so I'm hopeful those conversations will continue along those lines, but
This has nothing to do with salaries.
this has nothing to do with salaries, but
Operate, but
Yeah.
if we can't get the people hired, we increase overtime
exactly. And travel
and
and
travel.
lodging.
Yeah,
All
it
the
just
above.
get bigger.
So is there any other discussion on this motion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All the same time, motion carried. Okay. Now we're gonna go to the vehicle.
Yeah, next, Dr. Zalewski wants a new truck. No, it's not for Dr. Zalewski.
I just want to know what you're gonna buy for
Oh,
35,000. You're gonna buy a 2009 with 130,000 miles. What you're gonna buy?
The good news is that, one of the little,
It's called bargaining power.
yeah, one of the little secrets we don't like to tell is that because the state buys so many vehicles, we get quite a good, much better deal than folks get going down to the dealership.
You
But
wanna
I
get
would
what?
say the number, I mean, you know, I wouldn't be surprised if, from the people who do the purchasing and procurement of vehicles, that's the number we're giving today, but they may come back and give us a different number down the road. And then we'd have to make a decision, do we execute on it or not? Again, like I said, yes, we have a 2009 vet truck, 130,000 miles, I guess, always good education for the board. This is really the last area left in the department where we buy vehicles. We lease our vehicles through state motor pool for almost every other area of the department. And we do that on purpose because it helps us stay up to date on maintenance. It helps us roll vehicles over in a more timely fashion. But the reason we have to buy the vet trucks, and Gene asked me this question last night, so it had me prompted, is that we have to make aftermarket modifications to cool the vet box and things of that nature that would nullify a lease. So that's what puts us in the position of having to buy the truck because we have to make those modifications to run the vet boxes. This was the one used by Dr. Liska, correct, in the brucellosis program. You know, one of the things that we have to remember is because of these items, we're asking for it now because, well, in a couple of years, it'll be 2 or 3 years older. It'll have probably another 30, 40,000 miles on it. And we only get an opportunity to ask for this once every 2 years. So so this is one of those things that if not approved, we'll keep running that pickup truck, but we'll know that we'll be running that pickup truck for probably another 3.5 years. We just know that because of the case there. I don't think this truck is in that. I think it's been well maintained, but I'll say it's one of the things I love about putting the department in better financial shape. It's also one of the things I'd say why we lease vehicles versus buy. When I first got here, we were always faced brands, particularly when Leslie Doley, former brand administrator, was asking me if she could spend $20,000 to put a new transmission in a truck with 250,000 miles on it. I realized we might not be making good financial decisions, you know. But the leasing program has sort of helped work through that, but this is the last place where we come forward and have to
Can't
ask
do it.
for purchasing vehicles.
This is a one-time only
Yes,
with per capita fees.
one time only per capita fee, yes.
So,
I move that we go forward with this vehicle priority,
okay. A
number
Second,
4.
second, okay. A motion by Sue, a second by Alan. Is there any discussion? Jake, you want to get in line to buy a new pickup at that price?
Today,
Me too. I don't own one with less than 100,000.
Well, I have to admit, Gene's first question was, he said, well, if we let you buy the new pickup, what happens to the old one? I think he wants to know.
I would like it.
When it's gonna go up on state surplus.
Yeah, we're all the same, going, whoa. Our operation, we got, ours have 300,000 miles.
We were all
I'm gonna say
thinking
mine's
that.
in 2020 and I've got 100,000 on it.
Yeah, so, okay,
And I guess I should, Brian, let me ask that question, because that's just a good education report with the vehicles, because I always get that. A lot of people ask that question, and it depends on who you ask. I know if you ask the good Representative Keene what he would say, but do we, when that's sold through state surplus, does that money come back to the department?
Into the program that came from.
So that the animal health program per capita fee would get whatever the truck we surplus sells for would come back into our state special revenue. So it's,
It's like trading it in.
yeah, so it's like trading it in. So it's, yeah.
Those other revenues that you see on the revenue, the state special revenue page, multicolored one, there's a lot of vehicles in those dollars.
okay.
Yep.
All right, any other discussion? All in favor of asking to purchase the new pickup, say aye.
Aye.
Both same sign, motion carried.
All right, DSA, Dr. Zaluski, you want to step forward and talk about why you feel we need to plus up the general fund for DSA?
Yeah, thanks, Mike, members of the board. So really, there's two driving factors there. There is a continual increase in testing, and then there is the changing methodology for our screening, our main screening test, which we used to charge $1.60, or the lab used to charge $1.64. Now we're at $3.50 because this old methodology got suspended by USDA. So that has just been a growing increase. Regarding the DSA related tests, just for perspective for the board, in 2011 we conducted 30,000 tests, 32,000 tests annually in the DSA. In 2021 we conducted 105,000 tests. So almost a 3.5 fold increase over the space of 10 years. So to that, I would just say I would actually give a lot of credit to the producers and veterinarians in that area, because when we do find that rare positive, we can go back in time and we can say, okay, that same animal likely tested negative the previous year. So we know she got exposed in this pasture during this 2-month period, et cetera. And we know that no other herds have been affected. So that's the kind of testing that that's the kind of program we're able to continue at this point. And unfortunately, it between DSA expansions and a greater number of voluntary tests being submitted, we have greater budgetary needs.
So the testing, you talk about the increased costs. Are we covering the costs? So we're not subsidizing the testing program for the DSA. Is that this department I'm talking about? Or is
Mr.
it
Chairman,
not-
that's correct. We did an analysis when we flipped over to the fluorescence polarization assay for primary screening back in 2019.
19.
We had to do that exercise to make sure that we were at least, break even. So the main difference being the USDA used to provide the reagents for the rat screening assay, and now we're having to purchase And they did that free of charge. Now we purchased the kits for the fluorescence polarization assay. So there's an increased supply cost.
And I see this as a general fund, and I think that is exactly where, because it's been my contention, if it wasn't for the human health issues with brucellosis, that it would be just another animal disease and we wouldn't be doing what we're doing. So it should be general fund money. The livestock department shouldn't, or industry shouldn't have to subsidize something that is basically a human health issue. So I entertain
Well, no, and Mr. Chairman, and the other thing, the other piece of that that I think is just as important is the risk is from publicly owned wildlife that all of us and all of Montana's cherish and like to see on the landscape. So when it's a public risk, I would suggest the public risks and it should be mitigated, but to various degrees. So it's a risk from publicly owned wildlife, and I believe it should be a publicly funded mitigation process.
You know, I've often had to, and I'm sure I will again, and board members who are there again, as we go through the budgeting process, will have this conversation about why this is general fund. I think both the chair and Dr. Zaluski have given good reasons for it. And I've also put forward, I said, well, you know, if we can figure out, you know, how to make those people who cherish elk pay the bill, I'm okay with that too. If they can figure out how to do that, that's fine. But we always make the argument it shouldn't come back on per capita fee. And if it's not going to come from general fund, then you have to figure out some way through the wildlife program, through elk tags or something else to pay for it, because or I'm also accepting greater latitude over management of elk, but nobody wants to give that to me.
We can fix about half of that DSA problem right there.
Yeah. So I'd entertain a motion to grant this request.
Say,
Okay, Greg, all right, a motion by Greg and a second by Alan. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye. Opposed, same time, motion carried. Okay, back to. me.
Yeah, so the next one, and this is where it's tough. I know for Dr. Zaluski when I force him to prioritize, because I'm sure this is not the last priority on the list. But as I said, all things are important. So we can't, again, trying to deal with the challenges of meat and poultry, don't want to beat that to death. This would be adding 2 more inspector positions, and I know, provided we can find them and hire them, but at least having 2 more positions. And so you see this is the first one that has a yes over on the FTE side. And of course, the thought process there, we added 2 in 2017 or 2019, I can't remember.
17 and they were unfunded.
And then 19.
And then 19 we got money for
them. Really bringing them on with, there's a couple of reasons that I know of for this, and then I'll see if Dr. Slutsky wants to add to it, is, according to Alicia, is that we're in a position now where some of our plants are actually running hard enough that there's times where you need 2 inspectors to be at that plant, because they're slaughtering and processing at the same time. That was very atypical for us in the past, but that's becoming more common. So an inspector can't be watching slaughter and watching processing at the same time. So that's where we need more flexibility in the system. We need flexibility in the system to deal with new plants that come on. And we need more flexibility for relief inspection, because our folks do need to take a day off now and again. And it's very difficult for them to do because if they take a day off and a plant needs to slaughter, they still need an inspector there. So we just need more flexibility in our system. I don't even know if 2 is enough, but 2 is where we start.
So this is for 2?
Yes, split between federal and general fund, half federal, half general fund.
You're figuring a $58,000 salary.
Yes.
Yeah.
With
But
benefits,
that's,
but that could go up depending on future negotiations.
because that's where it's set now in the,
Yeah.
okay. So,
Mr. Chairman, Mike, so 2 additional, but we already have authority for 2. that
We hired
need to
those.
hire.
We hired
You
those.
did
We
hire.
did hire those 2. Yeah.
So should
in
we make
2019.
it 2 or should we make it 4? I mean, I mean, we're growing every
So-
minute.
We just don't want to be too greedy, but we'll do whatever the board
It's,
desires.
it's a state priority.
I agree.
Well, it's obvious.
And we're a year behind.
Yeah, and
Meat
if we're
can't
gonna
get
do justice
processed.
to this, industry, how can you promote new plants and increase, and we're already, Mike said the demand is still outpacing the supply right now. We can't hardly cover the bases we have now. If we ever catch up to the demand, we're really gonna be behind. Jake?
Well, and Ellen and I were talking about this on the way up today, but you start looking where fuel costs are now. And where some of these major economic companies have said it's going in the next 3 months. Cattle are gonna be hard to ship. It's gonna get real expensive. There's gonna be more animals in the state of Montana to slaughter in the next year than what there has been the last 5. So,
We ship cattle to Kansas, we ship cattle to Washington. I told Jeremy, we need to look at this Washington deal. The freight costs were about a third. I mean, that freight bill to Kansas was.
My
So-
shipping doubled this month, just
Well.
one pallet.
Yeah.
Doubled.
Yeah,
some of
so,
these predictions are saying it's gonna double again in the next 2 to 3 months.
okay, so the
I'm
question,
just saying you might need more inspectors than 2
yeah,
in the
so
next 2
exactly,
years.
so
I don't know.
I think that's the,
I guess,
so,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
I can see Marty kind of grimace on that one because. Well, because of the fact that you gotta sell it.
Yeah,
He has to
Yeah.
sell it. He has to sell it. We've got to sell it to the legislature. We're
Mhm.
also gonna say, wait a minute here, or we're gonna have to draw in. Because the budget might, the revenue stream might be doing all right, but you start projecting what's happening, then they're saying, wait a minute, we gotta draw backs and you're asking for more, or,
Mhm.
some, but too many more. That's where I see some of the hard part of it.
So when you're saying drawback, you're saying that the support from the legislature for new plants? and-
Well, not saying that. I'm just saying, because the total budget, the dollars, there's 2 groups of legislation in the letter. There's the people that do the budget, and then the people who do the policy, and the people in the policy, they, well, this is a great idea. The people budget, hey, how the hell are we gonna pay for it? And that's what I'm saying right there, is how are we gonna pay for it?
Me and my wife.
Because it's how.
She's the buddy.
It's how it has to be. I mean, if you're gonna go to that committee and try to sell this, you've got to be able to do it. I know it's a priority, but I haven't seen any revenue projections because I'm not on the committee anymore doing that. So to see where we're at, we've been really pretty good the last year, 2 years, way
Uh-huh.
better than the last session, way better than the revenue that I projected when I was finished up being the chairman of the revenue committee.
Mhm.
But I was also real conservative. And it's easier to deal with it if you're that way, and if you got extras, and said, well, we can do it. But nobody's planning on all the expenses and all the things that we would have. I mean, just think about it. Could you drive up here for the same dollar you did last time you drove up here? No.
Doubled.
Last time I filled my car, it cost $50. The last time I drove it up here a month ago. Well, now it's gonna be 75.
Mhm.
And so you look at all the vehicles and everything the state has to deal with. It's that way across the board.
Yeah.
And if we're fueling up that 2009 3/4 ton pickup, and it doesn't run near it's a big deal. So that's why I'm saying the possibility.
and I would point out, and, so I'll give, Mr. Red Hill some credit here too, when they were making their revenue projections for state government, they also weren't counting on, the federal government to, filter about $2 billion worth of funds that would end up eventually replacing, state funds in large part. That's the other reason why you may look good, but that doesn't continue on forever.
One time.
Yeah.
So, Jake,
Could you ask for more than two and then negotiate down to two?
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
is that? if
That's
we
always,
can't-
that's always the process.
If we can't sell four,
Well,
well, I just didn't know how that works.
That's not a
They would
secret.
either
People
say
know
yes
that's
or
what's
no.
good. Yeah. No, there is, so I'll give an example that goes back to the last time we did a DSA expansion. You know, and this was in subcommittee, we negotiated to take only one of the 2 years because we knew it would be a year before we started incurring costs. So there's always sort of that, you know, negotiation that takes place that maybe makes it more palatable, and you don't get everything you want, but you know, you get to move forward and they get to show where they've done a little cutting as well. And so that, you know, that those negotiations do happen.
So just so I'm clear, I see we have federal funds and general funds. So the department, there's no department funds or fees that generated from this inspection that go back into the salaries, or how are we?
So the meat and poultry program is under cooperative agreement with USDA. USDA does not allow the state programs to charge a fee for service. I would argue that and even if that provision wasn't there, if you look at what we spend on meat and poultry and you count up the number of businesses, you would soon get to a point that a license for a meat business would probably cost in the neighborhood of $10,000 a year, which is not something that can be handled probably. But that's why we always do it. That's why we always do it federal and general fund, because, and what they require is that, you know, it's going to be 60-40 when we get a CIS plant. Our expenses in those plants will be they'll take 60%, we'll take 40. But supposedly we take 50 and they take 50 on everything else, but it always gets off a little bit. It's more like 53-47, because there's certain things that the payouts to employees when they retire and such that the federal government doesn't allow you to charge those expenses to them. But that's why we do it that way. Questions have come up about, are there other fund sources other than general fund that you can make that match with? But the one thing we're clear on is that you can't make that match by charging Jake a fee for service. And the thought process is funny. We deal with lots of federal programs. FDA milk inspections, a perfect example of where FDA has no problem with us charging the regulated party for their inspection. But in FSIS, they view that as a conflict of interest. That's why they don't, because then if Jake pays for his inspection, then they think we will cut Jake a break. We probably would. If he's paying. the
You're
bill.
already charging me stuff you don't have legal authority to charge.
I know.
I mean,
That again.
That's still happening.
I'll back us.
All right, okay, let's get back on that. So we,
And Mr. Chairman, question here, if we did 4, we always talk about vacancy savings and all of that. Is there a way to negotiate 4 positions with 2 of them being vacancy savings because of the time between legislative sessions? We might need those other 2 at a later date, but we don't need them right now.
My answer, and I'll see if Ms. Repo has a different answer. Vacancy savings is usually just a number and it's across the board.
And that's a budget, it's a way to cut expenses
Take it away.
across the board.
I mean, that's the thing when we talk about, you have to remember that our actual real cost, our real known cost, if every seat was filled at the salary that was initially plugged in for it, if you looked at our budget today, you can add 5% to that. And that's what it would be without vacancy. The vacancy savings rate was 5% last time. And we don't know, I've seen it was 3% one year, it was 5 or one biennium. It was 5% this biennium.
One of them was supposed to be 7.5%.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is we have always successfully managed it, but I almost feel like you do yourself a disservice successfully managing it, because that just encourages people to say, well, let's see if you can manage another 2%.
okay, so Dr. Zaluski. Oh, yeah.
Is milk and egg included in this?
Milk and egg is not included because, Ms. Brown, because that FTE is already in our,
Yeah.
like, in our department,
Okay.
in budget, the sanitarium, yeah.
Yeah, we
So
already
it wouldn't be an
have,
additional.
we have, our issue with milk and egg is we have 2 vacant FTEs that
Right.
we had not filled because of revenues. But of course, that's on our agenda later today to see if we can get some good ideas from this table about what to do about that.
So Dr. Zawiski, after hearing the discussion here, with prior to the motion, do you want to ask for more, or are you comfortable with 2, or what is your?
But no, thank you for asking, Mr. Chairman. I think 4 is a better number for a variety of reasons. Number one is just in the last week alone, we were informed that we may have 3 additional facilities that are requesting inspection. You know, you're familiar with the pressures from regarding fair slaughter and surge capacity and summer vacations and those kinds of things. Additionally, I think CIS may in fact bring additional may require additional employee needs if folks are really jumping on that opportunity. In the last few days, we received an application for CIS from the facility. And so, you know, and like Jake says, didn't even consider the fact that potentially transportation costs would put greater pressure on development of local capacity. My concern is we get 2 and then we find 2 years down the road that we're completely outmatched. And then at worst case scenario, if the legislature gives us half of what we ask for,
One wouldn't.
we were going to be in really terrible shape. So that, I guess that would be my
And I want
position on
to
that.
add on to that for Dr. Zawiski and be maybe a little more specific, and I guess it helps understand the challenges. So he said there was 3 that applied. One of those is an assortment. So that gives you an example, right? I mean, that's not really, we don't have that geography covered right now. So if they come online, we're gonna have to figure out how to cover it. And there was a federal plant that's actually coming online in a small, and they decided to go federal in Ecolacta, but let's say areas like that come on, now we're stretching our geography pretty tough. It's not the way we were structured where everything was centered around Kalispell, Bozeman, and Billings. And, we're, at least in the meat world, that's where, and Missoula, Kalispell, Missoula, Bozeman, and Billings, pretty much is where everything was at. We're starting to get our geography stretched further. And then he talked about the CIS application we got. And I'll take credit or blame. I did a sales job with someone who was getting ready to go federal and talk them into trying CIS. But the problem is they were gonna leave our plate. Now we're gonna keep them on our plate and have to hire somebody to cover them. So if they stay on with CIS, but I'm glad they applied CIS. That's why I think I told them that would be a better fit for them. But that's an example, right? So CIS maybe in the past, now that CIS is available, if there's plants that would have looked at going USDA, but now look at staying with the state, that's how CIS adds more to our plate.
Jake,
Does the inspection process at the CIS approved plant change from, does the inspector have to be there more?
At CIS?
Yes.
No, they just have to have a higher level of training.
Higher level training, but they're there the same amount of time they are at a state. Okay, because that was the thought I had, is if all of a sudden you get 4 CIS plants, you gotta have an inspector there all day, every day, instead of just slaughter days. That changes
Yeah.
your needs a lot too, so.
all of a sudden the advantages, so,
Yeah, you get a 60-40 split, but you're.
okay, so I'd entertain a motion to ask for 4 FTEs.
Mr. Chairman, I move we ask for 4 FTEs for the meat inspection.
Okay, second Jake. All right, I have a motion by Alan, a second by Jake to ask for 4 FTEs to fill inspections in meat and poultry. Any more discussion?
That would also include the 116,000 on each instead of the 58,000.
Yeah, we gotta
Okay.
change.
Yeah, okay, yep. All right. Pretty well understood, but that's a good catch. So any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Both same sign. Motion carried. Boy, I'll tell you what, we're pretty easy today. Somebody just heard any
Well,
name at
federal money.
all. They just
Thank you.
spend money.
The federal money, yeah.
General fund.
All right.
Spend some money.
So next up is the grants program. I have Mr. Thomas, Assistant Administrator, here with me today to help with this one. They've only got 3 requests, for grants right now. The first one, and I'll say there's not a lot of detail here, but I'll look for feedback from folks in the legislature. In the past, when I talked to Ty about what needs brands would have for the next biennium, I struggle because we're such a small agency in the past. So for example, one of the things we need is new clippers for all the markets. And so I struggle with going to the legislature with a $5,000 decision package because it's so small and they seem sometimes annoyed dealing with that. But I also know they get annoyed when you put forward a $500,000 decision package and it's 3 words that describe it and nobody can figure out what it is. So I'm always trying to find what the right mix is there. But we've got a $180,000 one-time only equipment replacement operational increase. And the 3 big things in there, and I'd say big things, the third one's not big, but we have about 10 staff on the law enforcement side that still are not on updated radios. So we need to get them up to updated radios and on the same system with everyone else. Especially as we've dealt this year with animal brands assisting animal health and some of the work we've done there, we've seen that there's a need to have 2 additional trailers, one on the east side of the state, one on the west side of the state to help deal with when we are actually having to move animals and things around. Brands was actually involved, just to give you an example, Brands was involved in helping ferry chickens down to the lab. We were in the high path AI. So we've been using our investigators there at times and not that we need a trailer for chickens, but to pick up chickens and get them to the lab so they can be tested in a timely manner. But we also had to do that with cattle and the TB investigation and with some of our brucellosis work as well. And then, of course, as Ty said, there are things that are smaller items like clippers that eventually begin to wear out that we need to start replacing for the markets. So Ty has told me that about 100,000 of that 180 would be the radios. Those 10 radios for the radios and the installations, about $10,000 a piece. So that's the biggest item in there. We were figuring about 50,000. That's going to be the trailers, provided we can get trailers and provided they don't continue to go through the roof because they're made out of steel.
50,000.
And then the remaining 30,000 would be these smaller clippers and other items that just need to be cycled out and replaced so that people have, adequate equipment to work with at the markets. So that's what's involved in that. And it's a one-time only equipment replacement expense.
So, and Ty, I assume that you've already prioritized, is that kind of this 1, 2, 3, or is that?
Mr.
your
Chair,
package?
Mr. Chair, members of the board, yeah, those are kind of my priorities, set in stone, but you guys can do whatever you want to with them.
So we do somewhere, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
excuse me, have an itemized list of all of those items, radios, trailers.
Yes, Ty has a list of things that need to be replaced. And that's where I say I struggle with, when I'm thinking about this as a decision package, as we were talking about it, what I did want to have is a $5,000 decision package to replace clippers.
Correct.
So we may have dumbed it down too far, but the radios obviously is a big enough item that can be split out. But we combined all those needs together, so we're not sort of annoying people with a very, very small decision package request. And my experience has been, and once again, it's great having Mr. Redfield on board, because the smaller decision package, that's the longer they're going to talk about. It seems like it's the small things they get stuck on and end up talking about for an hour about clippers. What kind of clippers are you going to buy? It's things of that nature.
Yeah. Well,
Well, I don't know if that's right. I think I could buy a good set of clippers for half that. You end up in those conversations
Okay, well then, let's,
sometimes.
I move that we
Mr. Redfield
Okay,
never did
number
that,
one.
but others
Okay.
do.
move forward.
All right, we have a motion to move forward
Second.
okay, we have a motion by Sue, a second by Alan to ask for a one-time only monies to update equipment. Any other discussion?
Mr. Chairman, I think the only thing missing on that request is the list that I was just talking about. So it would have been better if we saw that list, but
Yeah,
I'm okay with it.
and I'll talk about fund source is, and again, fund source here for these is we're looking at brand fees primarily is what we're gonna do that from.
Awesome.
And there is cash available in the branch department, so we just need the authority to spend it. So, all right, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right,
Thanks.
Another overtime request. I'll let Ty talk about what they're dealing with in the markets.
Yeah, so, Mr. Chair, members of the board, we have been consistently, getting, I guess, I wanna word this correctly, I don't want to say overrun, but we have seen an increase in our cattle numbers, and it's really putting a damper on our overtime budget. And talking with Brian over here, we thought it'd be a good idea to try to ease that with some more authority, just because it's an every year deal. It's a consistent thing, and I think it's time we could step it up and deal with it. the only way.
so basically you're telling me that you're spending the money, but right now we have to we have to move some money around or some authority around in order to cover the money that has to be spent.
Yeah, you can see there, and I know it's tough to see, it's small, but the overtime authority has been just under 56,000. The 5-year average has been 134,000. The past 2 years, 167, but I think we can say that's been driven by some other things that hopefully won't continue into the future, but the 5-year average is much more than the 55.9 plug that we've had for authority for overtime for brands.
So
Okay.
this, Mr. Chairman, this
Yeah.
is just making up for the budgeting authority we didn't have that we were using, that we were losing basically because we don't have the right numbers.
Well, yeah, we just had to hope there was some money left over in some other fund to
Department, yeah,
transfer in to cover. That's some authority, not money, authority, you know.
makes total sense. Yep.
So, Jake,
So we're at 95,000 to 55, so I mean, we'll be at 151,000 roughly in
Right.
authority. Does that account for, do we do collective bargaining on brands?
No,
Okay, so any pay increases, would that include pay increases coming in the next 2 years?
yes, those would come through the state pay plan.
Okay,
Yeah, so if the legislature decided to give everybody a 50-cent per year raise, that would affect the overtime number. But that's in the legislature's control.
but there's no bump in the overtime to compensate for the increase.
yeah,
Not in the
that's what I
overtime.
was getting
The
at.
salary line would go, our authority for salary would go up, but this overtime line would stay whatever we set it at.
That's right. And you're comfortable even with it,
Makes
if the
sense.
legislature does increases, we'll still, with 151,000, be able to cover it?
We're covering it with overtime. I mean, we're trying to make the overtime number
Yeah.
whole, right?
Yeah, but
Whatever the legislature does for salary and benefits, that'll plus up those two.
I think the assumption that we're making is that we were seeing overtime, and overtime's a systemic problem. But I don't think overtime is going to continue to run at 167,000 because
No, it's 185,000 this year.
yeah, and but of course, it's really tough because I know we all oftentimes like to try and correlate cattle numbers to what happens, but it's all about how people decide to market, right? And so we could have less cattle numbers, but if people say, well, I'm just gonna haul down to the yards and consign, we could actually still see heavy throughput at the markets. It just depends on how people choose to market. And as we know, I think one of the things I've learned in watching is that now, the lower the markets, the less creative people get, right? If there's no advantages to doing things differently, you see people go through the markets more.
Okay.
At least my several year observation.
So we have,
Could I make a motion?
yep, so we have a motion to increase the overtime budget request by $95,000. Any more discussion?
Second.
Yeah, okay. Yep. So a motion by Sue, second by Alan. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Aye. All same sign. Me, it's just a no-brainer. We're
Right.
spending the money. It's just get it out of the right fund.
Yeah, on that one, I think our argument is we know that's what we're gonna spend anyway. We might as well get the authority
Right.
lined up. Last but not least, Ty is asking for one additional FTE in Brand's market staff. We've got some markets that have really seen an increase, and even with declining cow numbers. So I'll give an example of one of the areas we have difficulty is Sydney, because they're seeing a lot more cattle come out of North Dakota to Sydney. So those numbers have ramped up. So whether we end up using this one additional FTE to hire one person at a particular market, we don't know if that's what we'll do or not, or if we need the one FTE so that we can break it into 4 short-term workers, right, quarter time to help in various places as needed. But Ty's seeing a need to have at least one more FTE to spread out across those markets or plug into certain markets that are showing some signs of increased activity over time.
So does that number include benefits?
The only benefit in there that's not included is health insurance, because I think my understanding was that it was in the split
Yeah,
up,
if we break it up into short terms, we won't be paying the health insurance cost.
but it does include everything else.
You could probably add about 12,000 to that number if we put it full-time in one market and had to pay healthcare.
If it was 50%, you'd double that number.
Yeah. And we do have a little bit, we've got, I don't think we've used them, but yeah, that's the thing we see with changing markets. We've actually had a couple of markets that once were 1.5 people markets, and we now have them as an investigator, market supervisor. So one person's the investigator and handling it. So we do have an extra FTE, but this would be in addition to that. So to make sure we can handle the geography and where we're seeing increases at.
So this is an ongoing, it's not a one time, it's both of these
Yeah.
last two are on.
Yeah, this would be ongoing. And again, it should help. That should help bring overtime down a little bit if we can get, in these cases where we have people in the yards checking in cattle at midnight, if we can get that down to 3 or 4 hours, that helps us with our overtime issue as well.
Okay. And a motion to accept that request.
So moved.
All right, and a second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Mr. Wiggins and second by Sue. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All same sign. Okay, what we got?
All right. Last but not
How's it going,
least,
Ty?
the CFO asked for the least amount of money. I don't know if that should be a good sign or a bad sign. And this is just on because this resides in the Central Services Program. So I'd say this is sort of a joint thing that Brian and I are putting forward and probably bears a little bit of discussion. So we have a statutory appropriation, a minimum of $350,000 to go to wildlife services. Last biennium, the board added 75,000 to that. So for this biennium, we've been paying $425,000. Well, minus in helicopter insurance and other things, and the 3 counties that don't participate with wildlife services that we have to factor in. But the majority of that statutory appropriation goes to wildlife services. I think we've all heard and agree with the fact that the department wants put a much greater percentage of per capita fee towards that in total than we do now. I've also had conversations with folks about how that figure was sort of capped or maybe even downgraded when the department was having financial difficulty, but then was never adjusted back the other way. So we've put forward, as a starting marker that we would say we probably should put an additional $75,000 per capita fee to get that number to 500,000. Whether that's the right number or not, that's what's open for discussion, but that's where we wanted to at least start the conversation.
Okay. So I had to entertain a motion and we'll go with discussion.
I move that we increase predator control.
Okay. Do we have a second?
Second.
I thought the sheep got it.
I want to put another 0 behind it.
I was expecting you to, Greg, I opened the door.
That's the discussion part.
Geez, he was being so quiet. I thought maybe he missed what we were talking about. So, okay, we have a motion by Alan and a second by Jake to ask for authority to spend another 75,000 in predator control. Discussion.
I guess I'll start here. It's good to start getting it back up to where it was, what we lost a long time ago. With the grizzly bears, the wolves, blah, blah, blah. Pick the species that is taking wildlife services time away from control that we relish. I would like to see it higher than that, but I do understand we have a budget that we have to work in constraints and stuff, so. Like I said, I would like to see it higher than that, but I'll work with the rest of the board to see what everybody else thinks.
So you mentioned it in the past. I don't suppose there's any way of coming up with that percentage easily.
Greg, I don't know if you, John Stiver always had a very good spreadsheet, but I can't remember what it is.
I can't remember either. I'm drawing a blank right now. I know when, John's predecessor, CM Clear, they cut the budget in half of what wildlife services got. There were some budget issues there. They cut it in half, said a couple of years we'll give it back. And then it was one of those deals where it just never came back. And we fought for a long time. And then we went through the rough patch with this division here that it just wasn't the extra funds. And now it's there. And I'd like to see some of it brought forward to raise that up a little more.
So for history's sake, to tell you where this 75 starting number come from, I'll just say that so you understand that there's not maybe a strong rhyme or reason from Brian and I, which is our recommendation to the board last biennium was to move it up 150, move it from 350 to 500. The board decided to cut our recommendation in half to 75 and cut it back to the 425. So we just said, we'll start with going back to get the 75,000 that we tried to get last time. So I think that is all the science that is behind. It's like, well, we tried to get this 75 last time. Let's start with trying to get to the 500,000 where we were trying to get to last time and see if the board wanted to do more. I guess I'd look at Brian to say if he knows of a limit that he has in mind that is sacred that you wouldn't want to go beyond.
Well, Mr. Chair, Mike, I don't have a limit, but I mean, that got us to a nice round number, 500,000, 10% of per capita fee. Putting a 0 behind it, would kill us. So. He's scared me.
Mr. Chairman, how about if we make some of this non-lethal predator control? That's my point. A little bit of that money.
Well, and I'm not
Some
sure,
of
I
it
mean,
is.
Wildlife Services does do some non-lethal activity. This
Mhm.
is not all aerial.
Yeah,
Right.
you relocate the bear.
Yeah. Yeah, we wish that there was a little more lethal control on some of the predators, but.
Well, it's as
We're gonna have more
good
and
as
more
putting
about
another zero.
So.
So I guess that's what I say is if the board had taken Brian and I's recommendation, I'm sorry, I'm not trying to talk about former boards, but they were trying to be cautious, as I know you will be today too. I guess what I want to make sure you're aware of is that if the board had taken the full recommendation Brian and I put forward last time, we would already be at this number, or we would have been at this number for the last biennium. So that's why I say I think that's why you won't hear us shudder at more, but I'm like Brian, yeah, adding a zero, I'll shudder at, but adding more, because if we had done that last time, we probably still would be coming in here with a recommendation to add beyond just getting to the number we put forward last time we did this process 2 years ago.
So what percentage of that 425 that we're spending now goes to actual control? You know, when you're talking about, you
Well,
have insurance, the
Yeah,
helicopter
it
insurance.
pretty much all gets spent on the helicopters. I mean, by the time you factor in the helicopter insurance and the maintenance.
That is a cost.
Because USDA is paying the maintenance. We're paying the insurance, USDA is paying the maintenance. From everything they tell me, you know, the money we give them pretty much goes all into maintaining those machines. Now, that's good. They have them. They wouldn't have them if we weren't providing them. But it's, and yes, that's, they're using them in their program work. But when they're paying the bills, that's pretty much where all the money now goes. And again, I wish I could remember, I know that they gave a presentation one time about what the helicopter maintenance is. And Brian, do you know off the top of your head, so Richland, Carter, Powder River, the three counties that we have to separate out and send them because they get a refund of per capita because they don't participate with this. It's not a huge amount of money, but it's probably $15,000 or $16,000.
Yeah, I was thinking it was maybe closer to 30.
And then when they get their money, their predator control board. So Carter County, I'm aware of because of Gary Hubertsausen down there, that they have a predator control board and they decide what to do with that money at the county level. But all the rest of the counties participate with the Wildlife Services Cooperative Agreement.
Mr. Chairman, I would like to see that doubled, but that's just my preference.
The 500 or the 75?
The 75.
So I guess we have a motion to accept the 75 right now. So if we're gonna, we either need to have a friendly amendment to the motion or
I could restate it. I would restate it, take it to 150 then.
Okay.
Yeah, I'd restate the motion, go to 150. And I'll preface that with the fact that the FWP also changed the lion hunting regulations, and I believe that it's gonna make it harder for those to be controlled just by the hunting side of it. And we're gonna see increase in that. I mean, just this last week, mountain lions hanging out on the running trail inland. So, and the FWP said, well, somebody to shoot it. I'm like, what? So that goes real good in town. So, you know, if it was winter, it'd be easy to fix it because we get a dog on and get it treated and we take care of it. But, you know, we're in spring and the confrontations with the people and the dogs and I think it's just gonna increase.
so I'm taking that as a friendly amendment to your motion. So that is the second comfortable with the friendly amendment?
Yes, sir.
Okay, all right. Discussion on increasing this to 150. And that's an ongoing,
Mhm.
so, all right, any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Uh,
Opposed, same sign.
I
So,
would have gone for the 75.
okay, all right, duly noted. We have one dissenting vote, Sue. So, but the motion carried.
All right. So now what we have, we're at the time of, thank you, board, you approved everything. I didn't have to delete anything off this list, but we do have to decide on some priorities.
So do we need
Do
to
we?
itemize those priorities by which fund they're gonna come out of? I mean,
No,
to me,
it's total. They ask, right? They don't discriminate by fund source. They say for your department.
even though it's federal, like those ones that are a federal match or something, it's still.
Now, in reality, what'll happen is when you get into making the budget, is they'll come in and say, well, doesn't matter where your general fund is prioritized. If they're cutting general fund, then that's the first thing that goes. So it does happen that way sometimes, but what basically, this is more for, I think at this point, this is more for OBPP, right? So as OBPP is trying to put together the governor's budget, they're trying to massage it, and they're probably going to be a little bit more concerned about what is the agency priority, you know, and what the agency has put forward as its needs. When you get to the legislature, it'll be a different calculus that gets used when they try to reconcile the two, the governor's budget and what the legislature thinks it needs to do.
So I would assume that you and your department heads have already kind of worked through this and come up with some kind
Number
of a
one.
priority that you would like to see.
No, I would say not really. I mean, obviously, I think we talked a lot here about, okay, so I'm just gonna speak for a second, and Greg and Brian and Marty left the room, so he doesn't get a say. I'm sure he'll come pop in. He's listening. Is that, I mean, I think as you listen to the conversation today, that the meat and poultry issues are pretty high priority. They happen to be federal and general fund. You know, which comes in that later. You know, obviously what Greg put forward with the lab, I mean, these are ways I look at those things. There he comes. The way I look at those things is, you know, it doesn't make sense for us to be thinking about building a $40 million lab if we're going to put subpar equipment in it.
Or have to ship out.
Or have to ship test out of state. So, you know, that ranks pretty high. I mean, you know, and then obviously these radios, so I'm thinking of the if I was gonna say, so meat and poultry, the lab and Ty walked out, but these radios are really important because we have some of our brands guys that are stuck in a spot where they get in places that they can't talk back to dispatch. They can't talk to other people, and I'm uncomfortable with having them sort of stuck in places where they're doing law enforcement work, who knows what they might run into, and they're not in an ability to communicate with anyone else. That scares me, right?
Yeah.
And so if I were saying, I mean, those are like the three things that stick out in my mind is the meat and poultry needs, the lab equipment needs, and the brand equipment needs. And I would put as a close behind it, because I want to make sure that, you know, those that, I also, that's why we put it forward. We believe in this on the wildlife services side, that there was some promises and commitments made that we got to catch back up on. So that one I'd put kind of in a number 4 spot. But those are the ones that stick out to me. I'd let staff argue if they see it differently, but I would put those 4 as kind of the top of my list because for various reasons.
So I think the way I want to handle this is, let's discuss amongst everyone here our priorities, and then when we kind of come up with that, then I'm going to entertain a motion to prioritize those in that order, so that we don't get bogged down in Robert's rules as far as how to handle this. We're just going to discuss 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 on how many is there?
There is a total of 12. Yes. Because there's
Well,
number
that
one
one
up
that
there.
don't.
So there's 12. Well, and really, because these are half and half, so these are one. So if you take these out, you've got 11, 10. So you got 10 total requests.
Well, to me, the vet lab stuff, that's together. You don't buy a piece of equipment, not have the.
Not having, yeah.
So really
can't-
that-
not maintain it.
To me,
That's
that's
fine.
all just.
Yeah, so we could sort of address that by when we submit it, that would be submitting it as one concept, right? That's 236 in the first year, one time only, and 22,000 ongoing
Right.
after that.
You're just limited by the functionality of IBARs at that point.
Yeah.
They can't handle the two things in the same line.
Well, I know that, but I mean, just for the sake of
Yeah.
discussion, I'm saying that's one.
That is one
Yeah,
priority.
yeah, as far as priorities.
Yeah, just like the inspectors and the increased overtime in meat, even though we split it out because you have to split it out by fund source, that's really one thing.
That's.
Yeah.
So I'm looking at right here, that lab one, meat poultry two. That's why I'm looking at it at this point. And then the radios, that's a pretty big deal. That's pretty minor because I was on the committee when we were trying to do the highway patrols and it was millions of dollars. So, and that's also safety for our people. And that's huge.
So is everyone comfortable with that? So you want to kind of start marking them?
Yeah,
Mike,
so
and,
you're,
so that you can-
I put
we're all clear?
one here, and I'm assuming, is it the inspectors or the overtime, or are you saying all that?
I'm saying all that too, because it all goes together.
Up here?
And it's also a priority for this, the governor had that as a priority.
Okay, and then if I go down here, I will go
Right.
up to- Yes.
And you're not gonna get FTEs to break, you're gonna have to break out FTE requests from.
I understand.
Okay.
Yeah.
Right. This is just the rough discussion.
So what I'll do from now is I'll do it this way, because it still works out the same way. 'Cause-
I would like, Mr. Chairman, switching 2 and 3 around because we need the employees so we don't have all of that other overtime to help with all of those things.
Yeah, if we have to split that out, I got you. Thank you.
Yeah, makes sense.
And then I'm looking at 5 for the predator.
I'm just gonna put a plug there for now so we can see it.
All right, well, the other one is that I think we might as well get up very high in the priority is this overtime, because we're spending the money now. It's just a housekeeping to me.
Yeah.
You can switch that to 5 and 0, 6.
Yeah, the trucks can be.
Yeah, we'll figure that.
I told Marty I'd buy a Yeti cooler and a Prius.
I'm down.
You're not the one that drives it anyway.
I'll drive whatever.
Okay. well,
Okay,
Give you a dirt bike, you travel.
The
so how,
Market staff,
Right.
what haven't we prioritized
So
besides
we
that?
market staff, DSA, and vehicle are the 3 left.
Staff comes up next.
So brands, market staff. So now you're making a choice between Marty's truck or DSA. I think I know what wins that conversation, but I'll let you guys tell me.
DSA. I'll say, because I live there.
Surprise. I said, where are we at? We put a 7 in, yes. So that would be 8 and then 9, because we're putting the lab combined together. So those are our 9 requests, and that's kind of where the discussions led you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, is everyone comfortable with that? Prioritize?
And just for fun, I better put this here so we don't forget that we're looking at those as one thing.
Okay. Marty,
Mr. Chair, I don't know if this is, Gonna take it for whether it's useful or not. My concern regarding the operations for meat being under the personnel is that actually for every person that's doing inspections, we don't quite have enough funds to cover those operational costs. So by actually adding personnel above that operational cost true up, we're actually creating a larger and larger deficit. And so I would argue, or I would propose to the board to consider putting the operations true up. And because only part of that's overtime. A lot of it is $400 hotel rooms and those kind of things in Kalispell. Maybe not 400, but 350. So that would be just the only thing I would offer for the board. Either one's great. I'm happy to have that as considered a priority by the board. It's something that's important just for context.
So,
There's not a problem switching them.
so you're saying that maybe those two
We should
priorities
go the
should
other
be
way.
switched the other way.
Based on what I know, that would be my recommendation, but I would defer to Brian or Mike to provide some additional context for that.
Brian, you have a comment?
Looking at you.
I think I agree with Sue that to a certain degree that those numbers should stay either flat or reduced if you were to get 4 FTE in the meat and poultry. But I mean, the difference between 2 and 3 is really the light of things is it doesn't matter.
Leave it as.
So I don't care if it gets switched back.
Well, we hope we're not, I mean, if we're talking the numbers 2 and 3 and we out of 9,
Yeah.
if they get up that far into our priority list.
That's my point.
Yeah,
We might be in
We're
trouble.
I take that back. A distinction without a difference.
Yeah, I guess that's great context. We're sitting here talking about as an agency having 9 decision packages. That is not even a bureau in BPHHS. So,
One of their divisions.
so hopefully, other than the fact that you can always account for the fact that I would say usually something on the list is going to get sacrificed just because it's been my experience that you'll work with your committee chair, whoever that might be, because we'll have a different subcommittee chair this time. And
So maybe we should have, what about this? And I guess we did, we said that the pickup is the
yeah,
bottom of the list.
we are hanging that out there, right? We're
Yeah.
hanging that out.
But Jake has a fallback.
Yeah.
Maybe we
So,
need to
all right.
throw something really silly in there, number 10.
Give them some.
Maybe we'll get the
low-hanging
truck.
fruit, is that expression.
They get picked up on pretty quick.
All right, so I'd entertain a motion to accept this priority list.
So move.
All right, second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Sue and a second by Greg to prioritize our requests for budget authority according to the chart that we have in front of us, and Mike will make a little more readable for us, or at least for the people that need it. Any more discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All right. Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
So, Mr. Chair, the next thing to do is House Bill 10. I don't think it'll take a long time. You guys were due for a break at 10:30. I think if you want to take your 10:30 break, we'll
Why don't we?
plenty final
It's
time.
been- My birthday is about 7.
You gotta remember, you can also hand it over.
Yeah.
So we're
Are
breaking.
we off?
This meeting. And we'll have discussion on potential HB 10 projects.
Yes. So the House bill, as I said this morning, board, the House Bill 10 deadline is coming up. If we're going to put in any IT projects, that's how the state handles the state IT plan. Once we put a project on there, it gets tracked by the state Information Technology Services Division, ITSD, at the Department of Administration. gets reported on quarterly or so to Legislative Finance Committee. So the projects that Buddy will give an update on that we got authority for back in 2019, that's how we got the budget authority to pursue those projects. And so Buddy has put together a list today I think these are in priority order, or yes, of 3 things that maybe we would like to do in the coming biennium and would need to have in House Bill 10. Yes, in tab 5. Sorry, Donna stuck it back with Central Services because I changed it on her. Because I figured we might as well talk about all this budget stuff at one time as opposed to breaking it up. So the 3 proposals that are there, one is animal health systems, and with a 400,000 number. So we do anticipate within the next 2 years that USA Herds is going to do some changes that will require us to spend money to upgrade. So here's the choice we have. We'll spend money to upgrade USA Herds, or we'll go out for a procurement process and see if USA Herds is still the system that Animal Health wants to use. Or if we don't have funding and they do upgrade USA Herds, we'll have to stay with our legacy. It won't, and I'm looking at Dr. Zaluski, it won't go away. But if we don't have the funding for the upgrades, we won't be able to get the upgrades. Or we'll have to get creative and figure out if we can save money somewhere in the budget to do various things. So that's what's going on with the animal health systems. That one I think is a little easier for the board to understand. The other 2 are a little bit more technical. Google AI, and that is working with the company Google. Artificial intelligence is what AI stands for. That would be putting in a system where we could scan paper forms and it would capture the information from those paper forms into our databases. So hopefully reduce data entry time and increase the ability to do compliance work. If we don't do that, we'll just continue typing them into the system and we'll probably continue to be a couple of months behind because, as you know, we get slammed with local inspections on paper and it takes some time to get them into the system. And I guess what I'm saying here is so you guys know, I don't think we're like personally tied, but we're looking at the different. I want to be able to present what it does, and if we don't do it, then what will we continue to have to do? And Snowflake, which is a very unfortunate name for an IT application, but this is another one that the state is working with. State ITSD is working with other agencies besides the Department of Livestock. We've looked at this as our ability to pull data from our different systems. So whether that's VADS at the lab, USA Herds, or whatever we end up using for animal health, a brand system, and being able to have more power in querying and pulling information. So I talked to Ms. Bacchus the other day, and as I told her, I said, you know, the power of something like Snowflake is, if she were to ask us to do a comparison of brand ownership to Department of Revenue records on per capita, we could do it with a query if we have Snowflake. If we don't have Snowflake, we can still do it, but it's pulling reports and then having staff manually do the comparisons. So that's what you're paying for if we do that. So there's a total of $1 million. If we were to pursue all these, that would be against our per capita fee balance that we've built. Buddy did, and I'll pass this around just so you can have it. One of the things we realized after the fact was that Buddy plugged in $65,000 of ongoing costs to maintain these systems. But what we hadn't backed out is that we're already spending money to maintain current systems and current things that this would be replacing. And so he came up with, you don't really have to worry about the ongoing costs, because if we did nothing and stayed with all the current systems we have, we still would have $65,000 worth of ongoing costs trying to maintain those systems. So the ongoing is a wash,
Yeah.
but the 1 million is definitely would be coming off of the per capita fee balance or brands balance, because some of this could be paid through brands, but as you know, there's not there's not as much funds there in the brands area. Google AI, for example, would be mostly focused on the brands area. Snowflake would be spread out across everybody. And the animal health system is all pretty much to the benefit of the animal health department. So that's what we have. Mr. Chair, I'll let you decide how you want to move forward with the decision-making process, but those are the ideas that we had. If we were going to put in to House Bill 10, these would be the things we could do. And Buddy's Hanneran is here in the room. If folks want more detailed technical explanations of these systems, because I've already exhausted my knowledge.
Me too.
Well, I guess I would rather see Buddy be there for information, but I'd like to hear from Dr. Zaluski, the justification. Where does this get us from where we are now? If we don't do this, where are we gonna be in 2 years down the line? And, or 5 years or whatever.
Yeah. Mr. Chairman, thank you. Marty Zaluski, for the record, I guess. So what Mike described is an evolution of the current software that the department uses or the Bureau uses to manage quarantines, traceability, animal ID information, imports of animals, those kinds of things. And the vendor that we are currently using, Acclaim, has been working on a new version, a complete rewrite of that software that we're using right now. And so I would kind of, and what they've told us though, is that they will continue supporting this old version after they transition to the new version. But I would equate this to kind of going from like this DOS for us that are old enough to remember that, to Windows almost. Maybe not quite that dramatic, but it is a significant upgrade for what these guys are doing. And so while we have been told that that the current software that we use will be maintained, I'm somewhat skeptical, and I would expect that any new features and fix requests and those kinds of things are going to get progressively more difficult and probably more expensive, right? So so we have a decision point to have right now, and I think it's a good opportunity here. We either basically play it really conservative and say, well, we just hope it lasts and kind of continue with the status quo where we pay about $30,000 a year for maintenance for a software that we purchased in 2011, or we wind up saying, okay, this is an opportunity where we not only look at this next version of the software from this one company, in addition to seeing what else the market has. And so this is what this request is. Basically, we are looking to, and we are asking for enough to be able to allow all of the current kind of providers to have a fair shot at Montana's business. So that way we can pick the best, not necessarily the most expensive one, but the best one that fits our needs. But we don't want to lowball it to be able to then exclude really, one or two of the potential vendors and basically select through our budget one over another. That's where we're at, if that's clear enough.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
Marty, have you looked into several systems?
We have. So the system that is the Windows version, the next edition of Acclaim, looks like it's kind of towards the higher end of what we're asking.
Mhm.
And then there's another competitor that is offering a free version or a version to USDA that the states have access to that would be significantly less. So those are the two big players. Additionally, Buddy has talked to us that a ServiceNow vendor that has kind of customized this other web. Buddy, we have to speak to this, but this other web development or web approach, that would also be another option that we would look at. We have actually previewed that software at the last fall's Western States meeting in Boise, Idaho. At that point, it was somewhat limited in functionality, but that doesn't mean that they wouldn't create additional things for additional modules for our needs. So at this point, there will be 3 options that I'm aware of, even without going to a kind of a solicitation process.
Mhm.
And I suppose when he mentioned ServiceNow is the product that we are replacing our current brands
Thank
system
you.
with. By this time next year, we'll have made that conversion. And that came out of the last House Bill 10 project.
Jay,
How much was the last House Bill
1.3.
10 that we asked for?
Mhm.
And we got it all.
Mhm. We did.
you gotta remember what this governor's
use it all?
focus
Well, this was in the 2019 session that we
Yeah.
got.
is. So, but, yeah.
I was just
so,
trying to compare totals,
Sure.
see if we're going way out crazy or.
So you have a question or comment?
Mr. Chairman, I think we just have to remember the things we tried to remember the times before. Make sure the system coordinates between the 3 departments and that you can get data back and forth and that it's easy to record and all of that kind of thing. Like also the other problem I guess we've had in parts of Montana is just not being able to get Wi-Fi, right? I don't know how you deal with that, but
They're putting broadband in, it's going in, I mean.
it's going in all over.
Yeah, it
To-
is.
to
But-
Really?
I was gonna say, to answer Ms. Brown's question, that's why when we're looking at technology, if it's something that, you gotta remember that not everything we operate with here in the office faces out to the customer. Some of it is our information.
Internal.
But for the things that face out to the customer that they have to interact with, that's where it's important that you have capabilities like offline capture, right? And then, because somebody's
Yeah.
not always gonna be sitting there with internet,
Right,
but they have to still have the ability maybe to capture that information, and then when they do connect to internet, that it pushes through to our system. So, yeah.
And to that point, Mike, so we talked about health certificates with some,
it's a big one.
to some extent in the previous meeting. So 2 out of these 3 packages already have the vendors have talked about or are in the process of development, a health certificate option that would be free to veterinarians to use. So
Nice.
that's another component. So
That's a big deal.
Jay,
So we've moved to ECVIs, and there's been a lot of discussion about brand inspections going that direction as well. Some other states have. So do these vendors, are they able to handle both of those operations? Or would you be looking at a different vendor for a brand in the future?
So the brand system, which we've already built, that's the ServiceNow platform that we're building in brands. So that'll give the capability
to do
for
your
electronic brand inspections, right? And so when we go live with that, our thought process is that we'll try to convert as much of our staff inspection to that as possible. Let our staff work out the kinks and then sort of work it out to local inspectors from there, a little organically, if you will, through the change management process versus what I call a heavy-handed approach of, on June 1st, everybody does it this way. We're not gonna roll things out that way. But with our staff, when we go do field inspections from the market, things of that nature, we'll be equipping them to utilize that functionality so that we can see how it works. So that's already built with the ServiceNow piece. I don't know how it relates to ECBIs or, we're already getting ECBIs in USA Herds, right? The current vendor.
there is preliminary use, kind of early use of the electronic health certificate module out of the USA Herds, so our current system. We don't have access to it. I was hoping that would be the case already in February and March, but there's been, after they deployed it, they had some additional fixes. So that's kind of the natural progression.
So I guess
So
piggyback
So
off that
USA
previous
Hertz
question,
is
maybe
going.
Buddy can answer it. So you're talking about Snowflake for integration. So if you do it other than the ServiceNow program that Marty said was web-based and they're working on. So if you went with the Acclaim for for this system, and you've got ServiceNow and the brands with Snowflake integration, integrate those two so that you could tie them together and a brand inspector could pull up and see if there's a health paper on that animal, or, I mean, are they gonna speak to each other out in the field, or is that only in the
That's the
office here,
question.
or?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Fettis, for the record, Buddy Hanrahan, I'm your bureau chief for IT. And you nailed it. You really did. Snowflake is going to bring the data from all those systems together, and we can make that available anywhere. What we're doing with the brand system is making sure we have that electronic health information tied to it. Looking into these systems that are coming, whatever we want to do, whether it's Herds or another vendor, these systems are going to be robust enough to provide that data interchange. We're making sure of that.
Okay.
So, buddy,
Yes, sir.
just so I'm clear, are you telling me that with Snowflake, we will have that ability to the brand inspection and the health certificate could be accessible to Marty or Ty or whoever, or without that Snowflake, is it still that accessible?
Mr. Chair, both ways actually, to a greater extent with Snowflake, because it's data not only from the current system, but from the legacy systems. So the brand, so just as an example, the brand issues that don't, or the brands that don't come forward into the new system. So 2011 and older inactive archive data won't come forward into the new system, but it'll be available in Snowflake. So, and that'll be available, that Snowflake should be available to anyone with network access. We can build a query, they can
Anyone
get.
who has security clearance.
True
Yeah,
that.
yeah,
yes.
yeah.
Yes.
My next question is, how secure are they?
These systems that we're looking at are FedRAMP secured. So they're as high as anything that SD has.
Privacy type thing.
Yes.
And that's the other thing with Snowflake, I guess we should mention, Snowflake, the cost of data storage in Snowflake is incredibly cheap. So if we were to do Snowflake, not only are we capturing the new information, but all the information from Fort Supply, when it eventually gets turned off, if we were to move away from USA, all that old data is going to get dumped there because the cost of storing it there is so cheap, and it'll be accessible to us through queries. And I think the example with Snowflake is, so now we're, if we envision the ideal world, and I'm going to talk about it in concept of ideal world. So current state would be, we're in a disease investigation and we get, we know that this person has had a positive diagnosis. And now we're using brands records, and we're doing a lot of manual comparison down in brands to find those movement records and to find those relationships and to find those sales. We should be able to do that through queries in the system versus a lot of that manual operation of trying to compare. And that's what the power of Snowflake should do. But I say it's an ideal world because, again, and that's where the Google AI, that's how all this stuff sort of fits hand in glove. What'll be missing is the 5 months of paper that's sitting on desks downstairs that hasn't been put in the system yet. And if we quicken that up, or get that to more real time, then we actually close that gap at some point in the future too.
So, yes, Jake.
So Alan and I on the drive up, we're talking about forged CVIs.
Yes.
So I guess that's where my question's coming from, is if a brand inspector goes and inspects the cattle that came into the state or import, or whatever it is. He pulls it up, sees there's not a health paper attached to it. He says, we got a problem, versus having to sort through paperwork and find it. It's an immediate,
Right.
you got a problem, these cattle don't move. So is that something in the field, they'll be able to see if there's a health paper attached to that brand or?
What actually drove, that was even before Buddy's time. What even drove the conversation about electronic brand inspection? The roots of that were in our performance audit from the legislative audit division on brucellosis. How many years ago, Mark? 4 or 5 years ago?
Yeah, probably, yeah.
And one of their findings was about real-time compliance. So when they were thinking about it in concept of DSA, they're saying, why would you not be working towards a system where a local inspector who's inspecting cattle that should be tested, this is a movement that should be tested, that they could then link up with lab data to say, oh, yeah, there's a test record on file for this, and do that real-time compliance versus what Dr. Liska was doing, which is after the fact, looking at those, like getting the brand inspections a month or two later, and then going back and asking the lab and correlating that.
Whoops,
It's already
bring those
been
back.
done.
Yeah, and so that was actually that we are trying to, that was actually
Yeah.
one, when we started talking about electronic brand inspection, we were really trying to figure out how we address that audit finding of that gap in compliance. But once you fix that gap, you fix a lot of other gaps at the same time. And so, like you
Mhm.
said, checking on, all right, I'm getting ready to move these cattle. Is there a CBI, right? Is there, can I check multiple layers of compliance on this movement versus just doing the brand's ownership check?
And I think that's where I was getting at. Is when we look at biosecurity for the state, we're way behind.
Mhm.
But if this can help us catch up for traceability, disease trace, investigate all of that, to me, it's a no-brainer, but.
And basically, we can capture this information without the premise ID and the individual animal. I mean, a lot of the information without the sacred cow, the individual animal ID that's in some database somewhere that people or some people are opposed to. We still can function as a department and be fairly fleet of foot at getting to any problem that might pop up. That, and this is all a package. It's basically an efficiency.
Yeah.
Package.
Yeah, I was
The
saying
first
that.
one, maybe not so much. The second and third are more efficiency types.
Exactly. There's certainly, I think what we presented today is that you could do any one of these without the other, but if you do them all together, they sort of build on each other. So you could do, you could say, well, we're going to look at making sure we put ourselves in a position to purchase the upgrades to USA Herds or go out for procurement for a new system for animal health. And we think Snowflake's good, but we don't want to do Google AI. You could do it that way. What you lose is, and I don't know, it depends on whether you view it as a lose, or what you leave in place is, we know we'll still have a lot of paper coming in, and how do we, get that paper into the system as timely as we can. But you could, if you did animal health and Google AI, but you didn't do Snowflake, there's some things we would gain, but we'd still be a little bit in manual comparison world because all of our data would not be in sort of a central location or a central hub that we could query and compare. And I think one of the things we've talked about a lot at the board table, one of the things I've realized in my time is, the department is not siloed at all. I mean, that information, whether it's brands information, lab testing data, CVIs, import certificates, there is a nexus where sort of all that information touches at some point in time. And I think historically, the department, we always viewed it very, brands is brands and animal health is animal health and lab is the lab. But we've had some experiences that have taught us that there are times where we're pulling from all of that to try and get a picture of what's going on and figure out what the proper response is. Or as we've talked about, our staff are doing a great job. You brought up the Forge CVIs that was in a report I sent a couple weeks ago that our staff caught, and thank God they caught it. They did a great job. But hopefully we get better at catching that and make it easier for us to catch it, to get that compliance level very high.
Well, now, I guess that's a selling point for that Google AI is catching something while you still have an opportunity to correct it before it's 2 months down the road, the cattle are gone or moved on or whatever.
So 2 questions. The lab currently uses VADS, right? Is that right? So VADS will play in the snowflake, it'll all, everything just goes together. Beautifully.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Just wanted to double check. Second question, the Google is to scan hard copy paper brands into the system
And store. Which
and
is,
store it. But
yeah.
you're still gonna be a week behind because they gotta mail them, if not more.
Mhm.
So you're still not gonna be real time. I mean, it'll be there, it'll be stored, but those cattle are already gone.
Yeah.
If it's a week.
No,
And how many of the local inspectors are sending them once a month?
Too many.
But then you're a month behind.
Mm.
So it's helping with data entry, but it's not helping keep us in real time, really.
And hopefully helps us chew through a little bit through the, because I don't know where we're at right now. So I don't know if you want to venture a guess as to if we were to say how far we are behind. I know we have historically run, and it's been something that I've had a struggle with for the 6 years that I've been here, that we typically run 5-6 months behind on that. And we've thrown temps at it. I mean, at one time we brought in 2 temps and we still didn't catch up. And it was, and again, if I went down and talked to Brands today, without Google AI, they'd probably say we need temps again because we need to catch up. And so we're trying to figure out ways to do it. But what I would hope is that the Google AI in time becomes unnecessary, because if we, and I don't really have a thought of how long it takes to get there. It's probably longer than we want it to be. But if we ever get to the point where the vast majority of our inspections are done electronically and are syncing into our system once people get to an internet connection, and the level of paper that's coming in falls off, then Google AI, at some point, there's a planned obsolescence there, right? That at some point, Google AI becomes something that we have less of a need for. And when that day comes, we shut it down, and then we no longer have any more ongoing costs associated with it if we get there.
Okay, so that brings in more questions, just because I like this stuff. So with Google AI, what's your estimate on how far behind you would be versus today?
Well, I'm thinking, like I said, eventually, I think when we get there, you pointed out that now it's the lag time of
May.
local inspectors getting it here.
So
right?
you
That's
could
your
still,
lag
on some of them, you could still realistically be a month behind.
time. Right.
If they send them in. Okay,
Damage has been done.
yeah, I mean, the cattle are gone, things have moved. Yeah, like Sue said, damage has been done. My other question is, that's $425,000. I could use that much money. Can you give me an idea? Are we talking 2 years till the brand system is in place, or 10? Because if I'm looking at 2 years and I'm looking at $212,500 in cost per year, or 10 years at $42,500, that makes a big difference on that initial investment. I don't want to spend $425,000 and in 2 years we have a new system and we just blew $212,000
You don't
a
think
year.
I got us our money back?
No, I doubt.
Mr. Fettis, Mr. Chair, the brands portion of the new system is scheduled for production end of July this year. Now, that's just brands, that's not inspections and markets. Inspections and markets, we're looking this time next year. They're saying March. I'm leaning on the heavy side because I know how that thing works. Thinking it's going to be about this time next year. We'll be up and running with that now. Again, like Director Honeycutt said,
we can only force employees to use it.
Yeah.
So local inspectors are still gonna be on paper, the ones that don't wanna change to any device, anywhere, anytime, which is what we're looking at. You can pull out your phone
Yeah.
and do the inspection on your phone. It's that.
So
And
you're
there's
looking at
a-
possibly a 2-year rollout once it's completed this time next year. I mean,
I would say that's fair, and probably 10 years, a generation until the paper stops.
Well, I think you'll see I just want to make sure, I think you'll see a very similar situation to ECBI, right? So how long have ECBIs been around?
Just in general, probably in some form or another, probably 5 years, 6 years, right? Because we started with the PDFs.
So I think if you think that customer group, which actually might be a little more progressive than the group we're talking about now.
Significant.
You know, it took you 6 years to get to 95+%, and then you still have a few holdouts. And so I think, so you're probably looking, and I guess you'd say, I think you're probably looking at a 5 to 7 year window to get to a significant percentage. And then you'll have a few that will stay on their paper until they no longer want to be an inspector, or, you know, or no longer can inspect for one reason or another. Not because we force them to, but just because they retire or whatever. On the local inspector side, you'll get to that point, right? Just like we did with ECBIs, where you have 90+% doing it this way, but you'll still have a few that'll say, I'm only going to inspect if you send me a book. And then you have to make decisions there.
Greg, did you have?
Just a thought process here. We're talking local inspectors mailing their stuff in.
Mhm.
Technically, with this scan and recognize, they can scan it, email it in, and it picks it up and puts it right in the system. So they shouldn't theoretically have to send paper in.
We hadn't thought about that. You just gave us a new idea.
And Mr. Witchman, Mr. Chair, I believe that is an accurate statement. The issue is going to be that they get all the attachments correctly with them, but they have to send it in paper with all the correct attachments as well. So I believe that could be a viable route to take.
And you're pushing it out to them to just scan it.
And, or even
Versus-
just take a picture of, use.
Well,
your
if you
phone,
can
take
use
a
your
picture.
Picture.
Use the
Yeah.
phone, it would really, I think it would speed it up, and it'd be a lot easier for people to step into it. I mean, to scan it, you know, is a little more difficult, but. what you just do your phone
Anybody
and
can
send,
take a
Google
it's
AI
there.
isn't just one giant scanner. We're gonna have down in the brands department. Anybody could take a picture of it, scan that in, it'll scan that info into Google AI and shoot it to our system. Okay, now you just sold me on it. I wasn't sold on it
So,
before,
but-
but that changes,
Yeah,
that brings your lifetime down significantly. If they,
yeah, because otherwise, if you're talking 1 month or 6 months,
who cares? It's done.
yeah.
The damage is done. But if they can do it,
And
and most of these local inspectors, I would guess 90+% are gonna have a smartphone that can take a picture, and you're still gonna have a few holdouts that have flip phones. That's just reality, but.
But I'll guarantee you, most of them would rather take a picture of that
heavens, yeah.
thing and send it off than go through gathering them up, pulling them out, making sure everything's there and
And putting a stamp on it.
yeah. and send
Hard
it.
copies will still come in, but the data will be,
They're not avoiding the mail.
the
You
data
still
will be
need
in
to
fast.
Right.
So you'd be closer to real time.
Because
Yes, that's where I'm looking. I want to be as close to real time as
Great
possible.
point.
So if there's a problem, we can deal with the problem and not go back and try to figure it out.
Because what we didn't mention on the technology side of this with Google AI is that there's actually a process of we'll have to, it's a bot, right? We got to train it. And so
Mhm.
you feed a number of forms through it and it trains itself, and then you can kind of, where it's got areas where it's not putting something in the right place, and so we have to get it trained to where it knows that form and knows where to put that information. But I'm assuming you can train it off what we're talking about here too, somebody sending in a picture. long as, you know, you can train the bot to read that.
Mhm.
I believe so. The PDFs and pictures that are already in the system that they're using to train currently, as an example, are working just fine. So I don't know why a different source for the document would make a difference.
So I'm kind of just doing a little math on your, instead, it's somewhere between that 212.50 and the 42.5 is probably our per year cost is going to be in the $60,000-$70,000 range, and when this system is no longer needed. So I mean, you know, it'll still be there. We paid for it, but to amortize the cost over a usable time frame.
Yeah, Mr. Chair, great example. Although the thing that we haven't discussed is the areas that we haven't really delved into yet. Input forms at the lab. There's a possibility that those could come in and be automatically processed into the system. Any paper form that we take for forevermore could be processed and learned and put in. So I think there's a longer lifespan on that system than I think it outlives me, honestly.
When we're completely paperless, we'll have no need for
I wouldn't even go there, honestly.
it. Yeah,
Somebody's sending a spreadsheet by email
right.
and that people have to read the spreadsheet and put the data into a system. We can automate that with this system. So.
Mr. Chairman, I
Yes.
guess the last question is it the newest technology that most of the United States is using, I guess?
Mrs. Brown, Mr. Chair, this is new enough, at least to the state of Montana, that they have Google, the representatives from Google have been here
Mhm.
to sell it to us, and they've sat around this exact table. I can't say that no one is using this technology, but we are breaking ground with this technology, with the forms that we have, for sure.
But we'll be able to send information to Wyoming, Colorado, Iowa, blah, blah, blah. And they will have systems that are compatible.
Yes, ma'am. The data from Google AI will actually go into our existing systems. So as we're upgrading the brand system, it will go straight into the marketing and inspection system. Any other forms that we figure out how to read, that data will go straight into our existing systems. The Snowflake data we can query and send in an Excel spreadsheet. We can get it down to as simple of an output as that. So I believe it to be very user-friendly on the output.
Jake,
Sorry, one last one, then I'll quit. So why can't every department in the state use Google AI?
that's in
Why
one
can't
time
we
only.
spread that cost over every department
That was gonna be like that.
and each pay a portion of it? Every department has paperwork.
Mr. Pettis, Mr. Chair, I agree 100%. One of the first comments that I made to the chief data officer about both Snowflake and Google was that I believe them to be an enterprise level program. Unfortunately, we are one of about 4 or 5 showing interest in Google. And I think there's a few more in Snowflake. We actually have 2 organizations, 2 departments that are already fully functional in Snowflake. We're not leading the pack on that one.
So
Which
why
probably
can't,
explains why the cost is lower.
Yeah. So could we spread that 425,000 out over the 4
Well, it'd be
departments that are
bigger,
looking at it?
it would be more than that when you expand it out. But if you've had any experience in a bunch of the state programs, half of them don't work as they say they will anyway. Like, try to do it with the Department of Revenue and get something done to pay your stupid fees.
Mr. Chair, if I may,
yes,
the cost, the majority of the cost in Google is learning.
So unfortunately, it's because our form isn't a standard form,
Yep. that makes
it's
sense.
expensive. That's where the
No,
expense,
that answers it. I was just
Gotta
curious.
train it.
gotta train.
Okay, now I have a question. Not a tech question, but a dollars and cents question. So we already approved, I don't know how much money that we went through here right before break of one-time money that we were gonna take out of our bank account.
Yes,
And
sir.
now we're talking about another $1 million here out of our bank account. You know, our discussion earlier was that we need this bank account. We don't need it to get excessive, but we don't want to deplete it.
That's a good question.
Okay, so you took out 150,000 for, or no, that's on. What did you take out for? You took out 275, right?
Yeah, for
capita fee
for
one time
lab, yep.
earlier. Yeah, for the lab mostly, and I think a vehicle. So this is gonna add a million to that, but I'm gonna direct you back to the 8.3 million that's in there. And then you just have to decide if that's acceptable. I mean,
Right.
I think it's acceptable, but you know, I'm comfortable with it, if that means anything.
Are you
You'll make up the difference if there's.
How many cows you gonna tax?
I am pretty much comfortable with it. And back to Ms. Brown's question earlier, to a certain degree, when you look at, in 2021 and 2020, and we took in nearly 500,000 of per capita fee that we didn't spend, and it went into the bank. So we've been growing it, at least in my time being here, 750,000 a year. So we've been growing it faster than I had projected we were going to grow it. Now, that's not true of 2022 and 2023. So I think we've built a cushion that we can expend at this point. That number has grown over the last 4 years substantially.
So what's the pleasure of this board as far as how you want to handle it? One, each individual,
To you guys. I mean, yeah.
yeah, that's what I'm asking. Do you want to do each individual, 1, 2, and 3 individually, or you want to do them as a package? Or,
I think honestly, like Mike said, I think you almost do it as a package. Because you're either doing it all and moving ahead, or we're holding something back.
Yeah.
So I don't want to spend the money. These numbers blow my mind.
Yes.
Okay, but on the other hand, do you move the whole project forward, or do you just hold it back at 70% for a while?
well, I agree. That was my thought, but I didn't want to be a top-down guy. So that's why I asked you, Jake, because you're at the bottom of this, the youngster here at the bottom of the end of the table.
Yeah, you've been paying for it longer.
And I should point out the management reality here too. There's a reason why we didn't, I mean, sometimes these things might actually stretch out beyond this biennium. So if whatever money you commit here gets pretty much put aside, and we know we've got that obligation. But one, we may get delayed by just implementation, right? And so it could go beyond the biennium. The other thing that could happen too is we could have a need at some point in the next 2 years to be more conservative, and may say, well, hold on a second, this part of implementation might have to wait another year before we can actually move forward with it, because we need to be cautious about something. So it's not like once we do it, you're complete, just like all of the things you approved this morning. It's budgeted authority. You're not really locked into having to do it if circumstances change at some point in the future, and we need to be more cautious and conservative.
Okay. So I'd entertain a motion to accept the 3 proposals for IT improvements.
So moved.
Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
All right, we have a motion by Sue, a second by Jake. Any more discussion?
So this, my question is, well, this is a budget authority.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, we're putting that
One-time
budget authority
To in-house bill.
into House Bill 10, yes. And then, of course, it has to pass in House Bill 10, right? It has to make it through that process. And then once it's in there, like you said, it's budgeted authority that we may pull back on or whatever if we have to.
And that includes the ongoing maintenance fees in your,
Ongoing cost.
Yeah.
okay, you're comfortable with that on the second ongoing?
Yeah, and I think what we presented is even if we stay with the status quo, we still have ongoing maintenance that we're already paying for
The
the
same.
legacy systems that we have.
Yeah. But it's itemized on this
Right.
sheet here that we have annual maintenance and storage or whatever. So. All right, there other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same carry, same sign. Motion carried. We're moving into the digital age.
Drag me.
Yeah.
All right, Mr. Chair, I will try to catch this up because Mr. Tidwell is in the room.
All right.
And I don't think it'll take me 45 minutes to update you on these things. Hopefully it'll take me about 10 minutes to update you. The update on department salary analysis is no answer yet. So that's a pretty easy update. On drought and water supply committee, I just want to make sure, and one, with new board members, that they know that I go to those meetings once a month. The next during the water year, the next one is next week. The big report from the first water year meeting in May, not a surprise to anyone, is that we're still under drought. Even with the moisture that we received, it didn't catch us all the way up. May 1 is sort of the start of the grazing season for the FSA programs. And on day 1, we were already in most counties in Montana at a secretarial designation of emergency for drought, which opens up loans and other FSA programs for that. So that was for most of the state. I will say we know about the dryness on the east, and we know about the dryness in the southwest, but sort of the and we know that the north central part of the state above Lewistown and across the High Line has kind of got left out of some of these storms, so they're in a little bit worse shape. But I think the thing that was interesting from the last meeting is that the Rocky Mountain front and the other side of the divide in the northwest had been a little bit better stories for us last year. Not great, but better. But now they're showing dryness that is starting to catch them up. So that's what we've been talking about at the Drought and Water Supply Committee meeting. I guess the thing that I'll say just for humor's sake is when the representative from NOAA gave us the good news that there's signals of another La Nina coming, which is typically cooler and wetter during the winter. But as he pointed out, the forecast models have shown La Nina for the last 3 years and it didn't happen the last 2. So he said, flip a coin and see if it happens. But some good news, bad news and good news. Good news is this cool spring has held some moisture high for the irrigation systems. Bad news is we didn't have much low elevation moisture. And so we normally get some runoff at this time of year that we're not getting. So I'm not telling anybody here at this table anything they don't know, but that's what's being talked about. The other thing that was talked about that's a little bit out of scope for drought and water supply, but the question came forward was about, the snowstorms in the east and how they hit us and hit people at calving, and there was death loss. And so a lot of people have been asking, particularly from areas like Richland County, Webo County, about what resources there are for the high numbers of death losses. But we've been pointing people to the FSA program, but the FSA program, the livestock indemnity program, is not ideal because it pays, I believe, 75% of a national average. And if you lost a calf that would have eventually been a replacement heifer, 75% of value of that calf today is not what you've really lost to your operation. It doesn't make you whole in that respect. And I would imagine, based on the cattle numbers we're seeing, that those costs are going to go up if you're trying to build your numbers back up, and some people will be. So we didn't have a great answer. There is no state fund out there that pays for that. And the FSA program is not perfect in paying for that. And the other thing is you've got to have death loss above what's considered normal. You're on the FSA state committee, so you know all
Not
the stuff
anymore.
I'm talking about, but while I was in Eastern Montana last weekend, talking to some producers, you know, they said, well, for us, FSA considers 5% normal, but really in reality, 2 and 3% is high, because they normally only experience about 1%. So they've experienced maybe 3 times what they normally have, but to USDA, it's not normal, because they put a tack at 5%. So there's still some struggles there. Mid-year next week in Sydney is Montana Stockbrokers Association. I'll be there on Friday for the Cattle Health and Brands Committee parts of their meeting. And then I'm scheduled to be at Montana Farm Bureau mid-year on June 14th for their Cattle Health Committee, I believe is what you guys call it, or Livestock Committee. I can't remember the name of it. So I'll be there for their meetings in Fairmont, a little easier trip than Sydney. And then next thing on the agenda for you guys to be aware of is we have our next Section C, which is our budget section, interim budget committee meeting on June 15th. So I'll have there'll be about 30 minutes on their agenda dedicated to us. The fiscal analyst will tell them how he thinks we're doing, and then I have to be there for questions or anything else that we want to share with that committee. And then last, the only thing that I need, and I do need action on this, is this is late breaking information, just got added on the agenda the other day, is our Human Resources Officer, Ms. Sheila Martin, will be leaving the department on June 8th. And kudos to her. She is able to retire from state government and has been hired by the VA in a federal job. And as she explains to me, once she does 5 years in her federal job, there's a lot of benefits to that, and she can draw her state retirement along with it. And so it's a very, very good move for her, but that leaves me in a position to need to get a human resources, because we only have one human resources person in the department. And so I need to get moving on getting that job posted and hired as quickly as I can after her last day on the 8th.
So you want to do that right now then?
Yeah, I was gonna make sure the board
So
wants to
moved.
hire a HR.
I move we try to hire a new human resources person.
Okay, we have a second. Okay,
Second.
all right, we have a motion by Sue, second by Jake. Any discussion to offer opening to human resources? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried.
Yep,
All right.
and after her date, until we get somebody on board, I'm the human resources officer, so that should scare all of us.
I was just gonna say, that's why Sue motioned it so quickly. She didn't want you in charge.
You can't start looking now.
Oh, yeah,
Can't start posting
and Gene asked me that question to ask, you know, reputationally around town, I think we have a good reputation. We're a small agency, so I'm hopeful that, you know, some of these bigger agencies, some of those people will be looking for what they think is a slower pace. I shouldn't tell too many secrets, but I'm hopeful that with the number of state HR people around the Capitol complex here, that will be an attractive place to land, because we are a smaller agency.
One man show.
And right, and that's the other thing too. You're not part of a big team with lots of layers of bureaucracy. So I'm hopeful that we'll be able to attract some good candidates for that. And with that, that is the end of my updates and discussions. And I got us almost to predator control on time. Only 15 minutes late.
No worries. Very good.
So, yeah, are you going, well, go ahead, sit down.
Yeah,
Introduce
yeah.
yourself. I mean,
I'm here. Good to be with you, Mr. Chair, members of the board, Dalen Tidwell, USDA Wildlife Services State Director. Great opportunity to see you face to face. The Zoom thing kind of was getting old, in my opinion, so it was good. Got to be on a road trip up in Eureka Monday, Tuesday, and made my way back through Havre on last night to stock grower meeting and then down here. So it was great to fit it all in. Up Haver Country, their big discussion of passing a cattle petition up in that country again, through North Shoto and Blaine and Hill and even Phillips County, asking a lot of questions and getting.
None of those counties have a cattle.
They do not, no. So in fact, we were at Phillips County here, was it last week, having the same discussion.
Because last year, I thought Phillips County was pushing pretty hard and they were gonna have the vote. Did they not have a vote or?
I guess not. Yeah, it's kind of a long time coming. We're in a really good position now. We've got our agency pilot up in Turner, Scott Snyder. And so, I mean, they have the fixed wing right in their backyard. And so it's timing's right for them to get back.
If you don't want to see that plane, just fly out over your place.
Yeah, and leave,
Sign up, huh?
exactly. So anyway, real good chance to be here in person. I hope to kind of make this more of my normal routine to come visit with y'all, but I guess, yeah, I don't want to try to slow us down too much at all. Just I'm sure very interested in your new helicopter. That's, I'm sure, a good topic to catch you up on. Things are still progressing. Well, we got into kind of a, we asked, well, when can it happen? We thought, well, if it goes past April, the worst things have happened. And then it got to June, and then, it's kind of one of those perfect storms of parts and supply and where you get stuff. And I mean, it's like the same story we hear everywhere else, but we do have a console. We talked about having an initial instrument rated machine. Was this console so large you literally could see out over the console, and so we had to identify and find a new panel to bring all those gauges into the center out of eyesight so you can hunt out of the thing. Of course, the hunting window and the high skid gear, that's all in place. So basically we're working on, I understand, the gauges to be installed in the wiring to get lined out. Now I will give total, I don't like the word excuses, but reasoning why it's just continued to kind of be on the next project. One, we're not in any dire need. I mean, we got good machines that are flying right now, so we're keeping up with it. So I learned long ago, you don't put a lot of pressure on your aircraft mechanic. You make sure he takes his time, does what he needs to do, and keep us safe. So I don't put pressure, but at the same time, recognizing that he's been doing very well, getting things going. But in the meantime, just to give you an idea, 95 Tango, the 500 here out of Helena, had to have a new transmission, full overhaul, get that swapped out in the process. 62 Charlie, the OH58 over there in Billings, the whole hot section just was replaced. And they kind of have the number 1 and number 2 wheels, and the 3 and the 4, well, two timeout before the other 2, but you got to do all 4 anyway. It's one of those things in the tune of like $140,000, kind of an overhaul. So our mechanic's been busy. So that's what I'm talking about. Is I don't feel pressured, but I do know that he's getting it wrapped up. Again, he kept saying June be a good timing to be comfortable, get it in the air and get it going. And not to mention that same mechanic also takes care of our fixed wing, 752 and 57 Zulu, the new fixed wing that we've got up and going. And so we're getting good use out of him. Everything's good. So I don't want you to feel like we're dragging that out at all. It's just a matter of keeping daily work going and this extra bonus benefit that we have coming up, and we're getting ready to go. Because the benefit of that, putting that ship into the rotation is going to be awesome. We should never be down for maintenance, in other words, because we'll always have that extra third ship to go to.
So you're telling me, it sounds to me like you almost had one down through the spring.
Yeah.
Out of your,
Yeah, about the time the other one got up, but it was a couple, 2 weeks on the turnaround, and kind of get to it because he knew we had to get back in the air. But and speaking of maintenance contract, we do go through every 5 years, a full-on bid process where across the country, they have to bid on who can take care of our aircraft. And we just finalized that. Again, Helen Aircraft was the one that we chose to maintain our ships for all the reasons that we know, quality of work and the history that we have with him. So it's a good thing. So that keeps us up to date. Now, just overall hours. I believe last time I mentioned, we were just quickly scratching out, we were 80 hours behind on the season. The weather has been just obnoxious really for flying purposes. I mean, it's nice to see the moisture and the clouds come by, but then the wind comes, and about the time the wind quits, the snow hits, and not enough snow to hunt great. And it's honestly, the pilots have been just griping to me that this is one of the worst flying weather season we've ever had. And so I got crunching numbers to make sure I understood where we were in time compared to even last year. And just compared to last year, we are about, where'd my little notepad go here? So about 200 Hobbs hours shy of basically our pace that we would normally be at this time of year. And we are wrapping up the season. I would argue that, that's a pretty good snapshot of the whole season, but we're down off about 200 hours off of normal pace, just not being able to get out. And then I think, Mr. Chair, last time he asked me how many cows does that equal, so I got to think, there's a pretty good way to quantify that just based on historical records and that compared to this time last year. And please know that there's so many variables involved in that, ranches and locations, but about 700 coyotes off of the pace that we, would expect on from a year to year.
So just to put it in a little more perspective so percentage wise, so 200 hours and you would normally fly 2,000 in that time frame?
Yeah, I've got 1,000. So taking that same block of time, and I just took a 1 year snapshot from last year to this year, and kind of saying, hey,
we're not going to hold your feet.
Okay, yeah, it's 1,000 over 1,000 hours last year, and then we're already at about 805.
So
right
we're
now.
25% or 20% anyway down.
Yeah, and I will mention, I mean, we've been pedaling hard just maybe even the last three to 4 weeks to take advantage of any good weather. And so a lot of that has actually come up.
Sure.
It was looking pretty downhill for most of the season, and now we've been pushing really hard to get out and cover everybody. But with that said, we're not getting those calls. I mean, it's when I say covered everybody, we don't have a big waiting list. We're all caught up. Now it's just putting out the daily fires that we get the calls come in. So numbers down, it's kind of all a relative thing to what we deal with. But as far as providing the service, I think we're still on par. Nobody's. I don't feel the pressure that people aren't getting what they need. If I'll move on. Any questions for aircraft or anything going?
Mr. Chair, I'll just add, I want to thank Dalen and make sure I tell him thank you, because the last interim budget committee meeting I went to, because of some actions in some other agencies, aircraft usage became a topic of conversation, and all of us got asked about our aircraft and how they were being used, and were they being used to ferry staff to appointments and meetings and things of that nature. As I say, one of my colleagues messed up there, and we all got the question. And the legislator who was probing it ended up asking the fiscal analyst for us to provide proof of our aircraft usage, and Dalen and their pilots turned that information over to us. We're able to get that over. I'm sure I'll get asked about it at the next interim budget committee meeting on the 15th, but I can absolutely report that our aircraft are being used to aerial hunt, and that the only people who are on those aircraft are people who are certified to be on those aircraft, that have gone through the aircraft safety training that USDA does and are actual hunter trappers working for USDA. They're not being used to ferry staff around the state. And so I appreciate Dalen putting me in a position to be able to clarify that if that becomes a topic of conversation here in a couple of weeks.
Yep, definitely. That's we're in the predator control business is what we do. Good, so, but I guess you all are probably interested in basic staffing issues or not issue, changing in staffing. We had a vacancy in the Harlowton area, which would be Golden Valley, Wheatland, and then a third of Marr County. Our awesome specialist, Cody Canope, new family, everything. And anyway, got an opportunity to go back home to Wisconsin with Wildlife Services. So he took a job back in Wisconsin and left that vacancy there for us. And so we've just finished filling that and offered the job to Luke Peebles. And some of you may know Luke, excellent specialist out of North Shota. Well, actually, he was kind of our rover. He was at Grizzly Bear Court, seasonal specialist who would be able to move around that whole front area. And he's a good hand, really good hand. So we're excited to have him move right over in the Harlowton area and just pick right up. I'll mention his district right now has the most sheep of all our guys in the country right now, or at least in our state. The Wildlife Services worked with. So he'll be busy and keep that going as well. And in the past, I've introduced you to Doug Eckberg, our new district supervisor, who actually replaced me in the eastern half of the state. He's on the ground, literally just running. I'm pleased to have him. I knew Doug previously and knew his history, knew what he was about, and I use the term like turnkey kind of a guy. He came to us just ready to go and take care of business, and he helps, makes me look good. I really like him. So he's already been certified gunner, had been down to ATOC to get trained. So he's been in the air and he's filling in behind Cody Canope. And I mean, we're already, out of Harlowton there, and we're already getting a lot of miles out of him. So I'll just give my report there, just saying we're in good shape. Otherwise, all other positions, well, we will have to fill in behind Luke here shortly. But all other positions are filled. I am projecting the succession. We've got, I think maybe four of our specialists over 69 years old. And so we're in that stage of moving, and trying to get guys ready to go and fill those historical positions that are, I cringed thinking of all literally hundreds of years of expertise that we might lose in kind of that retirement phase. But they're going hard and strong. We keep them going. But that is kind of something on the horizon that I'm definitely being prepared for.
The other thing that comes to mind is there still a vaccine mandate, federal?
Yes, and it's, boy, I didn't get much sleep over that either for a long time. And it all kind of now is softened out to, they send out weekly reports of all counties across the entire nation that are deemed in that high, medium, or low risk category based on how many at the hospitals are showing up, which then puts us into, if we had a government office in that county, it would determine whether we had to be masked to enter the office and or be weekly tested for the employees. Occasionally I see a blip or two of our Montana counties show up on that high category. All our specialists work from their home, no office. They have to worry about the masking. And then in turn, luckily so far I haven't even have to address the weekly testing. Just literally based on the county that the special happened to be in versus the neighboring county, which, yeah, he drives there, but it was kind of a high for the moment. And that's just been, I want to say 3 or 4 counties that have had that little blip to even make me have to jump into that scenario. But just to make it more simply put, we've kind of just let it go and just work as businesses.
So that's different than the vaccine mandate. Is there still?
The mandate is,
that still
it's still,
a gray cloud?
Yes, so that means these individuals have done their exemption, the particular ones that would qualify for the testing situation, that they've become exempt through an accommodation, either religious or other accommodations that they signed up for originally. So it just really would be the testing that would impact them if it goes there, but it just hasn't gone there for us.
'Cause I know your latest hire.
Yeah,
Is that?
correct, yeah. So yeah, as long as that county doesn't become a hot spot, the testing issues will be not a problem. Yeah, so that's kind of keeps us up to date on staffing. Well, I do want to, right there, timing, I do want to address, of course, as you all know, annually, we have our agreement. End of June is when it comes due. I just contacted Ann. She's getting the new agreement out soon as we speak. And if I understand it, you kind of have to bear with me getting into all the nuances, but we send in one kind of like a placeholder with a figure, a dollar amount, and then that allows the system and the works to keep functioning until you all come to a final budget approval, and then those final numbers get relayed back and we can
Yeah,
fine
we
tune
we
that.
typically have done, we have to do a placeholder with essentially what we project it to be so that you guys can start spending against it in your system.
Mhm.
But we won't know the final number until we get to the end of per capita, which is coming up here in a few days. And we're able to do the calculation of what goes to those 3 counties, and then the board approves that. And then once we subtract that out, we know what the solid number is for. And then we do an addendum to the agreement, changing the projected number to the actual number.
Yeah, so we're just to put that on the heads up that is going to be in the works here through June. And we'll work closely on the dollar amounts as it comes forward. Otherwise, I think as a program full, I feel confident we are worried about cattle numbers. We did run the numbers just this morning. Craig got through the Department of the Treasury, Department of Revenue, I guess, issues of the cattle numbers, and maybe y'all made, or probably up on this as well, but in the snapshot of these last February numbers, really, we did not see a huge decline. Maybe that's what per capita is showing, obviously, as well.
Yeah.
We are prepared for that, delay approach of the sell off, and we recognize that may impact our operating budget going forward. But
And I was just mentioning, you talk about the cattle numbers, please, because I just worked through this with another county. The cattle petition is going through the county commissioners, right? That they can get, one of the first steps I always tell people on our side who are looking at a petition is you need to get that listing of per capita by producer for your county. Because that's how you're gonna know when you hit that 51% threshold, because it's 51% of the ownership of cattle, not 51% of producers. So you kind of got to, and so those per capita numbers gives people a starting place when they start to do their petition to know how they're getting to the threshold, that then they can take that to the county commissioners.
yeah, that's exactly that discussion's fresh on my mind. That's why I just kind of wanted to bring up the cattle numbers, is because we're right in that. And then we do renew those MOUs with each of the counties each June is when that goes back out through the stock growers and the wool growers that we work with directly. So that's
So how is the federal funding, John here a couple of years ago was seeing quite a bit of cutting in his federal funding. So are you, is it stabilized, or are you still?
it's one of those. No, it's not. But it's also, what is it, June now, and we haven't got our budget yet. I mean, it's kind of pushed to that level where we've understood that there's still some cuts and things that have come, other funding that is a part of it. It's kind of, it's an ebbs and flow kind of situation, but on a general
we work off the continuing resolution, which, you know, is standard to what it was last year, kind of in hopes that it stays the same. But I can't tell you. The word is that there are gonna be some cuts, no doubt. And so we're looking forward into these other options, plannings of secured funding that allows us to, well, even working through, you know, the cattle petitions and whatnot. That's a crucial part of keeping the guys on the ground. Because it runs at about a 60-40 split on those cattle petitions. About 40% goes to supporting the crew, the ground, you know, and then the other 60% to aerial operations. So we rely pretty heavily on that. And so all this is kind of coming to that piece of the puzzle, knowing the crystal ball and the futures of how much cattle numbers, where that's going to go will affect us. But in general terms, that federal fund is pretty stable. I'm not seeing a lot in terms of predator, lethal predator control.
All right, anybody else?
You got what, as far as bears, what are we seeing there?
Big influx right now up in the North Glacier County, Blackfeet Reservation is kind of our big hot spot significantly here in the last little bit. It's kind of the standard starts in the north and then Madison will start picking up here shortly. I did get, and it's in the moment, but a snapshot to say we're sitting at higher than the last 2 years already in the same time frame. We've already handled, say, about 12 bears, 4 of which have been, we know, lethally removed. And so there is a good relationship there, working with the U.S. Fish and Wildlife to recognize that some of these bears need to be taken off the landscape and to solve the damage. As probably all aware, the discussion over there on the Moccasin Mountain range there, confirmed grizzly traveling through that country, both on trail camera and the confirmed sightings. We have not had any calls for damages yet in there. And we're thinking it's the same bear out of Winifred, possibly that same bear out of Moccasin. We're not positive, because the one in Lewistown, we did catch and remove that one last year. So it's not that one, but there's still another one over there. One maybe, right? The discussion about, everybody always asks about the one in Augusta that was, you know, seen in town. And then we actually did remove a different bear, but when the bear that we removed stopped all the killing. So we determined that one bear that happened to be around town was not the one that was doing the killing. So even though that bear is still kicking around, well, the one bear that was removed in turn quit. That's what fixed the problems that we were having there. Yeah, that's kind of my quick. Oh, the Orlando, we've got kind of a blow up right there right now. That's another hot spot currently, the grizzly bear country there.
Any discussion on the one where we had the fatality in Park County?
You know, we did not even get a phone call. No, it didn't come into our realm of livestock, and
So
it's all human health and safety. Yeah, we didn't have a response to it, or we asked to be involved. Wolves, I guess. Yeah, that's always the next question. I'm sure it's been we've kind of the flying efforts as well, being down with the weather, but the wolves overall been fairly quiet. And again, so many moving parts into addressing that. You know, the hunts have taken care of last year, you know, a good hunt success, even though they killed less wolves this last hunting season. But yeah, the calls have come down significantly. For instance, in this time period, I think we were from 9 this year and then 18 last year. So it's quite a bit less. And again, that's a combination of flying efforts and calls coming in. But one Well, we've got 6 active wolf actions going as of today for a response for that. One that you'd be interested in out of Dodson, north of Dodson. We believe just one lone wolf is out on walkabout out in that country and tangled up with a guard dog out there and killed the guard dog. That was confirmed. No more damage that we know of, not in the area still, but they're definitely unaware that there's. Okay, I think that's what I've got. Yeah, anything else I'll certainly be open to.
Christian?
So, Mr. Chair, I'll just say, since the last question there was about bears, it's probably the appropriate time to, should have put it on my updates, but I did attend a grizzly bear listening session in Fairfield last week or week before. Can't remember when time starts to run together. I think last week. Was there at the request of the governor, myself, and Director Warsick to listen to people in the community. As I think back, there were 7 ranchers at the table, because even the county commissioners and the sheriff were also ranchers. But I think the big takeaway from that for me is that even though there was a very high rancher presence at the table and depredation was talked about, the majority of the Tracy Rader was there, for example, the majority of what people talked about was personal safety. Bears being in town around high human traffic areas, conditioned to being around humans, not, scared. And I think one of the sheriff even told the story of stopping to look at a bear nursing cubs on the side of the road, and the bear just kind of lifted the head, looked at him, and then laid right back down, and cubs went back to nursing. That's how accustomed to people they are. And so so personal safety, Fairfield, Augusta, Shoto, that region was represented, seems to be the primary focus of concern, even though depredation is always there. But I think personal safety in some of those communities is becoming a more primary concern than the depredation is.
That's certainly fair, yeah.
All right, well, thank you, Dalen.
Yeah,
It's
very
good to see
good.
you in person. We're happy you didn't look forward to.
You bet. I appreciate it, and it's good to see everyone, and I'll try to make it a habit.
You sure that trip from Eureka to Havre to Helena, you were driving the whole time you were?
Or flying.
Flying. Or you
Just flying low, yeah.
Okay.
No, it's great to see the country and things look good. Boy, this last rainstorm, I think made much of difference across the country. So I'll get back to Billings yet today and carry on.
So you gonna take in the summer meetings too? Or
For stock growers,
and Farm Bureau or?
sure, yeah, yep, we're
Usually there.
there, yeah, I was gonna say, we're part of the team, for
Yeah.
sure, yeah, no doubt.
Well, I was safe.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair and the board, I appreciate your time.
Nice.
We're gonna do lunch, so you may as well stick around and have some lunch with us.
Oh, yeah.
You should.
I would appreciate that.
Yeah. So is
George, I don't believe is on today. I'll check the participants one more time, but I think he just said if he was, he would just be there in case we had a question. He might be just listening
do we have? Is it under
online to see if
tab
anybody
five
had a
somewhere?
question about his report. I was gonna pull it up on the screen here. Go back and just get to it. Gotta get through Greg's 40 pages of lab fee stuff.
Yeah.
I got you
I
part of
hope you all read that,
Yes,
I know it's good.
to get back to that.
because you're gonna have a quiz on
Quiz.
I'll fail that.
But yeah.
Disposal, how much?
So up there is George's report as of May 12th. As said, it's year's kind of starting over, so it doesn't have a whole lot of information there on that, on the May 12th report. And I think you guys could read what he talked about in his written report, but I don't know if anybody has any, like I said, I don't think George is out there, so, but if you have questions, we'll make sure to contact George, or we can get them to George for you.
Yeah, there's not much. Apparently, I thought maybe there'd be a question or comment on depredation with coyotes in the sheep industry, but apparently it's not, they weren't able to get out there as much, it didn't show up, and
I haven't, everybody, it seems to be kind of a normal. I haven't had anybody call and say they're getting overrun.
I wonder if that easy winter, maybe there's enough other
Yeah, I don't know.
feed for the coyotes that they're bothering the livestock as much. I'm sure there's still plenty of them out there. I know there is in our country.
Yeah. And the control work at the right place at the right time is pretty invaluable.
I don't know how they know you, whether you have a gun or not.
They do. You see my tractor, they know there's one.
They see my tractor, they're pretty sure it isn't, because I had one closer than from me today, and just sat there and watched me drive by. That was a nice day. And he didn't have a gopher in his mouth.
Yeah.
It's not hard to break a squeal.
So, all right, well, I guess we'll just break for lunch then.
All right.
And it's 45 minutes, so we'll just,
All right, we're live.
all right, we'll call this meeting back to order. And our next item is brand enforcement. And I see that we have Ty here, so you want to introduce yourself, Ty? And
Yeah, Mr. Chair, members of the board, I'm Ty Thomas. I'm the Assistant Administrator for the Brands Enforcement Division.
And I don't know which one you guys want to give the background of this.
Well, the last time we were together, the time before, we talked about rules for the horse amnesty statute. Because we didn't have any. Let me see if I can pull it up. I thought I had that up where we could find it pretty quickly, but get in there, and then I'm gonna stop share and share again, just to make sure if there's people watching out there that they're seeing what we're seeing.
A pretty good glare out the other end of the table.
Yeah, so so I talked with Mr. Wichman between that meeting and this one, and just having a conversation about the purpose of the statute at all, and whether we were establishing rules, but we never really had a conversation about whether this is something legislatively we want to see repealed. So at his request, I put it back on the agenda, and I'll let the conversation go from there.
Mr. Chairman, the more I thought about this is just not where this board needs to be. I just don't think we don't need to be in the horse rescue business. I think it's just a wrong way to spend our money. So I just think it needs repealed.
Okay, I guess I have a couple comments, and I just think of all the other scenarios, and just to be kind of on the other side. So when Mike Hayes, he's a local kid I've known all my life, was down, he was district man out of Deer Lodge, out of Ramsey, and we're all district, but at that time, the department was getting some abandoned horses. They didn't fit this amnesty program. They were just abandoned. And so the department had to do something with them. They were just taking them up and turning them loose on federal land or somebody's pasture that nobody was around or whatever. And so at least with this amnesty program, there's some fees, there's requirements that, at least we can recover some of our expenses, maybe not all of them, but some of our expenses, if someone brings a horse in and makes it fit into that amnesty program. And then, well, that's I guess the thing that I guess the other thing that I just looked, and Ty or Mike, I don't know that this thing has been abused in the past or even used very much.
No,
Not using much, no.
the only few times that it's attempted to be used, it wasn't for this purpose. It wasn't amnesty. It was a situation where someone leased property to a horse owner. That's one that I'm aware of. And then that person skipped the country and nobody knew where they were, but they left their horse there. And they tried to use this, but they couldn't, because to do this, you had to have proof of ownership, that it was your horse that you were giving up. And so since that horse had an owner, another owner that was out there in the world somewhere, this particular statute didn't apply. So, yeah, it's not been used, to my knowledge. I don't know if it's ever been used.
Neither. I never have used it in my career. So.
Well, there's another reason. If it's not being used, it's just do away with it.
Well, yeah, I guess, that's certainly an option, but, you just want to make sure you do away with, there's some reason that law, someone pushed to get it passed for some reason.
2009, and 2008 was when there was a lot of things backed up. I wasn't in there then, but is there any money in the
Special revenue account. No, that's why we were establishing rules, so that if we do get fees from horse amnesty, we would have somewhere to put them. We had never established the rules about establishing the account.
Because I mean, if that was, that's part 2 is fees. I believe.
Yeah.
Right, so on that,
So it talks about it talks about that the department has to establish fees and the processes for how to take the horse in. And that's what we were doing with those rules, because we have rulemaking authority here and we had not established the rules. So our fees have to be in rule. So since we had never put a fee in rule, there was no fee up until Oregon. Of course, that rule is not officially in place yet. So if somebody showed up tomorrow, technically we couldn't charge them a fee because we had never established one. But that's what we were trying to do with those rules. And I think, as we talked about it, I remember the conversation of people wondering if that should be, I don't know if we call it red tape, but should we revisit whether that was something we wanted to ask the legislature to take a look at.
well, Mr. Chairman, another issue on that, you establish a fee, but the people can't do the horse. Take care of the horse, how can they pay the fee?
Right.
So it's a no-win.
And if we have horse owner amnesty, why don't we have cattle owner amnesty, sheep owner amnesty, goat owner amnesty? Well, I mean, I'm serious.
Well, but long, I mean, there's an example.
If they're starving and you're gonna get hit with animal cruelty, why can't you turn in cattle to the department? Do we really want to go down that road?
Mm-mm.
I mean, that's just a question.
Yeah. So, okay, just a scenario, what happens if, so there's no amnesty program, so then they can't afford to keep this horse, they take it over and turn them out on the BLM.
Why can't they go to the sale barn? Why can't we
What if-
set it
what if
up?
They
that-
decide, I mean, there's the prior mountains and the horses, so pretty soon if somebody decides that that'd be a good horse pasture instead of a cow pasture.
That's how come we have the wild horses in the first place.
Exactly.
Because
Well,
I
I'm
turn
not
loose.
condoning wild horses, don't get me wrong
No,
there.
but I'm saying.
I'm just looking at, I mean, yeah, I'm just trying to make sure that we don't overlook some scenario that maybe we could avoid if we had this in place, but if we don't.
No, I'm
there's
just,
nothing-
and I see your point, Gene, but what's gonna stop them from doing that if you have this? They don't have to pay to
No,
drop
that's
it
right,
off. I mean, I don't think this law is doing any good whatsoever.
Well, it says the owner shall pay the department a fee to get rid of the horse.
Why don't you just Could we set it up to where if you bring an animal to the sale barn that's malnourished and not taken care of, if you take it to a sale barn, you don't get charged criminally? And that's your amnesty? If you take it in before you get called in and returned in, that's your amnesty. Well, I'm being serious.
Oh, no, I'm not laughing because I think it's just things I've not considered. Because that is the one gain you have is now if you went to a sale barn, you could be turned in and charged for animal cruelty because you're not operating under an amnesty.
So, Mr. Chairman, I got a question. Right now, if they come in with this amnesty and pay their $100 and we have to keep it for, what is it, 10 days in case they want it back and pay any fees and do everything and take care of it. What's the difference that versus if they go turn it out and you get called and you go pick it up, and how long do you have to keep it if it's in the stray?
Minimum 10 days.
So for no cost, you go pick it up, you can take it. Nobody claims it in 10 days, put it in the sale and be done with it in 10 days.
Yeah, yeah, we'd have to advertise it at that moment. in time.
Yeah.
Well, as soon as we picked it up, yeah.
Yeah. But, and this one just sets us up for all sorts of bills and it just needs to go away, in my opinion.
Maybe this is the wrong way to look at it, but I mean, one of our very first meetings, we talked about how we're here to take care of livestock producers. This bill feels to me like, or this law feels to me like we're taking care of livestock criminals, not livestock producers.
So I'm just gonna make a motion that we
Get rid of it.
have this go to the legislature and have them repeal this law.
Second, okay. Have a second? All right. So I have a motion by Greg and a second by Alan. Discussion?
I just think maybe the thing we're looking at is, we're looking at the wrong way is that, like Jake was talking about, you take it to sale because you can own or take care of it, you will not be charged animal cruelty. Is a, you know, then it takes the onus off of us to take care of the animal.
That's what I like. It takes responsibility out of this department.
It's still the owner's responsibility.
So, but right now, the motion is just to find a carrier for a bill to
Right.
eliminate this law.
And as far as I'm concerned, if they want to eliminate this one and bring another wraparound one right behind it that just tweaks it, that's fine. But I think this one, just get rid of this one and then you can find another person who wants to do that one, bring it up and run it through.
Okay, any other discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carried. So when we're looking for carriers for bills, that'll be one to find.
Yep, absolutely. And I should mention, we probably should have said at the outset that I think I told Greg when I talked, I don't think we really minded what decision the board made there. So we were good with whatever you guys wanted to do.
Okay, all right, so the next, Brad Administrator opening. So how do you wanna?
Yeah, I'll
talk
just.
about it a little bit?
So, yeah, the last time we've not had a division administrator opening in a while, and the last one we had was the brands division. And Sue and Nina and Ed were here on the board the last time we had to fill one. So it's just a reminder that, under the board's policies and procedures, the board is involved in the hiring of the EO and the division administrator. And so I want to make sure before we post, we know what the process is going to be, so we can tell candidates that is going to be the process when we get to the selection part of it. So last time, the process the board used was to establish a committee that did application screening. So we posted the job, and when we got to the ending of the post date, we had the applications. And then we had that committee do some screening and try to screen it down to 3 to 5 people. Because we did have quite a few applicants last time. 3 to 5 people for the board to interview. And then at a board meeting, we did those interviews in public session with those candidates. And then the board went into executive session after that, made their decision on who they wanted to try to offer the job to. So that was the process we used last time. We can certainly use that process again or some modification of that process. As I pointed out last time, the only thing I do know is we did lose a candidate or two last time because it was a public process. And when we told people it's going to be a public meeting that you'll be interviewed in, they withdrew their names simply because they didn't want to run the risk of their employer watching them interview for another job and then not get it.
But what other options do we actually have? Could we conduct the interviews?
If you did it with a committee, if you did a board committee that was less than a quorum, then you could interview them without it being public. It's once you get to 4 board members and it's not attorney-client privilege information, so you have to open it up to be a public meeting. That's why we could do the screening, right? We could have that conversation because we had 3 board members. So we did all the screening down to a few candidates just in a separate meeting.
So basically, either use the same process or this board would have to delegate the authority to hire to the committee. Is that?
Yes.
And all the committee do is come in and say, we recommend
Make a
hiring.
recommendation.
Yep. So I guess you, Sue, do you feel that it weakened the pool enough by those people withdrawing that did not want to risk their name, risk the job that they had? Did it diminish the
Well, we still got Ethan out of the process.
A lot of good
Really high.
candidates.
I will say we lost one candidate that I feel would have been, I'm not saying that person would have beaten Ethan for a job. We did lose one strong candidate. That would have probably been somebody the board would have highly considered had they stayed in the process. Just based off knowledge, and that's all I really can share about that. Like I said, there's pros and cons both ways. Obviously, the pros are the more transparent you do it, everybody knows why you made the decision you made. And the cons, besides the, potentially having some candidates who wouldn't want to go through a public interview process. The other risk you have is when you're hiring, you're in a legal process, and when you're doing that on YouTube and recording, not that you should ever make a mistake, but you're always prone for someone to accidentally ask a question that someone takes offense to that now is recorded and is out there. Although I will say, even if we do it, so we did it last time. If we do it in a public process, when we start out, we'll be very clear with all of you about, how to do that properly. And I trust all of you are not going to start asking people how old they are and how many children they have. The things that are no-nos in the human resources hiring world.
Mhm. So, Mr. Chairman,
yes?
so 2 questions. Is Ty overwhelmed? Are you okay?
Yeah, I'm doing fine.
You're doing fine? Next question, because this could take a while. And it's required that the board hire the person?
Yeah, I think it's not required that the whole board take part in the selection process, but as Alan said, if you did it, the way you would do it is you would have a committee that would come back and say, we went through everyone
Mhm.
and we recommend that this is the highest qualified candidate and should receive the job offer.
So the board would still do the hiring, but they would not do any of this. The committee would have to do the screening
Yeah, and the interview.
Okay,
and the interview.
If you did, or like I said, last time we had screening and then we did full board interviews. That's how we did it last time.
so I think we might have emailed everybody the candidates' resumes, and then we picked like the top 5.
Yeah, we
And
did,
came to a
we did a scoring.
consensus
Yeah,
on
we did
that.
it. So what we do here in hiring is when the first step, once you have all the applicants, is you do a screening sheet.
Mhm.
And the screening sheet is set up with your required components, right? So this job requires a high school diploma or GED. Do they have it? Check. Requires 5 years minimum experience in whatever. Check. No. And so that's how you sort of separate out who is qualified for the job.
Mhm.
And, you know, and I hate to say it, unfortunately, in our world, a lot of times it's, well, we required them to submit a resume and they went online and they put their name in, but they didn't submit a resume. So throw them out.
Mhm.
Yeah, or they didn't, we asked them to supply a cover letter and they didn't supply a cover letter. Yeah, you know, because we do require that people be able to follow directions, and if they can't do that in the application process, they're probably not going to do it if we hire them. So, so we do that screening process. And then what we did was the extra look, once we had sort of done that, is because then you end up with at least that process. I will say in today's world, or that was a few years ago, in recent times, and Ty's done more hiring than I have recently. Personally, in recent times, it's not like we've had a big pool to choose from, but I remember last time we had this job, after you still got down to 8 or 9 people that met all of your minimum criteria. But you are going to interview 9 people. So then we went through, and that's the committee went through the resumes, and we still had a scoring process. Because we put all of that in at the end of the day, those screening sheets, scoring of applications, and the scoring of interviews, all that documentation goes into a file. Because as a public employer, we're subject to human rights claims and other things. And there's been times where we've needed that information. So somebody comes back and claims age discrimination. So in that case, when that happens, you have a hearings officer that will come and look at the file and interview people that were part of the process and determine. And luckily, the one time we had that, there was a finding of no cause. They didn't believe we had discriminated based on age as the person had claimed. But that's why you have to keep all that documentation. And you have to document every step of the process, and you have to keep all that documentation. So that gives you an idea of, so in the screening, there's documents that we're using to, one, determine who's minimally qualified. Now, if you only get 5 applicants and only 2 of them are minimally qualified, you're probably going to interview both of them. You know, there's not a big decision that has to be made. But if you have 10 or 12, then you might have to pare that group down a little more to the cream of the crop that you want to interview. And you always have the right that if once you interview those 3 people,
You don't like them.
you didn't really like it and you want to go deeper in the pool, then you can go deeper in the pool and pull some other people in for interviews. But that just gives you an idea of our hiring processes and the things that you'd be involved in. So timeline, right, that I'd be thinking is that if we're ready to move forward, we'd be posting the job here within the next week, probably with a several week time frame for people to get their information in. And then we'd be trying to at least do that screening and scheduling of interviews before the next board meeting, which in my mind, I don't know what the board's going to say today, but or by end of July, let's say that, because who knows, we may have a need for a board meeting between now and July, but if we ended up not meeting again to the end of July, that would be the sort of the time frame.
So I was thinking maybe we didn't need to make a decision on what process we were gonna use today, but if we're gonna, in that time frame, we need to decide whether we're gonna use the process that's been in place in the past, or whether this board wants to delegate the authority to screen and recommend to a committee.
Sue, how did you like the process the last time? I mean, do you
It was
have
good.
feelings either way?
No. But like, they were lengthy resumes from all the candidates. So it was, and we had these checklists, so it was easy to take your 15 down to 10. And then, then minimum qualifications. You had already done that too. And so we knew who was more, who had every quality that was needed, and then so you brought it down again. And then I guess it's personal preference of, I like this guy better. And then everybody put priority on it. So it was pretty simple. And most of it was done, I don't know, either in a phone conference and then we did the public.
I think we did the screening by phone conference. It
Yeah.
was you, Lila, and I, so we didn't make all of you come to Helena for that. But then the day we interviewed candidates, we did it in a full board meeting. We scheduled them and did it the same way we do our typical meeting. Now, we did close down for the conversation about selection, I think, because at that point in time, you are sort of need to be in a maybe an attorney-client privilege type situation, but the interviews, and I will say, when I got this job 6.5 years ago, I interviewed in front of the full board. So I mean, it's not like we haven't been doing it that way. That was I guess it was the first time. I know Brian, you could talk to him. I know Brian went through it a couple years ago. I don't remember us having any issues in doing it that way, because I think we did it the same way then for that hire. But that was the first time I'd run into, was the last time this position was open, was the first time I'd run into somebody asking, well, are you gonna make me interview in public? And then withdrawing their name after I said yes. That's the only reason I bring it up, is because I was like, oh, I guess some people that might be and of course I got the explanation. The explanation was that they were attracted to that particular job, but they also liked the job they had, and they didn't want their current employer thinking they had one foot out the door on them. Because it wasn't, they said it's not like they were looking for a job, it's just this particular job they wanted to apply for.
Is it, Mr. Chairman, is it necessary for it to be a public meeting to hire this person, you think?
The only thing that makes it necessary is if you have a quorum of board members. That's the only thing that makes the public part of it necessary.
Yeah, that's so that it's a 3-man committee, 3-person committee.
But I think the board's decision has to be public.
Board decision, has you come back from, you come
Right.
in from, take the recommendation, and that's a public process.
So you just have to be comfortable with the committee
Because that's how,
recommendation.
I was a school board when we hired teachers and administrators. And that's how you did that. Actually, for teachers, when we had a principal, I mean, we were on the board. I was on a school board, and we didn't have an administrator. And that was a real pain, but
And my recommendation would be, and I think this is backed up legally, if you were to go towards a committee process, is you wouldn't make the board make that decision blindly. You could have an executive session to have the committee explain the recommendation. It's just you'd have to come out of executive session for somebody to make a motion to make the offer.
to conduct business.
So it's not like
Are
you'd
you
be
sure of
asking the
that?
board. Well, I'll check, but I think so, because when you start talking about the actual intricacies of the process, those are things you may need privilege on, because if one of the candidates sues you, you don't want to have laid all that out in a public meeting. So I think you can.
No, that's right. So,
But you probably
But
need to have you probably need to have an attorney in the room with you when you do that.
I mean,
That
In
part of
public-
it.
public entities, closed meeting is.
Yeah.
You
Not
know,
a good
pretty
thing.
No,
Yeah.
You've heard me say before, unless it's attorney-client privilege,
We were open.
You can't. Now, usually personnel matters fall into that. But I think it would be hard to put the interview into that process. But if you started debating candidates, who's best, then I think you might be, and why you think who's best. That's when you want to close down, because there's a lot of risk. There's a lot of risk there if you get sued.
For sure.
More. It's like, all right, well, we'll see.
And I'm not
So-
anticipating we will. It's just you just have to be prepared.
Now, just so we're all clear, at least I'm clear on what you're calling risk as far as getting sued. So in my simple world, it's a three-man committee or three-person committee interviews 5 candidates
Mhm.
and decides out of those 5 candidates that Joe was number one. Well, I recommend you offer the job to Joe. And you make that recommendation to the board, and the board discusses whether or not they want to, in public.
Yeah.
That would be in public. The rest of it would be in private.
But you
I
couldn't,
don't see, where's any grounds for a lawsuit? I mean, they
Well,
still
you
have the
couldn't
right to.
discuss them.
It's, if you're discussing 2 candidates and you say something that's slightly, well, this guy, I don't like him because. And he can say that's defamatory, or it might cause me harm later in life trying to get a job because this was open in public and.
But it's not, see, that's my point. That it wouldn't be open in public, the
That's
committee
the
would
Executive.
bring one
executive session.
name
Yeah,
up. And
Yeah, it wouldn't-
and that would be discussed in public.
yeah,
Are you gonna hire this person or you're not gonna hire them? That's basically,
You can do it that way.
yeah,
that would be it wouldn't be, you
yeah.
know, well,
We have these
I
two.
understand that Sue was also a candidate and I like her better. No, that's not the question.
But we go into
Question is-
executive session, and when we come out, we say, we have voted to offer so-and-so the job. That's all you say. It's
Yes.
just, we're offering,
Yeah.
the job has been offered to this person. You
That's what I
know,
said. That's why you wouldn't want your discussion of candidates. to
Yeah.
be- Because, we have, Montana has some very, well, actually, our human rights laws in Montana are actually more expansive than federal civil rights laws. So I'll give you an example, age is a protected class under federal civil rights for people over 40. Under Montana law, age is a protected class of all ages. So that's where you have to be careful. If you're discussing 2 candidates and someone hears and they, I'm not saying anyone would overtly say that, but if they came away with the impression that, well, they're saying I'm too young to get the job. Well, that's discrimination. I met their qualifications. They shouldn't rule me out of this job because I'm too young for it. That's where you open the door. And you may have not even said that. You may have been talking about the people's experience, but they use that to say, well, the fact that you said Greg has 20 years experience and Jake only has 10, you were saying you didn't want to give me the job because I was young. People will use it for whatever purpose. And if they actually sue us on that, I shouldn't say it, but I will say it, if they actually sue us on it, they'll just prove we shouldn't have hired them. But anyway, that we made the right decision. But that's where you've got to be in our hiring processes. We want to be careful that one, it's not that we just don't want to commit any infractions, number one. And number two, if someone accuses us of having done something, we don't want to put ourselves in a position that we, even though that wasn't the intent, we can't defend. So that's why you got to be careful with now the interviews in public. That's why we're very careful when we've done the public interviews that you ask the question that's on your sheet, right? And we even do that. And Tawny's here. She does a lot of hiring. They know I'm a stickler for. I know you love to ask follow-up questions, but unless you're prepared to ask that of everybody who interviewed that day, don't. Just ask the questions that are on your sheet, score the questions that are on your sheet. And that's tough to do in public. It really is, but we've done it. We've done it successfully on a couple of occasions. So I wouldn't say that doing a full board public interview, we have experience with that. I just wanted to make sure that had been considered or thoughtfully considered before we decided. Because one reason I'm pressing on it now, Mr. Chair, is that when we post the job, that's a question that's going to come up, and I want to be able to answer that question for all candidates. I want to be able to tell them so they know what to expect, that here's how the process is going to go.
Yeah, if it's gonna be an issue for them on a public interview, there's no use of them even going up all the time of the process of applying. So,
I also remember that we had a list of interview questions, so we did a full group, but like I took one, you took two, you took three, you took four. And so it was all very systematic and.
Yeah.
And,
yeah, it almost seems fake the way it's done, but that's.
but when
real.
you're, you know, when
Yeah.
you're asking the same exact questions to all those people, you get the same results from the people, and you get an answer that might, you know, tell you which one is right, because you're giving them all exactly the same questions.
And we will provide, I know most of you have it, a lot of you have been on a school board or other boards, you've been through this sort of process before. So I'm probably telling you things you already know, but we'll give you lots of information and sideboards before we start. I mean, so for example, this typically comes up, we, or at least I like to use, I should say and I try to get all the folks in Department of Hiring to do that, although I know some of them have had challenges with that before, asking behavioral-based questions, right? So you're asking someone about their experience and you're listening for, did they do that or not? Because that's the other thing that's difficult in these interviews sometimes is somebody might give you a 2-minute answer to your question and they hit all 3 parts. They told you exactly what you're looking for. And then someone else gave you a 10-minute answer that sounded great. But when you go back to look at what you were looking for in your question, you go, well, they never even come close to answering my question. It sounded great, but they did not demonstrate that they had had any knowledge or experience with that type of situation before.
So we're back to the same question. Which
Yeah.
process would we like?
Me personally, I think I would be more comfortable having the 3-person pare it down and then have an open interview with the whole board.
So just like it's been done in the past.
I feel the same way.
Okay,
I just think there's just body language and nuances that I want everybody comfortable and.
that's
just how I.
that is a perfect point that if 3 people make the recommendation, 3 people get to look at the body language, but not 7. So, all right,
And the person who gets hired is gonna be in front of the board talking to them all the time.
yeah.
So that's a big deal too. Tony might not wanna take the job, she's gonna be doing all that.
All right, so that's the way we'll do it. So then the next question is, the committee, the screening committee, we're gonna call it. And it will pare it down to, well, do we want to set a number on that, or do we want to just look at how many candidates we
Can't
get
more than
It just can't be more than 3.
for an interview?
No.
No.
For
Oh, yeah, for the committee.
Just
Yeah,
wondering.
but I
how
mean, no, I
many
mean,
candidates-
paring down the,
Set a
I'm
number.
combining
Well, nobody-
things, so, yeah.
I think you want to keep that fluid based on your number of applicants, because, you know, if it's like one of our most recent hires in animal health, you only get 2 applicants, you may not have to do any screening at all. You may say, well,
Yeah.
all right, we got 2 people who meet the qualifications, let's get them in here for an interview.
Okay,
And then you don't need the little committee.
no, that's right. And maybe it won't be needed.
But I have
we
a
need to have
feeling this
committee in
job will
place.
draw, I think this job will draw more than 2 applicants. I believe that's, at least that's where it was last time. I think we had 40 or 50 applicants. But surprisingly, after the screening, about 30 of them, the screening committee never saw because they didn't hit all the minimum check marks.
So it's gonna be, the process is probably gonna be July that that this is
We'll be
gonna,
doing interviews.
yeah, well, or the screening, I'm thinking, I'm back to the
Oh,
committee.
gotcha, gotcha.
So the committee's gonna have to be working maybe late June and July, so I just think about your commitments already and whoever.
None of us hay at all in July.
No,
None of us
so-
do anything.
No, that's kind of, it's not not the greatest time of year
Sitting
for
around the
a
table,
board of
nobody's doing anything.
ranchers to be going through this process, but
It has to be done.
yeah, it does. So I guess I'm listening for volunteers for the committee.
And I'll say
I will
this,
sit on
she's not here today, but she know Nina would volunteer if she was here, so if you put her on it, she won't get offended.
Well, I'd be willing. I think I'm supposed to be stepping back and letting somebody else do part of the work.
I wish I had that going on.
Hey, we talked about that on the way up here.
So you got extra grass, you'd take it, wouldn't you?
He was already trying to say, you can back out, I'll just lease me all your grass.
I may have made that
All right.
statement on the way.
So I guess we'll assume that when Mike, you can contact
Got it.
Nina and see if she'd be willing, but Greg and Nina and myself will sit on that screening committee and report to the board. All right,
Timeframe, we're gonna list it. Applications close.
Yeah, we usually close it in 2 to 3 weeks. Is typical.
So mid-June.
Yeah.
Mid-June before you get in.
Right, yeah,
Before
so
the
we'd
office
be
starts.
looking at screening in late June. Yeah, that would give us enough time to get interviews scheduled for towards the end of July.
And we probably just have a 2-day board meeting to do interviews and.
Yeah, we could. It depends on what we have on our agenda. If we can get it done in a day, we'll try.
Yeah.
we've had lots of extra time in most of these board meetings.
Yeah.
I must be a
I've
poor
noticed
chair
that.
because he didn't.
We can fit in 5 interviews. You got 10 seconds. Why should you have a job?
Yeah, it does. It depends on how many people you interview.
Yeah.
So we'll play that by ear.
All right, any other questions or comments on that process? So I guess it's in your hands now.
Yep,
Maybe we'll
we'll get it
just
posted.
listen for an update. Okay.
I got a couple questions before we leave brands.
Well, I've got one more thing I was gonna say about brands that didn't make it on the agenda, because I just had a conversation with someone yesterday. But I wanted to make sure the board would be aware before we took action on it. It was brought to our attention that allegedly some of our markets might not be applying brand liens and holds the way they should. And so our response to that is going to be to send a letter to all market owners, so we don't single out any particular people on any allegations, reminding them that that we have a rule that says those liens, valid liens and mortgages should be applied to checks for owners at the markets, and that a violation of the marketing rules is a misdemeanor every time that you do it. And that it's also going to be something that'll be a point of emphasis in our future audits of livestock markets. Just to make sure everybody understands that that's something we're going to be looking for, and we hope that that communication will, if there are issues, we'll clean them up.
I had a question on, is the Billings, the
Oh,
Billings job?
yeah,
is that-
yes, that is still open until,
Next Wednesday.
yeah,
Okay.
I'm glad you said something. I meant to say something to you this morning. And I
Well,
forgot, so I'm glad you remembered. So,
Well, that
yeah.
one, and then the other question I have is, what's the evaluation process on the district inspectors?
On the local inspectors or the district?
District, start there.
Okay, so district investigators, I'm assuming is what you're about. So the evaluation process, they get a performance evaluation from their supervisor, like all employees. So that would be done for the eastern region by Travis Elings and for the western region by Dan Ewing.
And then local, is that by the district inspector?
The district investigator audits the local inspectors. It's not really an evaluation because they're not an employee, but it's an
Right.
audit.
So
That they're
what, is there any criteria that if you cross this line, you're we take your books away, what is there?
I've had them where my personal experience, sorry,
That's
Mr.
fine.
Chair, members of the board, my personal experience, it's either, they're not doing their job properly, they're not looking at the cattle or the horses. Two, they just don't want to go anywhere and do anything, you know, when they get called up, it's, you know, they're just there. And three is usually, I don't really pull their books on it, but generally they'll turn them in because of age. So. But I always leave it up to the investigator, discretion, right, on if they're the ones that are responsible for them. So they should be the ones that should be in charge of either pulling their books or training them. So.
In my business, I see the whole gamut of inspectors. I see inspectors, JQ too, I'm sure. I see guys that are very specific. They want that, be able to see that brand on every animal. And I see inspectors that can read a right rib brand from the left side. And I see,
From their pickup truck.
I
Maybe.
picked up inspections at the local bar. So that's kind of.
Well,
the gamut.
you know, I'm kind of asking that because I'm working through some of it. I mean, people say things, but the other thing, and Jake and I kind of talked about that too, is, you know, focus on, and as part of the CVI thing, you know, we got rodeos, we got fairs and stuff coming up, and I think we need to send a message out there, hey, with the TV thing and the Bruce Hoses things, hey, we're not cutting much slack. We're gonna be tough on them. Because, you know, and in 2017, when I asked, I was chairman of House Ag, I asked, we're gonna look at the TV thing a little closer. Because we had stuff coming out of South Dakota that had some issues, and we had a hearing in Billings. And I met every team roper in that part of the world that day.
Yes, you do.
And none of them liked me that day. And I'm sorry, but it seems like this is the crowd that, you know, they want to bend the rules. They want to, you know, we've had so much, to me, the amount of time and effort and personal sacrifice from some ranchers and the people doing all the testing, they had to put a lot of extra hours and stuff in, you know, and it's our industry and our job is to protect the health of our industry. And I don't care who it is. If you don't want to follow by those rules, tough. And I'd be a lot tougher. I mean, I had some real thoughts on, you know, on that particular deal. And I'll just throw it out there. I don't know whose bulls they were. But it's up to me. They never get to bring anything in Montana. They're done. They don't get to, because somebody's not going to forge a piece of paper if someone didn't ask them to do it.
Mhm,
And that-
totally.
And, you know, and some money got handed on the table. I don't know anything like that, because that's how things work in the world. We know that. So, you know, and that vet office, label them as a non-player in Montana. And they go back to how many things got written from that office that we haven't really, that didn't get caught. You know, did they bring some of those their cattle or something come in, roping steers or whatever, that they wrote stuff on? And we don't know whether it was the same person who's doing that. You know, and I'm sorry, but that's, if you want to get the reputation, we're doing our job, one. Two, if you want to play in Montana, you play by the rules,
Mhm.
you know, and I feel really strongly about it. And so I don't know what I can do, it's not on the agenda, but I would move that we ban that person from participating in rodeos in Montana.
So what, we probably need to
Check
look,
the statutes.
I was gonna say,
Well, but that's what I say, I don't know,
Yeah.
probably not the time, but
Yeah.
maybe the next meeting, but
Mhm.
just me saying it here, somebody's listening.
Right.
Maybe the message is gonna get out somewhere. But I'd like to have it on the next thing, check the rules, we can do something like that, we can't, we're gonna go to the legislature and get something like that moved or pushed through, because, you know, we have producers out there that lost millions of dollars because of the TV thing. And we don't know where they came, I mean, we still haven't identified, I know where it came from. And so, but if they're falsifying TB records for stuff coming in, I'm sorry, but I'm gonna be a little bit
Yeah.
nasty about that. Because we just had this issue. So.
Okay.
Yes, ma'am.
Tony, the question.
Okay,
Mr. Chair, just as a point of clarification, they did not falsify TB records on the health certificate. That was actually how we caught them, was it was a health certificate that came into our office and it didn't have to require TB testing on it. And so then when we circled back for follow-up, that was when it was realized that the veterinary clinic had somebody internally that was issuing health certificates kind of a la carte.
so the clinic didn't falsify, but some employee
A
apparently
technician
did
that
kind of.
worked at the clinic was falsifying veterinary or health certificates, unbeknownst to the veterinary staff there. And the veterinarian that called to report it was extremely apologetic. They've provided us with all of the certificates that they know that they didn't inspect animals on that would have come to Montana. And
So they self-reported basically and said, hey, this is. a
once they
problem.
found out, yeah, absolutely. And they're
Yeah.
working on doing that to all of the other states that falsified health certificates were shipped to.
I still think, next meeting, it would be good
That's
to
no
have
discussion.
the rules in front of us so that
Absolutely.
if we have the rules in place, then we can enforce them. If we don't have the rules in place, then we have to discuss what we need to do to, who's that guy?
Oh, I don't know, he's trouble.
Hard enough for some place to go. Maybe retire.
Just kind of to piggyback off Alan, because we are getting into rodeo season, fair season. I think we need to do some increased patrols of rodeos and fairs. Fairs don't concern me as much because most of those animals are from here. But you got rodeos, you got cattle coming in from everywhere.
And horses.
And horses, and we need to make sure that they have brand inspections, import papers, all of that stuff. And I think, I don't know how we do it, because there's a lot of rodeos going on every weekend across Montana. But some of these big ones, I think we do need to have a district investigator there checking papers on everybody. And maybe we do already, but I think a stepped up security would not hurt at all.
Mr. Chair, members of the
Yes.
board, actually, I started that process and got that out to our supervisors to let our investigators know that we want to ramp up enforcement this summer, and I actually want them to, I don't necessarily need specific details, but I want some numbers, so.
Well, one other thing Ellen and I talked about is maybe, and I don't know if we can do this as a department or not, but send out communication to all the stock contractors saying that we're gonna step up security or ramp up, checks and stuff. And if somebody's not, if they don't have all their accurate paperwork, that stock has to leave Montana immediately. So that means there's no rodeo. If they don't have stock.
So do we have that authority?
We'll have to check and see if we do.
But all I'm saying is a communication,
No,
saying it's,
Well,
or something,
Can't kick 'em
communication
out.
saying we're gonna step it up and we're gonna be watching it. I think all of your rodeo boards are gonna make sure that their contractors are following this. Which would help.
yeah. No,
I know we have had judges in the past that have ruled. I'm familiar with one case in Carbon County that was pretty egregious on illegal import, sort of a menagerie of animals. They were a horse rescue. They did a bunch of different things, and they ended up with quite a hefty amount of fines in the tens of thousands of dollars. That's how many violations was on that one place. And I know the district court judge in Carbon County ruled they could no longer own livestock in Montana. But so I'm aware that a judge can issue that sort of penalty from a bench, but I don't know what power we have or this board as a quasi judicial board has to make that sort of decision.
Yeah, the animal bill.
Or the state veterinarian, maybe it's the all powerful state veterinarian.
So, Mr. Chairman, so for clarification, so North Dakota is well known that they have the authority to actually refuse animals, meaning like force the export of animals. To my knowledge from Montana, all we can do is quarantine, and submit the disease testing and provide compliance.
If you quarantine,
But a
you
quarantine,
couldn't have a rodeo, it'd be the same result.
yeah.
So all I'm
exactly.
saying is that gives you some recourse for these rodeo boards to say, hey, guys, get your poop in a group so we can have a rodeo.
No,
It's just,
I agree. Quarantine would be just as effective as
Yeah.
loading one of the trucks. All right, and just a point, I was intended on having that committee, brands, review committee in place. I called Mr. Gold and have not heard back from him, so I'm gonna have to follow up and find that, house rep. Yeah, I have his phone
I'll
number.
just text you, what the hell?
Yeah, that's all right.
Sad.
So far, we haven't had, it hasn't been an issue, but I want to have it in place before we have an issue. So our next meeting, I will have, you guys, everyone that wants to sit on that. So, all right, now, so we have a couple of new guests. Welcome.
Thank you.
Is there something specific, or you just want to see our,
We're in town and thought we'd stop up and say hello.
well, thank you.
Thanks, Tom.
Happy to have you.
Just check and make sure Rachel's doing her job.
I need it.
I will vouch for her. She's been here since before we opened the meeting, so. All right, we're moving on to animal health.
Good afternoon, board. Tanya Szymanski, Animal Health Bureau. Just 2 items today, or maybe 3 items today. The first is an update on highly pathogenic avian influenza in Montana. Our total number of flocks diagnosed here in the state is at 9. We have not had any new cases for 2 weeks, since the 4th, since May 4th.
All the geese went north.
Yeah, we're kind of
West.
getting through migratory season and we're starting to warm up a little bit. So those are things that help us out. All of the premises have been depopulated. We have surveillance zones in place, still around 5 of the premises. We're hoping to release several of those next week as we complete our 2nd round of surveillance.
So has there been any finding, or is it all just kind of self-reporting, the 9 cases that we have? Was
It has all been
that-
self-reporting.
so
Yeah.
the
yeah.
Surveillance hasn't, we haven't found anything that would be
No.
troubling by,
No, I think, Mr. Chair, one of the big points of surveillance is just to provide education to people that are in an area where we obviously know we have the disease, so that they're aware that if they have sick birds, that they would call and report. And we are still seeing a relatively consistent number of sick bird calls on a daily basis, but none that really fit the clinical picture. So for a lot of those, we haven't even been pursuing sampling. So it does really seem to be slowing down. We are, for our 3 larger prems that are going through active cleaning and disinfection, the total number of birds depopulated between those 3 prems was about 104,000 birds. Cascade 01 has been released from quarantine, and they are going through the restocking process. There's some provisions there that we've been communicating with them on. Ponderay 01 completed their cleaning and disinfection, and they've completed the environmental sampling. We're waiting for final results from NVSL. If those come back negative, we can proceed with releasing that quarantine and they can move into restocking. Glacier 01 is finishing up cleaning and disinfection. We're hoping that we'll conduct environmental sampling next week at that premises. And then that'll start that 14-day clock if all of those environmental samples come back negative. So we're moving through them, I think, relatively well. Definitely the volume of work each week is decreasing. So good news. Any questions on AI?
Mr. Chairman, Connie.
Yes.
So the people themselves, who oversees the cleanup?
Mr. Chair, Mrs. Brown, the USDA will pay for certain portions of the cleaning and disinfection. And so oftentimes it's the it's the facility owner that's doing the cleaning and disinfection. And then they're eligible to get paid back an hourly rate depending on the number of people that participate and what the work is that they do. So in all of our cases here in Montana, the actual bird owners themselves have been doing the cleaning and disinfection. And then we come in, either somebody from our office or USDA will come in and inspect it to make sure that it kind of meets standards.
Well, I mean, you think, well, that's kind of the fox garden hen house, but it isn't, because it's in their economic best interest to do as
And
good a
make it
job as
clean.
they can.
Sure.
Yep, absolutely. Yeah, for these barns that they're gonna put, 20,000 birds back in, they don't want to start over on this whole process. So they want it to be a good outcome as well.
Thank you.
Next up is our fiscal year 23 out-of-state travel requests for the department, or excuse me, for our bureau. These are primarily meetings that we attend on an annual basis. The first one is USAHA. It's our annual meeting in the fall. This year it's in Minneapolis. Historically, we have sent as many veterinarians as we could to this meeting because there are a lot of concurrent sessions that happen. And so it's hard for us to cover all of those sessions if there's just a couple of us. For this fall, we're asking for 2 attendees, Dr. Zalewski and myself, to attend. We can both be paid for out of federal cooperative agreement. And I don't know if you guys want me to run through all of these or we want to do them one at a time.
We read them.
Yes.
So my question, and if Nina was here, she'd be asking it. Who's in charge when you're both gone?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Redfield, we still are in charge when we're both
Yeah,
gone for kind of the, day-to-day questions that come into the import office as far as an exemption or clarification on some sort of requirement. Hopefully we'll have a veterinarian in place by this point in time, and they would be able to answer those questions. But we always make sure that we're reachable by phone when we're at these meetings so that we can step out and take a phone call if needed.
So if we have an emergency,
If we have an emergency, we've actually talked about this, hoping that this never actually comes to fruition, but that Dr. Zalewski would hop on the plane and fly back, and I would kind of stay available by phone until he got back to Montana. And then I would follow suit shortly after. As an example, when we were at Western States in Salt Lake many years ago, we had a equine herpes virus outbreak over in the Bitterroot Valley. That had been attended by a large number of horses from all different locations. And Dr. Zalewski and I spent about 6 hours in a hotel room, kind of managing the press release, making phone calls, issuing quarantines, and responding to it. So I think we can do a lot virtually. Certainly, if it's something that required a field presence, we would, expedite our return.
okay,
Mr. Chairman,
yes.
is there a chain of command, Bill? Is it, who's next after you?
Previously, it would have been Dr. Zalewski, obviously myself, Dr. Liska, and then Dr. Forsyth. So it will kind of usually depends a lot on seniority as far as who would go next after me.
But as I talked about, that's why the plans are in place that, in fact, actually, I was out of state when we did a foot and mouth disease functional exercise a couple years ago. Because when it got scheduled, I was already planned to be out of state. We actually put that into the exercise, right? What are we gonna do? Because odds are, when things go wrong, everybody's not gonna be sitting there waiting for things to happen. So you have to make plans for that. But that's why, as I said, they would not, in the return to Montana, they would not both be traveling at the same time, so that one of them was constantly available. And as soon as he hits the ground, then she's in transit. Because if you're on an airplane, that's the only time you would be sort of out of contact. So you make sure that both of them are not on an airplane at the same time.
And Dr. Szymanski, you asked about how we want to do these, and after looking through them, there's different funding sources for each of them, and different people attending, so I think we're gonna do them one at a time.
Okay.
And I'll say, just so the board's aware, because we don't have all of them, but at one time the board wanted to get these in big chunks. as opposed to getting them piecemeal throughout the year. So that's why we're bringing so many at one time. But we now have at least 4 new board members. So if you wanted them to come throughout the year, we could do that too. But that's why you're seeing so many at one time.
Their
I'm
preference?
sorry.
Yes.
No, I don't have a preference, but I do have a question. With all of these requests, I've seen per diems from $50 a day to $350 a day, and I wish you could explain that to me.
Oh, yeah, here's 250, here's 50.
Mr. Chair, Ms. Brown, it's my fault. I tried to get them kind of all standardized, but it's hard to tell on some of them. Like Dr. Zaluski and I typically don't attend USHA for the same number of days. There's a little bit of flex depending on where you're traveling to, if you can squeak back on the same day. And so I tried to just use about a $50 rate for per diem and guesstimate the number of days, but I think sometimes it was the 52, and sometimes it might have been an older number as I was pulling old requests forward.
So when it says per diem, that's the total per diem.
That's the
not-
total
'cause
per
per diem
diem.
is per day.
That should be the
So
total
I
per diem
think
for the
that's-
duration of the trip,
Oh,
So that would be the,
for the whole,
for the whole trip. Yep.
You thought they were eating real good every day?
well, no, per diem means.
I mean,
Per
that's
day.
per diem, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, we-
I should label it total per diem.
yeah. Yes, that would be,
They're eating Ruth's Chris, not McDonald's.
when you
I
did the
thought they were
math,
going
it came out,
fancy.
your math came out to the final total, but I had the same thought.
Okay, I get it.
Sorry about that.
So,
One of them says per diem times 5, the other one just says per diem.
yeah, exactly, yeah, so.
Recycling forms, I apologize. That's bad.
All right, I entertain a motion to grant request for out-of-state travel for Dr. Zaluski and Dr. Samansky to USAHA.
So moved.
All right, second, Jake. I have a motion by Sue and a second by Jake to grant the request for out-of-state travel. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried. All right, we'll move on to the next one.
Next one is Western States Livestock Health Association. This is essentially a district meeting, so the subunit of USAHA. This one, again, is an annual meeting that we regularly attend. We have historically taken more individuals to this, but I think over the last couple of years, because we all go and sit in the same room, we've somewhat scaled back the number of attendees. And so asking for 2 people to attend, again, Dr. Zaluski and myself, most likely. And that would be next spring. And I don't know where it is next year.
Haven't been determined.
This is the 19 Western states. So we share kind of a lot of common issues with those 19 Western states. Usually brucellosis, tuberculosis, trichomoniasis, and traceability are big subjects of discussion.
I must not have that one in my packet or.
Page
I don't know,
3.
Number 3 of the.
Section 4.
Yeah, I'm in there, and then, but my next one is employee traveling, animal health and food safety, let's see. Oh, yeah, that's what the station. All right.
Here it is.
Well, so you have, I guess my question then was, you have travel like, say, car, $150. And we don't know where it's at.
It'd be in one of those 19 states.
Yeah. Say, all right, better be Idaho, because you're gonna get $450.
I think we're going to Oregon. Is it Oregon? I know it was drivable 2 years in a row.
Okay, then we're going to Oregon.
I thought it was.
So no.
No, I
you do
thought
have
you
to
said the other
double
day,
that.
I'm sorry, didn't you say the other day you were going to Seattle
That is coming for this year, not
for this year, not for
travel.
next year? Okay.
This one's next.
So you're already granted the request to travel this one.
Yeah.
All right,
So I guess you guys will probably determine your location at the meeting you're about to go to.
Right.
That was my assumption.
Yeah, somebody has, we hosted it in Big Sky. How many years ago? 4 years ago, we were the host, so.
all right.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve this travel
For a second.
expense.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Sue and a second by Greg to grant travel to western states. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right.
The next one is the USA Herd's Annual User Group Conference. This is all of the states that use USA Herd software for their animal health programs. They have formed a user group. They elect a president each year and it moves around the country to different states. Like next year, it will be located in Georgia. We would like to try and send 3 attendees, 2 individuals on cooperative agreement and 1 on per capita fees. These would all be folks from our import office or potentially Tom Schultz from IT. This is kind of the nuance of using the program. So other states talk about how they might manage disease outbreaks or quarantine. So it's an opportunity for our folks to learn how other states are doing it and maybe bring some of that information back.
And you've got TBD for location on here, but it's gonna be
I
Georgia.
think it's Georgia.
So, and I'm assuming that we have the money available in the budget for these requests.
Yeah, these are all requests that are rollover. So we've sent people to these conferences every year.
Okay.
It's in our base budget, I guess what I'm saying. But what goes up and down is obviously the travel cost. I mean, that's really hard. Even if we knew, I mean, it's hard to say what those are gonna be. And of course, again, those are management decisions. If we come back and flights are $3,000 a piece, then
We probably won't be sending 3
we probably
people.
won't be sending 3 people. So.
So I've got a question on, so if we're looking at House Bill 10 and changing some of them, will we still need the update from USA Herd or we move to somebody else?
Mr. Chair, Mr. Redfield, that is certainly a fair question. Since, I mean, we don't know which direction we're going, but we just derive so much value from attending this conference. So I guess if we got closer to the conference and it did look like we were going to be going in a different direction, I would agree. And this could be one that I could hold and come back and ask the board again at a later time. But at this point in time, it's what we use on a daily basis. It's all of our animal health information. We just had this meeting here in Montana about a month ago. And just the volume of the benefit of it, it just can't be overstated.
How many states use Herd?
17 that use, I think 17 or 18 that use the specific animal health software. There's some other permutations of it that pick up some additional states, and I think get the tally up to 23 or 24.
Okay. So, what's your pleasure? I'd entertain a motion, or you want to table it until we see what happens in the future?
I know we send them.
All right, do I have a second?
second,
All right, a motion by Ellen, second by Sue. Any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
I,
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right. Poultry improvement.
The NPIP program has an annual meeting. We have a NPIP program here that the Dr. Forsyth previously administered. This would be a request to send the person that is hired back into that position to this training. I do not know where it will be located next year. And this one is able to go on the cooperative agreement.
And this one's once every 2 years, right? It's not every year.
No is annual. We have typically chosen to not send somebody every year.
Okay, what's your pleasure?
I move that we approve this travel.
You have a second? Jake, all right, we have a motion by Sue, second by Jake to approve the travel to the National Poultry Improvement. Discussion. All in favor, say aye.
I,
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. That's the ones we like, though. Basically, all we have is a salary costs.
Mr. Chair, this next one would be for myself to attend the 2023 Penmar meeting. And I guess unless I can hand off the co-chair position of the cross-border livestock health to one of my Idaho counterparts, which I'm not having good success at so far.
You're trying.
I'm trying, yeah. This would be for me to attend the Penmar meeting in 2023 in Boise,
You're getting ready to go to Calgary in a couple of weeks. right?
couple weeks, yeah.
For this year's Penmar.
Okay,
I move we approve it.
all right. Do I have a second?
Second.
All right, motion by Alan, second by Sue. Discussion? All in favor of request for travel to the Penmar meeting, okay, apply by saying aye.
Right.
Opposed, same sign, motion carried. And one more, foreign animal disease.
And so this one, there's a 2-week training that happens. Currently, it happens out at Plum Island. This is the one that they're in the process of moving to the NBAF facility in Kansas. But the 23 trainings still are scheduled for Plum. This would be for one of our newly hired veterinarians to attend and get that specialized training on how to conduct a foreign animal disease investigation. During your time at Plum, you get to actually see the diseases. So they will infect cattle, pigs, and sheep with foot and mouth disease so that you can see the disease progression in them. So that it's that experience that is really hard to repeat. So
Or
it's a very,
decontaminated before you come home.
I was gonna say, I'm not sure I want you coming back home.
you're decontaminated. You have to shower in, shower out of the facility. And then when you come home, you have to quarantine away from livestock species for 5 days. So, but it's a very important training. It's hard to get veterinarians to. We have one USDA VMO here in the state that we're waiting to send. And then as we backfill our 2 veterinary positions, we'll want to eventually get both of them there.
Okay. We have a motion.
So moved.
All right,
Second.
okay, a motion by Greg and second by Alan this is federal funding.
This is
also.
federal funding, yes.
So, discussion?
Let's shower twice.
Boy, I don't like that one at all.
So,
Yeah,
so when they move it to Kansas or Missouri,
To Kansas.
how are they gonna keep it as isolated as they do Plum Island? That's the question I always had when you look at that.
The building more of the building is below ground. So all of the animal laboratories are below ground. It's designed to be tornado proof, like the entire building is wrapped in steel. They've gone to pretty tremendous measures to make sure that they will be able to contain it in that facility, but that's been everybody's concern.
Move it to the heart of cattle country.
Move to the heart of cattle country, yeah.
We're right in the middle of the US. It's just a pointer.
so, okay, any other discussion? All in favor?
Relax.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. All right,
And then, is that all I have?
Yep.
Awesome.
We had an operational update on some hiring.
I think
Yeah.
that,
It was Dr. Swirsky on that.
I can do it. Do you want to do it? I can do it.
Go ahead and do it. And by the way, Western States this year, and kind of next year is Wyoming.
Oh.
We forgot, sorry. It's drivable.
Not for 150.
Operational update, we closed the application pool for the emergency preparedness veterinarian. We interviewed 2 veterinarians and I extended an offer to the candidate that we felt was the strongest for the position, and she declined the offer. So we might be back to the drawing board on that one. So we're hoping here in the next week to get the brucellosis program veterinarian position posted, as well as the emergency position reposted and start over.
so
I'm sorry.
why go through the process and then decline the offer? Do you have any feelings?
Dollars.
Well, yeah, but she knew that going in, didn't she?
Yeah, I think a big part of it is what the housing market in Helena is doing, trying to come into this area and purchase. A lot of veterinarians bring an entourage of animals with them. And so they're looking for land, and it's a difficult market to buy in. So I think that was the limiting instance here.
unfortunate. But, you know.
Hmm.
All
So-
right, is that,
I was just gonna say on that, we're hopeful, I know the state has been working on some things, that's kind of what we're waiting on, is some answers from the state about, because they want to do it at an enterprise level, if we do it about, for lack of a better term, these sweeteners, right, that for certain areas of the state that are difficult to find housing, Bozeman, Helena, Missoula, Kalispell, that, you know, you can offer a plus up above market and things of that nature, but those decisions haven't been made yet. So we're sort of stuck with our current market of salaries.
Um,
okay,
Thank
Thanks,
you.
Gordon.
Dr. Lewis, are you wanna be the meat guy?
Am I the what? I'm sorry.
Meat guy.
The meat guy. Alicia is on her way back. She has to
Okay.
complete, and then you
Sure,
jump the line a
we
little
can
bit.
Jump over to.
I mean, I can.
Well,
pinch hit, but-
2:15, we're kind of, we'll take a recess. Right now, then have a recess. Okay, let's just take a,
Yeah, because this next item might take a minute. I said this next item might take a few minutes. to talk about,
okay,
so,
so
yeah.
let's break till 2:30.
Yeah.
Now we're on. Now we're on.
All right, we're gonna jump to milk and egg.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that Darcy's aware.
It's 2:30, but that puts us right on schedule.
Yes, let's skip some.
Except we missed one.
All right. Okay. So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Marty Zaluski, Administrator of Animal Health and Food Safety Division, and still sort of interim Bureau Chief of Milk and Egg, because we're in the process of melding those two together, one of which is to hire a bureau chief for the food, Darcy. Which is one of which is to hire an administrator for the kind of the food products, food safety bureau. So that would have milk, egg, meat, and poultry. So for the moment, I'll present to you the task at hand here, or the topic at hand, which is the fact that the sanitarians have come forward to me, that's Alex and Rosemary, and we've talked a little bit about the challenges of distance that we have. And so unfortunately, with the state that we have, with the geography that we have, we could have probably 30% less facilities, and we would still have much of the same challenges about being able to get to those facilities in a manner that can be done with two individuals for a couple of reasons. One of them is that the facilities have, even though a number of the facilities that we inspect are egg and milk combined, such as the Hutterite colonies, those inspections are sometimes scattered at odd numbers. We have some biosecurity limitations as far as being able to hit too many of them together during one trip. They also have an emergency response role. So if the homogenizer or some other piece of key equipment goes down in one of these processing plants, then we have to dispatch either Rosemary from Polson or Alex from Great Falls to Billings to be able to look at this equipment so they can continue to operate. And that can happen on weekends. Of course, we're juggling vacations and other things, of course. So there's a variety of kind of constraints for why or needs for why the sanitarians have come to me and said, we need help.
Well, yeah, I mean,
And to reset history just a little bit.
Yeah.
Is that we once had, when I say once had, just a couple of years ago, we had 4 sanitarians. 2 of them retired very close in order to each other. Based on the cash flow of the milk inspection program, we chose not to fill those FTEs at that time because we needed to bring the expenses back in line with the cash flow and the revenue for the program. And at that time, trying to see if based on the the decline in number of dairies and situations that we're servicing, if we could do that with 2 people. And just to reiterate and probably put a finer point on what Dr. Zalewski said is it's that, yes, we probably could handle it with 2 people if they weren't spread out from Idaho to halfway across Montana. It's just the challenge, and particularly the Billings area and Bozeman to a certain degree present the logistical challenges.
Yeah, and so to a large degree, Mr. Chairman, it was kind of a test run over the last couple of years after Dan Turcott retired, and we're like, okay, we know that the attrition of the dairy industry is continuing and hopefully we can do it with just 2. So we went from 4 to 2. And just for the background, I think we went to 4 because Dan Turcott was planning on retiring. He just didn't tell us that when we were hiring, but we had 4. And then we went to 2, and then it just doesn't look like it's something that's sustainable. So that's where we're at. And then, of course, yes, the map over here shows kind of the distribution of some of the facilities. Of course, it doesn't show the processing facilities. That one does. The processing facilities in Yellowstone, et cetera. And then I do believe that Alex Daux, sanitarian, is on Zoom and available to answer specific technical questions if the board has.
Yes,
them. So,
Alex is on Zoom.
awesome.
So I have a question on that first map. What's the difference between dairy egg and dairy shell egg?
Go to the label, Mike, if you can. So dairies are just exclusively dairy. Okay, dairy and egg are going to be the probably the shield egg program. So those are the facilities that are going to the Great Falls plant. And then the shell egg, I believe, are under a different program. They get inspected on the farm quarterly. Thank you.
And then they sell their eggs on the farm or whatever.
So yes, on the farm or local distributors.
So they can sell the local distributors to.
Stores.
Yeah.
Just at quarterly inspected on it. So.
Because I know that Colony and Yellowstone County, those eggs are all over, so is Golden Valley's.
And that's
Basically.
beyond just the
license.
geography. There's also, and you might want to explain that we run into biosecurity concerns a little bit too, because obviously these people can't be going into 4 or 5 facilities on the same day. And so that kind of creates a little bit of a pinch point.
Right. I mean, it might look like you could maybe hit all those in one afternoon or one day, but you actually can't. And to that, I'd have to have Alex speak to it. But
Well, I think in concept and theory, we probably would understand why you wouldn't go to 4 chicken facilities in the same day.
yes, we would over the last month and a half. I think so.
So what's now the next map? You have an A plant, an AB plant, an AB plant, a dairy, and then maybe so.
Yeah. So the A plant is a grade A milk. AB plant is a plant that would do that does grade A and grade B products. Grade B products are like cheeses and those kinds of things. Grade A is typically fluid milk. AB plant and dairy. So that would be a facility that would actually produce milk and then make cheeses, for instance. That I believe one of our board member facilities is on here. Let's see.
The Prism kind of, you see the blue
Yeah.
star.
Yeah,
AB
that's
plant there,
Prism.
that's the Prism, that's Montana Correction.
And then we have a single service manufacturer that I believe is a facility that actually makes cartons for milk that we wind up having to inspect as well. And Alex, I'm guessing you're on and you'll chime in to provide depth or contradict as needed.
I'm gonna slide up here and say what I asked. So
Thank you.
today, really what we wanted to accomplish with the board today was to help you understand the problem and the pinch point. And then, so you've seen the geography problem, now is the math problem. So the math problem is what you're seeing here, that, we estimate milk inspection revenues to be 275,000, and this is with current staffing. We estimate expenditures at about 280 with current staffing. So there's a $5,000 negative there on cash. So if we add an additional sanitary, if we hire one of the sanitarians back in, you can see what that does. It takes us to 105,000, which would be an annual negative on the milk side. However, we can do some combination with egg, and there is a little bit better cash flow, not great cash flow, with the egg program. So you can see there's $25,000 that we're on an annual basis looking at the plus side, the egg. But that would still leave us, if we hired that third sanitarian, with a total 80,000 negative on an annual basis. Now you can see we've got a little bit of cash. This is not like the cash balances you saw earlier. It's not like the brands per capita, but there is a little bit of cash in the account for milk inspection and a little bit of cash in the account for shorted egg. So you could probably cash flow that for 1.5 to 2 years if you went out and hired someone without having to take any action. But obviously on the fee side, there would have to be something that would have to happen at some point. The last time we went through this exercise, that's how Ms. Brown ended up on the board. And so we're looking for ideas, or if the board's amenable, how would you like to see us approach the conversation with the industry, that sort of thing. So today is just a present the problem, and then see if anyone at this table has better solutions, or who do you think we need to be going to talk to over the coming months to see if we can find solutions.
So you have a question, comment?
Mr. Chairman, like when we were working on this before, does this not include the money from general fund that goes into the facility? I mean, didn't some funds come out of general fund to help with milk and egg?
The
And is
general fund,
that
I
up
think I
there?
know what you mean. That goes to the laboratory, to the milk laboratory. So that is continuing. And so but we don't include that here because that was for laboratory operations.
So we do
So-
receive general fund in the lab to pay for
Just the lab
for
fees?
them going out and certifying the dairy labs that are out around the state, and the work that they do testing within the lab.
So
so
that
they're
just
not-
pays for testing
Yeah.
our milk and cheese and whatever.
Right, so they don't get accounted against the fees. If they did, this negative number would be bigger if we put the cost of the milk lab against that as well. So that general fund helps stave off.
Mhm.
I mean, that was actually part of that negotiation last time, of trying to figure out how we dealt with the financial issues we had, but also do it in a way that wasn't overburdensome to dairies in terms of fees. And that was part of that concession, was that we would, instead of the milk lab being counted against the fees, we would pull it out of the general fund that the lab receives,
Because it's for public health.
because it's for public health.
And so it should have been anyway. I mean, that's rightly so.
You could argue that the whole program is for public health, I would say, but
That's right. That's right.
So soon, talking about ideas of where to generate some cash, and I know Ed always has an opinion, but the cap looks to me like if you're talking about raising fees,
Right.
if you don't do something with that cap, you're punishing the smaller end of this,
Right.
of the processors, and
Right.
I guess I didn't ever understand how that cap even came into place, and the reasoning behind it.
When we
Produce more, why not pay more?
Right. When we started our dairy, we didn't understand the whole concept of, people having to pay for that kind of service, because I didn't think that, that was something that we should have been responsible for. But I was paying $50 a month, whether or not I was milking goats or not, right? Then all of a sudden, it was just a mess, because all of a sudden because I had a cheese facility, they wanted $950 a month. And so people, without understanding what was happening with dairy and egg, kind of just ran a number through and said, oh yeah, they can do this. And if you're Wilcoxons, you could do that, but but nobody else could, and it just didn't make sense. I mean, I don't think at this point that dairy farmers would mind if the percentage went up a little. But I'm not sure what they would say about the caps, because I would, like, half of the year, I don't even meet the minimum to pay the $50. About 5 months out of the year, I do meet the minimum, but there's a low cap. I mean, you have to pay at least $50. But the high cap, I feel like, yeah, that could be worked on.
Well,
And the other thing maybe is, pay per inspection kind of thing, maybe, to help offset costs. There's supposed to be 8 of them a year, correct?
Yes, 8 of them, well, about 12 a year, 8, 6, like, was it 8 within every 6-month period or something like
I think it works out one every 5 weeks or something.
4 for every 6 months.
4 for every 6 months, that's right. So
But
that's about once every
we
5.
build in an extra just in case.
Mhm.
Okay,
if-
so, I mean, I don't think people would be opposed to that, but I do know for a fact that it's a situation where we all the dairy people need to sit down or have the opportunity to sit down and say what they think and how it will personally affect them, because everybody's story is different. And whether you're Dairy Gold or Meadow Gold, it's going to affect you differently. If you're someone like me, it's going to affect you differently.
Well, that's,
So-
yes.
It just needs to be out for public comment and maybe have a meeting about it and see what we can do.
If you raise the percentage, aren't you gonna just push more of the ones that are just under the cap, over the cap? And so your revenue potential doesn't gain as much as you would think it would, because, if everybody
There-
pays an extra 3%, you should be able to figure, you can figure out how much revenue, but if you push the ones that are close to the cap up into the cap, so that then they're capped out at $900 a month or whatever the number is, I don't know. Then your revenue stream is gonna be smaller and you're gonna be right back where you are.
Right, need to make sense.
The challenge is that we found last time, well, one, what saved our bacon last time was or I guess what saved our cheese maybe is a better analogy for this one, but is the processors. So Dairy Gold and Meadow Gold, so they submitted to a much higher cap for processors, and they actually paid a pretty hefty portion of the fees in comparison to the dairies, and they were willing to accept that. Their attitude at that time was, as opposed to this being on the backs of our producers, we'll take it on the backs of ourselves. The other challenge we ran into is that conversation about when you're trying to figure out economies of scale. So when Sue said pay per inspection. So for example, if you are a 10-head cow dairy and you are milking and selling as grade A fluid milk, you're getting the same number of inspections
Mhm.
as if there were, and I don't think there is one, if there were a 2,000 head dairy milking every day.
That's true.
So the problem is that, the concept of bigger should pay more because they require the same amount of work and input as a small dairy does. But you've got to be careful about margins and not, and looking at what that person's throughput is and what they can do. So that's where the concept of mins and maxes came in, right? There's a minimum that you pay, and then there's a maximum because the bigger you get, you're not requiring more work. You're requiring the same amount of work. But what has really driven this in a negative standpoint is that we have lost dairies, but we really have not lost production. The production numbers are very consistent. But what has changed is more dairies now are big enough to hit the cap. And that's where you have a bit of that's to your point, saying that's where your law of diminishing returns kicks in, because the more dairies we push to the cap, we have capped our potential revenue, and and we're not getting any more on the bottom, and that's why we see sort of a negative cycle. Because I will say that, we can say the number of dairies, and that's what we were counting on. We were counting on the number of facilities that we had to inspect were decreasing. So that should decrease our workload. But we really hadn't looked into the fact of where our people are situated. And, you know, and Marty knows, he, for weeks, we've been talking about this, and I told him, I said, if we had, you know, one of these people retire or leave and we rehired in a different location, we'd solve part of the problem, but we don't have that opportunity. And so we still have this geography logistics problem. So I guess that's where, and I will tell you how the different approach we're taking, and I hope Ms. Brown, you know, having lived through it last time, is as opposed to coming to the board and saying, here's what we think needs to happen with milk fees without ever having talked to the industry. We were hoping to come forward today and present the problem and then maybe take a more considered approach about how we approach and converse with the industry to see what solutions might be available.
I sat in on that meeting. I was on the back line, but it was fairly intense for a while. I know that. So
Possible solutions are raising the lower cap and raising the upper cap, right? Is that what, would that be simple?
Those are things you do, yes. Well, you say it's simple until somebody does the math.
So, does the milk control board, do they ever talk about this kind of stuff?
No, that's different than, in fact, they're going the opposite way. For years, they've been lowering their assessment fees because they're actually
And
collecting
that's
more money
silly.
than they need.
Oh, yeah, it doesn't go to the same place.
So I think 3 years in a row, they've lowered their assessment fee. Now, they collect our fee because they're the ones that know the numbers and are looking at the production numbers coming in month to month. So they know that Sue owes us $67 this month. And they know that she only owes us $50 next month. So that's why they're sort of a collection agent for it, but it's this board's decision as to what those fees should be. Now, last time when we needed revenue, and we needed much more than this last time, but I think at the end of the day, the solution was we did raise caps. I think we raised both minimum and upper. As I said, the processors basically submitted to a much higher cap. I mean, as I said, I think their cap is somewhere in the neighborhood of $2,500 a month, somewhere around there. I'd have to go look at the rule, but it's pretty significant. And at the end of the day, we actually lowered the assessment rate from 15.5 cents per hundredweight to 14.5 cents per hundredweight.
On those.
Yeah, on what because that's the calculation now. The calculation to get you to what you owe per month is 14.5 cents per every hundredweight of production. And that's why Sue says some months she doesn't produce enough to get over the cap. Some months she does produce enough to get over the minimum. Some months she does produce enough to get over the minimum.
So is there an industry group that, if you're gonna ask the industry, who do you ask?
Montana Milk Producers Association, obviously the processors, Dairy Gold, Metagold, when you would include Cowspell Creamery, Lifeline Dairy, so the processors, and then dairy. Well, I guess if you reach out to the Dairy Gold, but the Dairy Gold producers are sort of, they're a co-op. I would consider them a producer group. Those would be the groups that you would talk to, and of course we have to do some outreach with some of our more niche processors, right? And I think that's what we that's where we really ran into problems last time was when you start getting into people that are doing and I don't want to call it small because in terms of revenue it may not be small all the time, but are doing things that are different than just selling grade A fluid milk to a processor. That's the folks who really were going to get stung, I think, in the last time around. If we'd now, nobody was happy. You talk about Wilcox's wasn't happy either, if my recollection.
No, they brought the bucks and made none of
Yeah. So it
remember.
was, but, so I don't think any producer group was satisfied with the first option that rolled out of the board right before I started. That would have been back in 2015, fall of 2015. But I do know that our, we did draw the attention of different producer groups who, were gonna get really stung, because they were, the fees, and I think Sue had a great point. Her experience is probably the best one to point to. If your fee is going from $50 a month to $950 a month, like that gets your attention very quickly. And if you're a business that maybe your margin was $30,000 a year, and now we're increasing your fees $11,000, we're taking a third of your margin. That got people's attention really quickly.
So
Yeah.
basically, what you're asking is, you're just wanting a discussion in a public forum, you're not really asking. for
Right, we're
solutions.
putting out there that we recognize, and I'll say I don't mean to out him today, but I talked to Rob Adamson recently. And he brought forward, and that's the thing, and Alex is on here today, and I want Alex to hear that Rob brought forward and said, I think you guys are running your employees really hard, and from what I see, and it's very difficult for them to cover all the ground you're making them cover. And so when you start hearing that from a plant manager, right? He's a medical plant manager. And so when you start hearing that from your constituents, and we start going back and looking, we're like, yeah, maybe we have. Yes, we did the right thing for the finances, but we may not be doing the right thing for the employees. And so we need to take a look and see if we can figure out a solution.
So we just hand the different groups, say, here's the paperwork, figure out how you're gonna make it work. We can from here say, let's just do this, and this, and people will be all upset.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to be sitting in this chair, I like to.
Yeah, I know.
That time, but I don't want to be sitting up here if you're gonna do that.
Well, that's why.
That wasn't a
So-
pretty thing.
And
So
that's-
are we looking to
that's-
facilitate a time at the end of the next meeting for people to come forward,
That would be
or
acceptable.
trying to set up a,
Cause I can go talk to the guy at Wilcoxon's, I know him.
Yeah.
I mean, cause it's Livingston, and I came for one, cause he was pretty upset, and I got called the legislator about it. And but on the same token, the cap thing, a lot of places would say, oh, everybody pays so much per hundredweight, which is how it is. If you got 1,000 cows, you got 10 cows. And sure, there's not that much more work if you're going to the bigger dairy, but you also have scale also increases the amount of problems you could have.
True.
Mr. Chairman,
And then you throw the other thing out there, and I've heard this from several of the producers, get rid of the damn pools would help. Because, for example, one of my dairy people or two of my dairy people in the valley they're 25 miles or 30 miles from Dairy Gold, and they ship to Great Falls, Minnesota. And they're footing the freight. They're all I mean, these people are marginal as it is. And
Jake, no, wait a minute, Sue had a question.
I just want to point out that there's no question in my mind that we need another inspector. They are running ragged for sure.
Yeah, you think, how's one of them even get time off? Or if one of them got sick or something and had to take months off or whatever, holy cow.
Well, and covering billings, I mean, again, it gets back to, we were talking earlier, meat inspection, same issue with lodging and travel. So we're putting overnights onto our sanitarians to be able to do that. And there's a cost to that for them with their family and their, right? And so we recognize that as well. So yes, what if they're sick? What if they need time off? But then when you've got them staying, in a hotel room, 8, 9, maybe, I don't know, ever how many nights a month, there's a cost to that on that employees'
Mhm.
work-life health as well.
Okay.
Just because I'm not super familiar with the milk inspection program, is it like the meat inspection program where it states that we shall provide an inspector, not may?
Correct.
Yes, to be able to be in the interstate milk shippers, right? That's where we have to provide that. So it is different from meat in the respect that you can have things like raw milk that would be completely uninspected as long as it doesn't cross state lines. But the fact that this product is going to cross state lines, it requires it to be managed under the pasteurized milk ordinance in accordance with the interstate milk shippers. And so that's what designates that set number of times they have to be inspected every year, the set types of samples and testing that has to be done, so on and so forth.
So, I mean, I'm a suit. No doubt we gotta hire them. If you're putting them in hotels that often, they're running that rag, and how long till one quits? I mean, no, I'm just,
It's a legitimate question.
they
Well-
probably aren't super happy at the moment.
What else comes along and how, there's a job market pretty.
Yeah, I mean, look at how long we've been trying to hire a meat inspector.
And I
How
would,
long does it take to train a sanitarian?
At least 6 months if they come in with a, licensed sanitarian with no prior milk experience or egg experience.
and
So that's 6 months. What if they come in without that?
Well, that's, if they come in without that, that is about 6
6
months.
months.
Yeah.
If they come in with it.
Probably 2 to 3 months, I would imagine. I mean, you still want to get the tours of all the facilities with the local, right? But it's at least 6 months, and I was told that it might be longer if you don't have a milk experienced individual.
and that is a
Aren't they both
difference here
microbiologists?
between meat
Yeah.
and milk, is that we are required to have registered sanitarians, and we know they're hard to find. We've got county sanitarians that are covering 5 counties right now because counties could not find and hire people. I've heard those stories of some of those people that are covering 5 counties have tried to retire and then they beg them to come back because they couldn't replace them. So it's a hard classification of employees to replace.
So what, I mean, worst case scenario? What if one of them does quit?
So the unsaid undertone of this is that this conversation started by one of our sanitarians saying, in a year and a half, I'm thinking about maybe moving on. And then we're really, to the mattresses up the creek. And then we started talking about workload. And then we realized that really this third sanitarian is critical, not just for distribution of workload, but for continuity. If you can imagine trying to operate a program even for a month with one sanitarian, when you should have 3, it's just a tragedy, right? It's a disaster.
I mean, would you have
So that's
milk that can go across state lines? Is that what you would end up?
I think there are a number of mitigating measures that we would do, right? We would try to bring somebody from the counties or bring somebody from out of state. We would see if we can get a dispensation for skipping an inspection from FDA based on staff, which is what we've done for COVID. So, I mean, I would hate for that. That would be the last resort, but ultimately, if we couldn't mitigate it in the medium term, that would be the outcome.
So this isn't,
Right.
should we do it? This is we have to do it. How are we gonna pay for it? And I think,
And how do we proactively engage the industry so they're part of the solution versus us coming up with a solution before we?
oh, absolutely. That's what I'm trying to get at is in a roundabout way.
Yeah.
Is I think we just have to have a meeting with the industry
Mhm.
and say, here it is. How do you want to fix it? How do you want to pay for
And it also, I mean, these people are going to say you have $20 million.
Yeah, they're.
And I'm gonna back them up, this is a big expense that they brought in when in the 70s, they couldn't pay for it, or 80s, they had a problem with the state, general fund paying for milk program. And so the farmers, the dairy people decided to fund themselves. And once they did that, they could never go back. So now the
Mhm.
state is dependent on the dairy people covering their own expenses. And it was a
So-
big mistake from the beginning.
We send it, there's another option. Go to the general fund, say you want milk in the state of Montana, fund the health part of it. You have to have healthy milk, you know, it's another option.
I was thinking the exact same thing.
You know,
On half of it. or-
it's public health. If
It is
you're-
public health.
If you're going to allow raw milk
Mhm.
and have no responsibility till somebody sues your butt, maybe you ought to think about paying for improved programs
People who have,
that are doing it by the rules and trying to do it right and be healthy.
Well, and the governor's been pushing value added
Possible.
agriculture. It's not value added agriculture?
Big way.
Takes a pretty raw product and makes something pretty drinkable.
Is that, I mean,
cheese.
is that a possibility? I mean,
Yeah.
it's a possibility, but what are,
Well, what I'm hearing here, and I don't know if there's action needed, but I'm hearing that the board is interested in us moving forward with setting up conversations with those players in the industry to present the problem we presented to you today. And sort of the same conversation of what, and I remember how we solved this last time. We solved it sitting in a conference room downstairs with a spreadsheet and people shouting out, what if we do this? And changing the numbers in the spreadsheet till we got to a black number.
Yeah.
And it may take that again.
So do you send a letter out to every milk producer, or whatever? I mean, then everybody knows what's going on, because I've been at things and one phone call this morning on an issue that said, did you know about this? Well, no, I haven't got the letter on that yet. Well, it's coming down the pipe. So every producer gets that letter that, this is happening. This is what has to change. We need some not red ink, we need more inspectors. We're having a hard time finding inspectors at all.
Is that possible?
Mike, is this something we could put into the EPP?
I mean, yeah, we could put a plus up into there and ask for a general fund component. The question back is gonna be, well, dairy producers and egg producers pay per capita. So why didn't you choose to plug that with per capita? Which would be probably a valid question, but it's, that's.
And then you go back
But
to,
yes, we could add this as one of our EPP items.
Put it above the truck.
You know,
I could have got you a truck yesterday, a 3/4 ton Dodge with $98,000 for only $30,000.
wow.
really?
That's what it went for. On auction.
I do like the EPP idea.
I mean, is it worth a shot? And
Public
then
health.
the other question I have is, this seems like pretty immediate need,
Mhm.
especially if it takes 6 months to train.
Like yesterday.
Yeah, and so I don't know that we can push this out until the end of July when we're gonna meet next. You're talking 2 more months.
Yes, and like I said, I was thinking that we would immediately take action on sending out information to our licensees, letting them know the issue. I'm sure we'll get feedback from some of them that, yes, we'll get feedback from some of them that, no, don't do anything about fees, but I think we'll get feedback from some, yes, you have understaffed the program because they see our inspectors come to their facilities on a regular basis. Some of them will do that. But I think we can get that conversation started right away. Now, I guess what I'd say is there is an option if you wanted to take action. Not that we were going to force you there today, but we'd be taking some faith in that, we do have budget authority because those positions are there, they exist, or snapshotted. So
Yeah.
this isn't a listing of our authority. This is a listing of cash. And so we do have cash balance that could sustain us for a while. However, you are taking the risk that if we fail to get something through the legislature, or if we fail to get a fee increase within the next year, then we'll have run through that cash balance and then we'll have to make a different decision. So we have a little bit of headroom to roll the dice a bit, but I would leave that up to the board whether they wanted to roll the dice or not.
So what do you think, Sue? You,
I'd like to move that we start advertising for the position and hope that we find someone with good faith that this will be taken care of.
we can get it, because we do have,
Because
we have a.
It's
cushion.
an immediate problem.
Almost innovative financing, you can almost stretch 3 years out of it.
You could, yeah.
So,
And you know, if egg was to increase and shielded egg revenues were to increase, that there's some things that could come in that could help.
so all right, we should, we have a
I
motion,
made a motion.
we have a second,
Second.
all right, any more discussion?
No, I think it's a great idea. I think we step out and do a lot of stuff for the other sectors of the livestock industry. Sometimes dairy might kind of get overlooked by me and, you know, the board in general. I think making a good faith measure to the dairy industry is the right thing to do right now.
Well, sure, I'm sure that it'll go over way better than the last round with the dairy industry, that we're proactive
Mhm.
in saying there's a problem there and we're gonna fix it. We just gotta figure out how, but we're gonna offer the fix now and we'll figure out how to fix it. So, all right, any other discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. All right, so. I
Can you
guess-
do that?
We definitely can do that.
We just did it.
Yes, you have just done that.
Yeah.
No, we'll advertise. We also, I think, Mike and I will get together, and the folks, in the group about how to start that outreach. I don't think it has to be limited to a board forum. I think we can start having some of those discussions
Yeah,
and
the
outreach in the interim. So we'll work on that part.
And we'll make sure that we do not hire this person like in Glendive. We'll make sure we get the geography. a little
Prefer.
better.
Isn't that where the new facility is, the new meat place?
In some of the, is there a, can you tie that job to a gentleman like you said?
Yes, we can. I mean, I think we don't want to be too, I think we're finding, just, you know, Alicia's getting ready to come up here in a minute. I just was extended her boundaries on a higher other day because we wanted to see if we could get somebody if we went to a little bigger distance away because we're having difficulty hiring people in Kalispell. So I don't know if we want to be too tied into location with it, but ideally, this person, if I was going to put them in an ideal location, they'd be living somewhere around Livingston or Big Timber, because then that would give them flexibility to cover both that Bozeman cluster that you see and that Billings cluster, and there's some work in Livingston as well. So
Okay.
in that realm is where I think geography wise, you're gonna want to place this person,
Okay, all right, Martin, I see you have,
but not
comments,
Bozeman.
let's do.
Correct. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Chair, the request is for Rosemary, one of our sanitarians who's really strengthened in milk, to travel and represent the state of Montana at the National Compact of Interstate Milk Shippers Conference,
It's cool.
NCIMS. And so I believe that's pretty close to a mandatory meeting, but you know, as you're aware of these things, there's a lot of discussions that impact the state of Montana, and we should have a representative there.
So funding comes from the same program that we looked at, fairly broke.
Well, again, the revenues are, yes, do not, yes.
All right.
Unfortunately, there's no grant for this one. I tried. I looked.
All right, I'd entertain a motion to,
Budget authority.
all right, entertain a motion to grant this travel request.
So moved.
Sue, do you have a second?
Second.
Alan, all right, I have a motion by Sue, a second by Alan to grant the travel request to the National Conference of Interstate Milk Shippers. In discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. So is there anything else on milk and egg?
Let's get back to,
So Alicia's here, so maybe we'll jump back and then,
Sounds good.
all right. Well,
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you so much for very patiently waiting for me to get back from Bozeman. Not too often I have to go in the field, and I picked not a great day to have to do it. So let's see here. So I'll start, I guess I'll start with the hiring updates. Unfortunately, I don't have much different news than I did last month. The label specialist position, we're working on getting a formal offer to an internal candidate. So unfortunately, that's going to increase our problems with our field staff. So we're gonna have to figure out how we're gonna tackle that. As Mr. Honeycutt stated, we're going to be increasing the range on the applicant pool for the Kalispell positions. I'm very optimistically hoping that maybe if I can reach some folks, maybe in the Libby or Eureka areas, maybe cost of living is a little better there. Be something where we can maybe get some folks up there. We also got 3 applications for new plants that want state grant of inspection. Those locations are in Butte, Plains, and Eureka. So, and they're just applications. We're at the beginning of the process for them. I don't know how much work or how much time is going to be needed to get them online, but it's making the numbers look interesting for me. I did reach out to some folks in industry and staff regarding your suggestion on fair slaughter that we talked about last month. Industry was agreeable to the idea, but they did make the observation that if we said we were only going to do custom, that the people purchasing those animals would have to essentially say that they would only do custom in that purchase. Depending on who the owner of those animals are, I don't, my stepdaughter is in high school. I think she'd have a little bit of a hard time explaining that her pigs can be used this way or not that way. And so in many cases, they said they might be able to adjust, you know, how many slaughter days they need, but we won't know until after those animals are sold. So that would only give us a couple days notice. And so if I were to approve those, I would have to kind of cross my fingers and say that they were going to go custom. So I appreciate the suggestion, but for purposes, I don't think it gained me a whole lot on how to make that request work.
So,
Go right ahead.
the Tri-County Fair up in Shelby has been custom forever. I mean, they never, well, I should say for a long time, custom exempt. And, you know, it's not even mentioned. It's just understood by the people when they buy that animal, that first they buy the animal, the day when the auction's over, the animal has a new owner. And that owner has the option, I suppose, of not letting that animal go to the custom exempt plan if he has some other place that he'd like it to go. But it's just understood by all of the buyers, and it hasn't been a revenue problem. I'll guarantee you that is some of, they have probably the highest sale average anywhere, any fair in the state. It's just horrendous. But so, you know, I think it's an education, and we're probably starting pretty late in the season to get the education done. But you know, hopefully maybe by next year, my son's the president of the livestock committee up there that handles the sale, and so there's resources up there that would be willing to share whatever they could, I think, on how it works. But it's just been the way it's been done. So it's sure a possibility that doesn't seem to have very many restraints that I can see. So I appreciate you reaching out, and I think it's just probably more of an education type situation.
Mr. Chairman, with that feedback in mind, we are drafting a letter to send to plants to just remind them of, what some of the possibilities are with custom. We've gotten some questions from folks saying, well, if a bank buys an animal and has those animals processed and they give it to their employees as kind of a gratuity, can they do that? And the answer is yes, they can do that, but there's confusion like that that's out there. So we're hoping that maybe a letter to industry, just kind of reminding them of, what custom does and does not allow. Maybe they'll see it a little bit broader than just one owner, one animal.
I think last year there was somewhere around 80 steers and probably, I don't know, at least how many hogs, maybe 100 hogs. And then lambs and goats and chickens.
Quite often businesses buy, every machinery dealer buys several, and so,
Yeah.
and that's just, that to me, I don't understand why. It changes ownership when that gavel goes down. And to me,
Well, I
it's
think
pretty straightforward.
you're right. So,
So with that feedback that we've received, I think the next option that I'll be exploring is to reach out to the plants that have requested fair slaughter and say, well, if you're wanting 2 days of fair slaughter, would you be willing to not do your regular slaughter, that you would have another day that week? Do those animals custom, just to kind of give us some relief on this end of things. So that's going to be my next ask. I haven't ventured that way yet, but I think I'm hoping that next week I'll be able to really sit down and take some hard looks at this. But that's kind of the roadmap that I'm anticipating. The most challenging component to this for me is that the vast majority of these additional slaughters are in the Kalispell area. So with hotels, I'm getting feedback that finding hotels in Kalispell is already becoming challenging. So I think I'm going to need to figure this out in very short order on how I'm going to get people over there. And if I can even get people over there. So yeah, I think I need to kind of get my numbers sorted here in pretty short order, because I have, as an example, I have a day where I have 6 different slaughters going on, and I'm not sure quite how I'm going to finagle this. So I'm anyhow, I think I've made my point on this. So hopefully I can make the numbers work and figure out a way to try and not slow down industry as much as I can. And I guess better information, we did hold the public CIS meetings. The attendance was a little bit lower than I had anticipated they would be, but the meetings were held. The CIS application is up on the website. It sounds like a couple of our already state inspected facilities are exploring the option. So we'll just see how it goes. One of the plants that communicated with me said that they had some misconceptions about what CIS was. And after talking to me, they had more interest in it. He's hoping that if he were to do this, he would be up and going before Christmas. And I said, with him being in the Kalispell area, that I couldn't make a promise that we would be through this process before Christmas for him, but he said he would read the directive more and just see if that's really the way he wants to go or not.
And as I pointed out this morning, we do have our first CIS application that came in this week. One of our plants that had proposed to go federal is deciding to see if CIS is a better fit than going full federal inspection. And I would back up what Alicia said, and I think it's good for us to state in public. And one of the things I think we've got to overcome is that as we roll this out, I got to be careful because I don't want to say anybody did anything wrong, but there was some conflicting media that was very confusing. So we rolled out our press release that cooperative interstate shippers was in effect. Some of the media and some of the people who spoke to the media confused our cooperative interstate shippers program with the cooperative interstate meat compact law that passed in the session that of course that is not legal by federal standards and has a rider on it that it can only ever be implemented if federal law allows for it to. And it was the concept that the legislature had was that we would enter into agreements with other states. And the reason I know that's probably part of what Alicia ran into in the listening sessions, it was when I first started talking about CIS to the folks who put their application in this week, the first thing they said to me is, well, that does me no good because I can only ship into the states you have an agreement with. And I could tell right away they had conflated and confused those two things. And when I explained to them that, no, you can actually ship anywhere in the United States that you want to. And there is even an avenue for export. Export is not really considered, but there's an avenue to be able to do that if you wanted to. Then all of a sudden the total demeanor about the concept of the program changed. So I don't know how we fight through that initial, and I look back to organizational people, and that's only one person in the back of the room, but you know, how we educate folks that, all right, unfortunately, they have very similar names, but the Cooperative Interstate Shippers Program that we're offering through our Meat and Poultry Inspection Program is not the Cooperative Interstate Meat Compact that passed legislature last year. Those are two different things. But I do believe that's for a lot of, because people are saying, well, you don't have agreements with other states, so why would I sign up for that? And then when you tell them, well, no, you can actually ship anywhere you want to. But you guys saw that, and like I said, but there was some conflicting media there and some people who jumped in after our press release that confused the situation very greatly. And it wasn't Montana Farm Bureau.
So yeah, so we've got, we have our webpage up. There is a frequently asked questions session that does directly address where products can be shipped under that. The application is up there. So, as we get interest in it, I think at this point in time, Bonnie and I have dug through that directive long enough that I think me and her have a pretty good handle on it. We'll keep interacting with folks, and I've been working pretty hard with my inspectors that if they have a plant that is asking questions, I encourage them strongly to reach out to me and, you know, try and make sure that the information that we're giving is correct for them. And with that, being fairly transparent that coming under CIS is going to be a lengthy process. And with me holding the bureau chief position currently, the ability to go out and do food safety assessments, which is part of the CIS process, that's going to be challenging. And then depending on where they are, what the staffing looks like in that area may also be challenging.
I just want to say thank you for, it sounds to me like your plate is definitely full, maybe just a little overfull, and we appreciate what you're doing. So,
Mr. Chairman, Alicia, so have people applied for these jobs, or are they just not qualified, or?
We had one applicant last month. He interviewed okay. He requested to start working after the 4th of July, and I told him that we couldn't hold the position that way. And I said that if the position was still vacant after the 4th of July, he would certainly be welcome to reach back out to me. The field positions did close again yesterday. I have one applicant who looks decent. That applicant is not in the right part of the state. So until I follow up with them, I don't know what their intentions are. And so I haven't hardly gotten through the process with that person. But hopefully I'll be able to reach out to them next week and get a better gauge of if that's a viable solution. But it's one or nothing for 3 positions is kind of what I'm up against at this point.
And of course, part of that is what's in the Northwest, increasing the circles. So not only do you bring in, you know, Libby and Eureka, if you increase that circle, but if you go to the south, when we were drawing a line of the day, you get down to Ronan and St. Ignatius. And maybe if we're not looking for someone in Kalispell, maybe we'll see if that adjustment helps. yes, they will have to drive a little further but if we can get somebody who's willing to do that, then we should try that versus being very strict about our, obviously, we gotta have them within striking distance of where we have plants, but so we're just looking at some of those things to see how that helps as well.
I'm hoping that we'll see some success with that. That's what we had to do for the Bozeman plant position. I mean, the inspector for that area lives here in Helena and he commutes to Bozeman, but that's the only way that we could make it work. So I think we're kind of in the same position up there, and I'm crossing my fingers that that shakes something loose there.
Okay, any other questions for Alicia? Well, thank you. Glad you
Thank you.
were able to navigate the construction and
Me too. It's only a little bit of a delay today.
well,
Too bad.
very good.
So, thank you very much for all of your
Thank you.
time.
Yes. So Jake said he wanted to go line by line and do this. So we'll get up in the chair and get comfortable.
Say, no, don't get it.
Perfect, Mike. For the record, Greg Judah, Director, Veterinary Diagnostic Lab. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, if you want to go ahead and look at the slide Mike has up now, I'll let you vote on it in one fell swoop.
Well, again, we're having people put forward all their known out-of-state travel they typically do at this time.
So I'm assuming this is a similar scenario that they're not all funded from the same funding source, all this travel.
Mr. Chairman, I believe that we do have, I'm not sure the exact funding source. I know we do have an allotment for travel within our budget on an annual basis. But it's up to Brian and his team as to.
So there's not a federal grants or anything that's involved in the funding. Do you have a?
Yeah, so Mr. Chairman, if you recall last year, we had some of this funding come out of the non-funding bucket, which it's still eligible for. It just happens that the financial plan that we reviewed last board meeting didn't include it this go round. Then that is not to say that as we go through the year and purchases start to be made for some of those other items, there will be some adjustments and potentially some finances freed up that I can then submit a revised financial plan and get some of it covered. So this would truly be a worst case scenario as far as none of it covered by NOM and that I'm specifically speaking to the AAVLD meeting. The rabies workshop is covered by grant funding through public health. Typically it wasn't offered last year, not the grant funding, just the course due to COVID, I believe. And then the board certification for Erica is kind of a one-off special circumstance, just based on the conditions of her employment agreement.
So I guess my reason for asking is I just, we went through the last one at a time. If we could group these depending on the funding source. I see the rabies workshop is a public health. So let's just go ahead and I'd entertain a motion to grant the request for travel to the rabies workshop. All right, Alan.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Alan and a second by Sue. Any discussion? All in favor, say aye.
Right.
Opposed, same sign. Motion carried. Now, I would propose grouping the rest of them. Was there five more? And I would propose grouping those 5 into one motion unless there's one that someone has questions or would like to have taken out and discussed separately. So we can kind of expedite this process a little bit. Is that agreeable to the board? If so, I'd entertain a motion to accept the request for the next 5 requests for travel.
So are we, excuse me,
Yeah, go ahead. Nancy.
are we saying that for the AAVLD, it's probably funded by public health or a CDC grant?
No. AOVOD will be funded by the mixture of funds. So the lab has the proprietary fund, lab fees, per capita, and general fund in various
Right.
amounts. So you can look at it as being funded in percentage by all three of those, how it's broke out across the lab. Because that's to the benefit of the whole lab. So when you look at that, and I'm probably stealing Dr. Judith's thunder, but their AAVLD organization, right? So Dr. Schwartz Collins is our certified microbiologist. Dr. Smith is our lead certified pathologist. Dr. Judah is our director, and Tess Moore is our quality assurance manager. And there's, I would assume, breakouts for each of those roles at the AOVOD meeting that we need our person that serves in that role to be there taking part with their counterparts from across the country. So that's why that's the number that's going. That's why that's the specific people that are going. And of course, the funding source hits across the entire lab. Some of it's proprietary funds, some of it's per capita, some of it's general fund.
All right, let's group those four.
I have a question first.
Yes.
Who's covering the shop when all
Hey,
these people at the
Nina.
meeting?
Not smart, man. To be honest, a great question. Mr. Redfield, I don't know if all of us will go. So I'll just throw that out there right now. I've already heard Erica state that she probably isn't going to attend. So in that case, it would be her. In the event that we all do, we're all regularly checking in with our people. We do have each of our lab sections has a lead technician that's capable of performing all the functions within that lab section. Where you get into a deficiency potentially is if we need to contact a client either directly with a section head, which would be Steve or Dr. Smith or Dr. Schwartz. So it may take a little bit longer, might have a little pause there, but they certainly have the ability to stay connected.
And we have two pathologists, so it's not like if we need to do pathology that with Dr. Smith being gone, we can't continue to do pathology.
Well, people are paying, them, so they want to know.
Oh, yeah.
No,
Oh, yeah.
no, that's
No,
why
it's-
we're here.
So this is for next year, for this year.
This meeting is in October of this year.
Next fiscal year, but this calendar year.
Correct. Okay. And I mean, I know we have to okay it before all this happens, but like, these are all guesstimates. And so you actually turn in receipts for the actual amount and not this, right?
Correct.
And I would assume, worst case scenario, airfare is double. Or lodging is home on range. You still have the authority to say, this is out of budget.
Correct.
Yeah, if it was, if the rates of travel doubled, you may only be able to afford to send two, and you have to make a priority of who those two are. And others have to stay behind. This one's close enough that, I mean, the airfare, if not, is subject to a little bit of flexibility, but usually there's hotel agreements, right? So the rates on the lodging are set because somebody's done a contract with the hotel that's hosting the meeting,
Mhm.
things of that nature.
And Tawny did your per diem.
Mr. Chairman, Ms. Brown, and looking at this prior to me coming up here, I clearly need to sharpen my pencil because airport parking has gone up at Bozeman since I created this.
So is there any opportunity for two of you to ride in one vehicle? So
Mr. Chairman, I've also been informed that Dr. Smith intends to drive to the meeting in Minneapolis, believe it or not. So that's a really good point. So there may be some cost savings involved.
It's only
right.
16 hours. Piece of
Choice.
So I'd entertain a motion. Let's just group those four of those. However you pronounce it, applet or
AAVLE.
I like that.
I didn't entertain a motion to accept the request.
I move that we accept the request for this AAVLD meeting.
Okay, second. Okay, Jake, All right, I have a motion by Sue and second by Jake to grant the request for attendance of 4 to the AAVLD meeting discussion. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
All same sign, motion carried. All right, now we have one more, this AC, because it's directly
Related to
part
employment
of
agreement.
livestock when you say, so what? Does that come out of per capita fees then, or? It says
Yeah, it would,
DOL.
once again, it'd be a mixture in percentage, because it hits every class of blood source in the lab. So with our certified microbiologist, when we hired Dr. Schwartz Collins, that was part of her agreement with us, is that if she accepted the job, she would pursue this, and if she would pursue this, we would pay for the examination and travel to the examination, because for our accreditation, we need to have a certified veterinary microbiologist on staff.
So this is basically us saying, yeah, it's okay what you did.
Well, it's saying that you've got to travel to get there. I mean, if we don't choose to travel to sit there, then yeah, we potentially put the accreditation of the lab at risk.
I move we.
Okay,
Second.
okay, discussion. Discussion, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
The motion was by Alan and the second from Sue.
I should point out that the board did approve attaining a certified veterinary microbiologist, so the board had already approved that part,
All right, so. We all.
just not the travel to the test.
All right, so that might be the fifth part of this section, is that right? That's good. I don't know how we do it.
It looked like the
Mr.
simple
Chairman,
part to
we're-
me.
yeah, this should be the easy part, right? Okay,
I assume everybody read every
I did.
change
Page of the
that was
dossier.
proposed here.
Disappeared in the bottom of the phone when I was drilling this.
so Mike, if you want to scroll down to the bar graph first.
Yeah,
We'll
you have to
address
point me, I
that.
know you don't want to go through this. They may want to go through it line by line. I know you don't want to go through it line by line.
Oh, I did.
Well,
With
that's an
Darcy's
easy
help.
answer, but no. and
So while he's finding that bar graph, I see that, well, that one made a lot more sense where you had the color coding in there. I don't know why you didn't, you made us suffer through all the other, then finally get to this one. It's that yellow for it.
Right,
And then I read the
final pages.
yeah, and I read the little thing that tells me what this color coding is for, and yeah, holy cow. That's very straightforward. Simple.
Okay, so Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I believe at the last meeting, Mr. Chairman had asked for a little bit of feedback on some of the prior decisions that the board had made regarding fee changes or tests added. I believe it was in that context. So what this graph is meant to illustrate is to show you the result of previous board decisions to accept fee change recommendations that we brought forth to the board. So if you look at fiscal 18 and 19, we were basically hovering in this kind of baseline level. And if I were to have shown 7 years, you would see on the graph that it's at the same level as those 2 years if you get back to fiscal 17 and fiscal 16.
So I'll make a long story short of what myself and the board asked for in previous years is that some of you lived through that battle with the lab. And part of the issues with the lab is that fees had stayed stagnant. Our staff had not done the work to justify, I say previous staff had not done the work to justify appropriate fee increases that needed to take place. And so the amount of fees contributing to the lab stayed very, very stagnant. And other people were fighting very hard to get per capita fee and general fund into the lab. But we had a performance audit on the lab that pointed out that you're increasing the amount of general fund you're putting towards the lab, you're increasing the amount of per capita fee you're putting towards the lab, but you're doing nothing on your fees. And that was an appropriate finding. So there's magic in the fact that the last time this was addressed was in 2020, because we wanted to put ourselves on a clock of biennially, each biennium before the next legislature, having Greg do that work to look at the competitive marketplace, to look at the cost in the lab, and come forward with a justification for what needed to happen with fees, so that we don't have that situation again of fees remaining stagnant and us having to continue to pour more per capita and general fund into the lab to make it solvent. So we don't want to repeat what was happening in 2014, 2015.
And as Mike's pointing out here, your lab fees or your operational costs continue to increase. For instance, the MALDI that we just voted to put in front of that EPP with those annual preventative maintenance costs coming out of lab fees, you do have incremental costs needed to kind of fund the machine going forward. So the lab fee adjustments, I think, are a key part of this, the funding of the lab, and doing it on a cyclic basis or a periodic basis is appropriate.
Well, after I got through this, it made a lot more sense after reading most of it than it did when I started. But so I see here on page whatever, I guess there's no page number, but you have this green, and that's proposed new test offerings. So I suppose that would be a starting place. I mean, we have to start somewhere. So
Mr. Chairman,
you want to
members
tell
of
us
the board.
what they are and why?
Yeah, so we can walk through them if you'd like. Mike, that's in the long-winded justification portion. Section 2.
Be up above it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Page numbers on mine.
And I apologize, I probably should have given Donna further instruction on the exact order to put this in to make it more digestible.
Oh, okay, I see what you're talking about, up here in the
Yeah.
narrative, gotcha. New test request and justification.
So the new test requests just are listed out here in order, and I think there's about 10 of them. I cannot recall whether these have come in front of the board before in a previous meeting, but there's the possibility that some of them already have. But what we've got here is a list of tests that have been deemed appropriate to bring online based on client feedback. Most of these, I believe, have come in on the recommendation of Dr. Schwartz and the lab sections that she manages. So I don't know if you want to actually drill into the weeds on each one of these.
I guess I'm gonna, does everybody find that? I wish it was a page number, but it's toward the, well, actually, it's, if you go to tab 5 and page forward 1 page, you'll end up with this sheet that shows the. All right, now on the front side of tab 5, so page forward, there you are. Right. So if that would be up there, Greg, the
Yeah.
next page up.
Mhm.
You have those.
So,
So the new tests are in green, right?
and I'll point out for the board a key question that comes from me to Dr. Wolski and Dr. Judah before we get to this point. With new test requests, so for, obviously, we can see very quickly canine at the front of this. So yes, we have veterinarians who are asking us for this service, but if we're going to add an additional service that is not direct livestock in basis or direct public health in basis, I ask them that the fee they propose cover the cost of doing that service. We should not, so if we're going to add a canine test, long story short, we shouldn't have to spend per capita fee or general fund to support that. And we should be able to cash flow that through the fee structure that he proposes. So I just want to let the board know those are conversations that happen before it gets to you with some of these test divisions. Now, if it's a very, very important livestock test that has great economic importance and benefit to livestock, and we're limited in what we can charge by the marketplace, but livestock producers want it, then that is why we have a certain amount of per capita fee that goes into lab. Or if it's for a public health purpose, that's why there's general fund that goes into lab. But for those types of tests, just so you know, I'm already sort of putting stress on them that, well, I love it that our veterinarians are asking us to add services, but those services have to be able to pay for themselves if they're not a direct benefit to the livestock industry.
So I assume then that cost is an industry acceptable cost, so that we're not offering a test that nobody's gonna use because they can get it cheaper at Kansas or whatever.
Mr. Chairman, yes, sir, that's correct. So in most of these instances, we attempted to put the actual cost of the test and justify how we covered it. And then in the sub bullets there, do as much market analysis as we can for regional and national labs for a comparison.
Yeah, I saw a lot of it. So, all right, so what's the best way? I suppose we should, the new test should be a separate motion, correct?
But yeah, I would be on that way myself. But
Okay,
I don't want to
so
try-
what's your pleasure on the new test? Anybody have any? I'd entertain a motion to accept Dr. Judith's request for, what is there, 6 or 8 of them? 7. Right?
Mr. Chairman, I move we have these tests.
Listed. Okay, I have a second.
Second.
All right, I have a motion by Alan and second by Sue. We need more discussion. More discussion?
Mhm.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, same sign. Okay, and now you want to just explain your color coding and how you came up with, you know, I read a lot of your justification, but I don't, and maybe everybody did, but if they didn't, just give us a short synopsis of how you.
Absolutely, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. So in the final Excel table that basically takes the list of tests that are within the rules that we have marked up, we grouped it in the adjustments into 3 buckets. And that was, one was the green color, which is new test proposals that we'd like to bring on board. The yellow represents existing tests that we currently offer, where we either wanted to modify the type of test or the name of the test, or condense 2 tests together, or make a fee adjustment based on market analysis. And then the final bucket is the blue bucket, which is an across the board 3% increase in test fees to help offset the cost of increased testing supplies over the past few years. I would like to add that there are certain fees that we currently charge that we did not feel compelled or have a justification to raise the price on. For example, brucella testing, because we still have the same cost of those kits locked in under contract, and still have the same amount of direct labor going into it. And plus, you know, I think that's appropriate, given that if we're going to do that, we need to look at it on a bigger program basis with animal health. So they know how to adjust their cooperative funding in conjunction with any type of a test fee increase. The other tests or fees that we also largely didn't touch were the administrative fees. And that's because our direct labor costs have not changed. And these are things like, you know, a session, right? It's the same amount of work now as it was 3 years ago. If a sample comes in the door, we get the same people entering the same data, should take the same amount of time. So there's not really a justification to elevate some of those fees. So we excluded a handful of those as well.
Okay. So I'd entertain a motion to accept the fee structure that Dr. Judah has presented.
So moved.
Okay, a second.
Second.
All right, discussion. I, you know, reading through the justification, it looked very plausible. I see that you checked with other labs that I would assume some of our vets use and everything I read looks like we're right in the mid-range at the highest, and maybe even at the lower range in a lot of them, so. We have a motion by Greg and a second by Jake. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motion, opposed, say aye. Motion carried. Gee, that was pretty simple.
Amazing. Mr. Chairman, members of the board, do we need to vote on whether to push along those amended rules to the next phase? Is that the governor's office or public,
Yeah,
post for public comment?
no, that's the next phase is to forward them to the governor's office for their blessing and concept, not your entire list, but the concept that we're big picture justifications on
Yeah,
while we're increasing those fees. And then once we receive that green light, then post with Secretary of State for public comment and process.
Hey,
okay.
you want to give us any update or anything, or any thoughts that you want
Just in general,
to?
no, I think we've been plugging along. The AI outbreak, we put a little bit of stress on the staff, but we're getting through that. It's actually been a good experience because you don't get to actively live through that FAD investigation, process too often. You do a lot of drills and exercises to be prepared, but you never are prepared until you're thrown into the fire. So I'd just like to give kudos to Dr. Schwartz for handling the bulk of that and her team and molecular diagnostics. And they've done a heck of a job, our pathology team and necropsying some of those birds is needed. So, yeah, it's working.
So
out
how
well.
many actual samples came through the lab?
Mr. Chairman, I don't have an exact number on that, but I know it's probably several hundred at this stage, or at least a couple hundred. Usually we were getting, I think as of late, a lot more wild bird submissions than commercial flocks or, producers. So, and you can correct my terminology because I know USDA has different terminology than some guy from Virginia, but I'm just a lowly lab director. But it's quite a few samples, but for that testing, I believe FWP is paying the test fee for the wildlife submissions that they send in. And for the FADI that's coming, it's reimbursed through NOM. So we had to send that over. We had to get a pre-approved work order for X amount of dollars at a time from the folks in Iowa. And then once we exhaust that, we'll request another one. Granted. So there were some challenges with invoicing and what have you, because we'd never used that mechanism or set up that client kind of for auto invoicing. But I think we're going smoothly now. So.
I was just gonna say a connect touch point on AI that Dr. Judah hasn't mentioned and Dr. Zalewski hasn't mentioned today, and this is the first maybe opportunity, is the value. So AI really shows the value of having an AAOBLD accredited non-national animal health lab network certified lab in the state of Montana. Because once we had the first positive diagnosis, and if I get this wrong, you guys can correct me, once we had the first positive diagnosis from NVSL, that meant subsequent samples could go to our lab. If we did not have that lab, all of our samples would have been going down to state, and we'd have lost that time in turnaround and information and knowing how to respond. So that, we don't like to live through these things, but that does demonstrate the value of why you need to keep that. And I know there's lots of people who have defended that vehemently, why you have to keep that entity in the state. And it's not just as easy as farming that out to another state if you didn't have it, because in these scenarios, you would lose critical response time for your producers by not having that ability. And it mimics other foreign animal diseases as well, right? That once you have that first diagnosis, then NVSL turns you loose to do your own testing at that point and sampling.
Like if I may, Mr. Chair, just really briefly, the other thing that we've always talked about regarding the benefits of having an in-state lab is that capacity and that knowledge, that expertise. I can't tell you the number of phone calls text messages that Dr. Schwartz has answered and collaborated with regarding sampling techniques, submission deadlines, interpretation of tests, all that stuff. If that would have to go out of state, it would just result in a much less efficient and less positive experience for Montana constituents. That, I mean, it was really tremendous. So it's, on a daily basis that stuff came in, and she was an expert and provided that feedback.
So just for my simple mind, what was the big deal? Why is Fish, Wildlife and Parks send in birds to see if they died avian flu? What are you gonna do? I mean, if I could see the first one maybe, so that you could say, alert that
Around it.
domestic flocks that it's in the area, but after you found one dead goose with it, what difference it make?
Mr. Chairman, that's a great question. Probably goes beyond my level of expertise in terms of the surveillance that they're doing. I don't know whether that's part of a larger program and whether they may be sending along or requesting sequencing from the national lab or others, and to determine what types of viruses and subtypes are appearing in which regions across the country. So it may be part of a larger effort that I'm unaware of.
Yeah, Mr. Chairman. So a couple thoughts on that, or in fact, you're on point, and I believe that FWP does not sample the same species within one county where HPAI has already been established. So if they know it's in ducks in a particular county, they won't be sampling additional ducks in that county. But they do want to sample other species because it does help us better understand where the risk is coming from. So at this point, I think they've identified 56 separate species of wild birds that AI has been found in addition, including birds of prey and waterfowl, et cetera. So I think that's a really important source of information. The other one that they've been doing is doing the sequencing, just like Dr. Judah mentioned. They found that in fact now we have our North American strain, and have recently also found the Asian HPAI strain mixed in the United States as well. So we know that there's potential reassortment and a couple different kind of genotypes of virus coming around. So all of that kind of helps us better understand the risk, better understand the movement of this virus around the globe, and and better protect United States agriculture.
So what's the pool, the potential infected pool? Is there a pool left in Montana of avian flu after we peaked and we haven't found anything in say 2 weeks or something? So is there still a reservoir of that disease, and where is it then?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, yes, there is. I think we continue to receive wildlife samples, and it'd probably be from migratory birds that we're still seeing it. I think, and correct me if I'm wrong, but Tani was referencing commercial producers or otherwise in terms of not seeing it for a couple of weeks. And then the other component of testing we're doing is for cleaning and decontamination after there's been a depopulation event. So,
But you mentioned birds of prey. So is that a potential reservoir?
I would say not as much as a reservoir. They're more of a recipient species, right? Because they're going to feed on waterfowl and birds that are sick. It's mostly kind of a sentinel or an indicator species of where the disease exists. Because where eagles have AI, that means that waterfowl or other species have AI. So that's kind of how they're using that.
So did it actually kill some predatory birds? We had lots of them feeding on dead geese, and I didn't see any predator birds.
This virus this year is unique and different than from 2015, where there is a lot bigger impact on wild bird mortality than we had 6 years ago, so 7 years ago. So yeah, that's pretty significant. Like I said, I think I heard on a USDA call 56 different wildlife species.
Wow.
So wildlife. Birds.
So, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, I'd like you to remember Marty's conversation here when we have the discussion about purchasing the next gen sequencing instrument here in a couple of years. Just wanted to throw that out there, set the table.
After the day, the door's closed for 2 years. You know? After the day, the door's closed.
Our memories aren't that long.
Be careful what you. All right, is there any other? Would you like to enlighten us more?
Oh, geez. Oh, no, that's it, Mr. Chairman. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Oh,
Buddy.
and I told Buddy this morning that we would get him on the agenda, so.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the board. We've pretty much talked about everything on my list, so this should be just a rehash of kind of what we did during the House Bill 10 stuff. My note in the board things about 5 paragraphs instead of 5 pages. So, no offense. You had to rub it in a little, I had to rub it in just a little. So, the process to read the forms, that's the Google AI process that we're working with Google to develop. Of course, we started that at the prompting of the state data officer. He basically contacted us and said, we think this is a good use case. They came, they saw, they agreed. They started looking at it. We got all the permissions to do it. Then they gave us the cost. We said, all right, you're gonna have to wait for a while. And that's pretty much the story there. I think the bot is gonna be a really good fit in the long run. The next one down, data reporting. That's our Snowflake setup that you guys approved this morning. Basically just pulling data from existing and legacy systems to a repository so that we can query it and get the reports that we need quickly.
Nina will be talking to you.
Who's that?
Nina will be talking to you.
That's fine. That's great. I love it. The third paragraph, we've kicked off the development of the new brands system. That's brands and inspections and marketing. That's being done through ServiceNow. ServiceNow is a platform that IT has used for a long time. It's what we do our ticketing in, our casework in, and they have field service and customer service modules. They're actually building a custom module for brands and inspections because it is relatively complicated. They got here and realized that. It was more complicated than what they thought. It's not just scheduling people to go do an inspection. There's a lot of factors. We're making great progress. Brands is coming along, should be done the end of July. Market and field inspection, we're looking March, April next year. Some of that.
Yeah, well, that's actually on purpose a little bit.
Yeah,
We're trying to not do it in the fall run.
Right, some of that falls on us, it does. We put them off and they turned down their development for the months of fall run. Because we told them there's no way we're changing systems in the middle of fall run. Sorry, we're not doing it. And they're like, really? We can't get it all done before July. I'm like, "Oh, okay, then here's the fix." IT is doing about 200, the narrative says tickets. We have moved to a case situation now. So we're doing about 200 cases a month. That's internally. So it's us helping everybody in the department to make their computer run, get their cell phone going, get a printer. This is broke, that is broke. New people coming on, people being terminated. I know that's a really rough word, but that's what we call it, is, out processing. All of those situations go through IT so that we make sure we don't lose any assets. We make sure that people are taken care of, all the data is captured. That case setup is really important because case can be faced externally to the citizen customer. And that's really where the state of Montana is going. Our governor is really about customer service to the citizen customer. They're looking to create a citizen portal where anyone in the state can go create their user, access the data that we've prepared for them to be able to see. In one case, I would say the brand records that they own As they log in and those brand records are linked, they'll be able to see their own brand records. There's even talk about the brand books being available that way rather than on a jump drive for a cost. That's still in the background. We're working on that. There's some privacy issues there that we want to deal with. Meat and poultry, we're working on getting everything together. My job when I took it, when you guys hired me I was told to work on integration, make everything talk to each other. We're moving meat and poultry into USA Herds, making some progress there. We're almost done with that project. And then it's just moving the legacy data in there and moving forward with it in the new system. We're doing the same with milk and egg into VADS, kind of the same process. And then we'll take those legacy systems, we'll save that data somewhere so we have access to it and decommission the servers that they're on and save us some money because the servers at SITSD are expensive. And that covers all 5 paragraphs that I had. Anyone have any questions for me? Late, it's awful late in the day to talk IT.
Come on, Jake.
Yes, we should have done this like 9 o'clock.
Well, I guarantee we're gonna I hope we have air conditioning by July, or we might have to find a different place.
They'll have this fixed, hopefully.
Okay. So, any questions for?
It's nice to
I
hear we're
exhausted my
moving in
questions
the
a
right
few
direction.
hours.
And I just I'm glad we finally got him on the agenda. Buddy's been doing a great job in his time here and moving things forward. Some things that aren't even part of House Bill 10, I mentioned that he's been working on is trying to figure out how to, we talked about our logistical challenges of getting people around the state. So, Buddy's been looking at cheap, and I say cheap, like under $5,000, certain cheap options for things that our inspectors could use to better plan their day and their routes and trying to bring efficiency there. So, or try to even look at the districts and, oh, wow, I didn't realize that, Jake and Greg drive the same road twice each week. And maybe there's something we can do and they're crossing each other and there's something we can do about that. That cuts our cost, also cuts their time on the road. So IT's doing what IT's doing, which is supposed to be driving efficiencies in our operations. And so I appreciate Buddy's a good one we come up with lots of ideas, and believe it or not, he goes and fetches and brings back solutions to those ideas, which I greatly appreciate.
Thank you.
Well, that's good because we'll make a hit with the governor. This department keeps.
That's my plan here. Unfortunately, he already knows my first name. I knew him before from a previous engagement, but I actually am on a first name basis with the state CIO as well, and it's a great relationship. So,
Well,
Good.
we'd much rather be in the forefront than the one that's knocking on the door saying, what are you guys doing?
I can actually say I've been in meetings where, and I don't think this is, you could probably take this offensively, but it's not meant offensively, that we get sort of lifted up on. The Department of Livestock's doing this stuff. What's wrong with the rest of you? So, if the Department of Livestock, the oldest state agency,
department.
those guys that wear cowboy hats and cowboy boots, if they're doing this, the rest of you don't have an excuse.
So, well, thank you, buddy. I'm
Thank you,
glad
Mr.
that we
Chair.
finally got
Thank you,
you in that chair, and we had you in there twice today, so that's.
There we go. There we go. Thank you, board.
All right.
Mr. Chair.
Good job.
You got 2 paragraphs? One.
Yeah. I'm tired.
Minutes.
It's hot here. Yeah.
It is hard.
This is actually, strangely enough, we would have to have a board meeting today because it's been relatively bearable around the office since this thing started. And today's the first day where it's been hot enough, which we're like, wow, this is a little tough.
Not bad. Not
Yeah, it's just
uncomfortable.
Sure, thank you, Mr. Chair. Brian Simonson, Chief Financial Officer in this role here. We're gonna go through a few kind of our traditional budget summary here. So if we could turn to tab 5, page 1, we'll look at the per capita fee reporting and collection report. I think last month we kind of saw that the numbers were, right there in that like high 90s percentile, close to each other. This month, I would characterize as that I think it's actually solidifying into something that will be the outcome. In July, we'll be looking at a 10% reduction is what it's materializing, especially in the cattle numbers that are coming in the reporting fees. So just that 2022 there at the top, that 15,519 reporters, that's still 99% of what it was last year. We are taking in about 90% of the amount reported there, that 4,874,000. That's 90% of last year. And then we are at 110%. So we've got an acceleration going on as far as people actually paying this year versus last year or in previous years. So I'm not saying that speaks to Gen Tax, but it is an interesting notion there that more people are paying upfront versus getting their bills at the beginning of May. And then money is rolling in. That 1.5 there, I think is almost, I don't know if it's in half yet, but it's pretty close to that because since this report came out in May 20th, so those bills are all starting to roll in pretty rapid, or the checks are starting to roll in pretty rapid. Before getting off this page, that's about my whole report here, but before getting off this page, I was curious to go back. So I just went back one more year to 2020 and took a look. And 2020, this report for total amount reported was 4.6 million in 2020. And the amount paid was 2.24 million. So I think I'm just making the point that 2021 was a really bounce of a year. And I'm not saying there isn't a calorie reduction, there certainly is, but 2021 was just a big,
anomaly.
it's gonna look like a blip. But again, we talked earlier this morning, this still may be a 5-year recovery. So I'm not saying what the future looks like, but
what you are telling us is that we're not
Too far off of where
wise
we've
from
been.
2020.
that's right.
As far-
We're ahead of
As far
that.
as we expected to.
Well, I see we're ahead of 2020
We are.
revenue wise. So,
$2 million.
yeah. So I just have to ask.
Yep.
How did we end up with 145 people in 2021 and 974 in 2022?
Yeah, it's gotta be, there's gotta be a typo there, because the amount of per capita fee it went
Didn't change,
down.
no, it's
So-
like there's about the same number.
I
of
missed
bees.
And sheep and goats, I would take a look at too, because according to that, we got half the reporters for sheep and goats we had last year, but we roughly have close to the same
Same
head
amount of
count
money.
and build amount. So unless there are, that's our 843 sheep producers who have all the sheep, and we had 800 people with one goat.
Sue, did you triple your?
That didn't report. I don't know.
Went down a little.
For sure, if you add up these numbers, you're gonna end up with more reporters because they have, multiple kinds of livestock. So there may have been a priority here that got shifted in the way they were, everyone was counting.
I was just going through it.
Yeah, that's, okay. I was looking at the dollars. That's kind of crazy. All right, thank you for that. We'll move to the state special revenue. I don't really have a lot to say here either. I basically have smiley faces all over this page. I don't think there's anything that's coming either unexpected or in a negative way. New brands and re-record the top there. Those are still traditionally what we're expecting at this time. No big variations there. No, line 5, that livestock dealer license. That's a we went from nothing in May, or I mean, in March to 50,000 in April. So that whole evolution is pretty much done as far as taking in new dealer license.
That's the deadline for.
Right. So success in that category. Market inspections, that's number still grows more than we would anticipate for this time of year. So that 246,000 represents a $41,000 increase over this time last year. Earlier comments about the market's just kind of weird.
Well, and it translates to 10 to 15,000 additional head going through the markets this past April than went through the previous April.
Per capita fee there, we talked about a little earlier, but it's always nice when you see a number go positive, because it's been negative for a few months since we started this. So again, collections are just a little bit quicker than they were this time last year, even though we don't expect the money to be, we expect the money to be $500,000 less than it was this time last, or in total at the end. So smiley face for now, but probably not come July. Milk and egg, those things are behaving as they should. We have got less dairies and a little bit more egg fee coming in, or egg revenue coming in. So those are acting normal. And then the lab, that row C there, 1.2 million, that grew nearly 100,000 for the month of April, which is traditional. So the delta there in row D, that 40,000 pretty much stayed the same. If you look at the column C versus column E, you'll see that we're $13,000 ahead of what we budgeted for revenue in there. And that directly relates to, if we were to look at the lab sheets, we would have $13,000 more dollars than we have authority for in this regard. And then there's 3 months more of lab revenue to go. So you can expect something around 300,000 in that, plus up in that category. So that's behaving as it should.
Because that's the budgeted amount is for the year. And this is
That's right. Column F is, or column E is the end of the year.
And just always as a reminder, this is the one revenue that doesn't act like the others, in that we actually can budget in that because it's proprietary fund. So if we get above what we budgeted, we can use it. We're not limited by budget authority.
Right, yeah. Usually authority is a limiting factor for anything on, up or down. So if you're not,
Greg did say he's gonna get 1.5, right?
he got 1.5 last year, and last year was another banner year. So
Didn't he say last meeting he was gonna get there?
That's what he said. Yeah.
Okay.
That's why he's trying to raise fees. real fast.
We're gonna do it between now and June.
I think you
I
just,
know, it's not too late on it.
I think you just doubled his travel budget. So there you go.
Kick that.
Congratulations. We're gonna turn to the blue pages, page 3. I don't have a lot more to say here. I do want to call attention because we have kind of a shift in emphasis from this time last year, or maybe in the last couple of years, to a kind of a different problem here, but we've talked about it enough. So, and it resides in the personnel expenses. So if we kind of concentrate on column F there, and we look at personnel, I'll just make some notes here. That 94,634, that mostly is benefiting from above authority where we don't have FTEs that we're charging against. So Milk Control Board has got a full FTE, well, 2 FTEs, or FTE and a half now, that are racking up savings. Milk and Egg certainly have a big amount of savings there. And then brands, that'll be the theme that we go through, is dragging that back down. But that's where that positive comes from, is some big savings in those 2 categories. Overtime, 45,000 of that negative projection there results in, it comes out of brands, and 21,000 of it comes out of meat and poultry. They actually, overtime did fine this month. It's very traditional, $13,000 in overtime compared to last month, and that's usually about what it sits at normally. So we're out of the phase of some extraordinary work overtime going on. That 94,000 at the end there, we've talked about a lot, but the $500,000 that comes out of the budget for vacancy savings comes directly out of benefits. So it's very difficult for us to ever have that number look positive when that's kind of like that's where we're taking it as far as the negative is concerned, is in benefits. So, if you flip through the other blue pages, you'll see that most of that's coming out of brands, that they're the ones that are really hurting in benefits. So that 62,914, that's a $25,000 drop, and it's dropping like that pretty regularly. And it really does relate to just kind of hitting that extra 3% of vacancy savings at this time of the year that we're kind of closing out here, and those are driving us negative, especially in brands for sure. Because if we were to flip to brands, that's at page 12. This is what's different than last year. Page 11, if you were to look at meat and poultry, their personnel number, even though column F, it says it's 55,669. That's half of what it was last year. So we've been catching up with meat and poultry with our increases over time. And I mean, that's an achievement. So this time last year, and kind of why Marty, is more concerned, is very concerned about, upping those operation overtime numbers, is so that we get this into the black. That's what he's trying to drive for. And we've used, general fund coming out of the lab in different ways to help support that. So, but it'll be less of a pull this year. Over in brands, when you look at personnel, they're $260,000 under their budget, or over their budget, is what we're projecting at. And we're going to have to take that. We can fix it, because primarily, if you flip back over to centralized services on page 4, you'll see at the bottom there, we have $267,000 in excess authority in per capita fee. And traditionally, we don't like to shift that from one program to another, but we have some history with it. And quite frankly, this brand, they sit on an island by themselves. And so they're going to need support from that, but they'll also have carry forward, which will help a little bit, cut that down. We have the funds to get there. Our bottom right, still says we're 88,000, and that doesn't include, it doesn't include revenue from the lab fees, and it doesn't include any carry forward, which is about 180,000 that we'll put in there. So it's not something to be concerned about, but when you take an additional 95,000 in vacancy savings out of brands, and then you add all of the increased operations that they've had, with that overtime, and that those two, the budget's going this way and the expenses are going that way, and it's creating a 200,000 plus change from last year.
And brands is probably the area that gets hit hardest with our payouts too.
Oh, yeah.
Because we have longer term
Consistently.
employees. We just had a 40+ year employee retire in Billings, and it's going to hit us right at the beginning, because I think we've got several retirements slated right at the beginning of the next fiscal year that will. I think I saw one of them's a $40,000 payout, just that one employee. So that brands would have. There's a good thing. Brands has a lot of experience, has a lot of long tenure employees. That's good until they retire, and then we get.
I mean, it's also good that it isn't a cash scrap program either, right? And that snapshot and getting through this, because those retirements are like one-time only hits to us. They don't, and in fact, they probably increase our financial health when they finally come off the books. So from a financial perspective, it's actually good to start working through that, but it's painful as you do it. So
I like to say that 30 years ago, my predecessors, and some of them are still around, and some of them who sold these guys when they were young on the savings account they were going to have built up when they retired. They're not the one having to pay the bill. I'm now paying the bill. But that's kind of what was sold to them, and now they're taking their payout.
This is April 30th, and we're only 2 months away from June 30th. So the end of the year, and I was just like, I cannot really go another month, and especially if we don't meet for a month, and not just say that this year and next year, the story is gonna be in Brand's personnel. You know, that's where we're gonna have the feel the pressure of not having a budget. And we took action today in the EPP to help fix that, so I'm encouraged by that and I appreciate it. I think everything else is traditional in there. The lab fees is, you know, driving our supplies negative big time. And then the brown sheet, Evan, you know, at the bottom there summarizes, you know, we're 10% over an operational budget. A lot of that has to do with, you know, DSA and the feds all pretty much winding down and being done, so they won't have those big expenses coming out in the future. And then the markets, right, are also kind of winding down for this fiscal year anyway. We won't see big expenses coming out of there for the next couple months, so we're still going to be over budget, but 10% might be, we'll make up some ground there before the year's end. And then we'll pump in a little money from carry forward and that'll make that look better too. Otherwise, personnel, we're still on track. I mean, lots of programs are doing well. The lab and meat and poultry, both of those programs, if you look at their spending on their budget compared to last year's, is really pretty good. And they're contributing now, where I think since I've been here, both those categories were dragging us down pretty hard. So yeah, brands, that's low pressure there. Otherwise, the programs are looking good.
Yeah, and again, we always talk about this, we're generally talking about authority problems versus cash problems. And
Except for milk inspection.
except for milk inspection, that's a cash problem.
And general fund.
But we should say for brands, we're in that period where we're gonna be kind of tight with brands and after you
Authority.
authority after you get through re-record. But on a cash basis, when we look back at that, we have to remember that we don't have it recognized in the budget right now, but in the future biennium, we'll have that additional cash from re-record. So we re-recorded 40-some thousand brands. It was a plus up of $75 per brand. So we're looking at, I mean, you had a figure of
It's like an additional 39,000 a month. That equates to
Yeah.
350,000 a year.
of cash that will
Cash.
be in future budgets because of re-record from this last time versus. what
Well,
we had
new
in the
brands
previous
were up
decade.
too.
Yeah,
weren't they?
well, for the year, new brands, are- which they typically would be in a, new brands and transfers are together.
Yeah,
And I do believe we're gonna have an up year in new brands because the new policy and because you're coming off re-record year, that entices people to apply for more brands. But you're also way up on your transfers because that people are transferring, you get a high year of transfers. Because if I'm passing that brand on to the next generation, I'll let them pay the re-record fee. So I'll transfer it so they can pay the re-record fee versus the other way around.
The re-record, right? We do that all in 1 year, and then we take that number and we
Yeah.
divide it by 120. And that's what we get every month. Boom, 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 right? The new brands, we record that. If we record in the first year, we only get 1/10 of a year, you know, because it has to stretch over 10 years. If we get it,
Yeah.
we got it last year, we got to use all of it in that year. So right now is a tough time, you know, to see new brands revenue.
but I think somewhere, didn't we see a comparison to 10 years ago? Didn't Ethan have that? And I think transfers and new brands were up quite a bit from 10
Yeah,
years
still,
ago.
it
They're
was a
up.
big year.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a big year for transfers.
So that number is still, it'll carry in. It's not gonna, when you divide it by 120, it's a lot smaller number, but it's still an increase from the last 10 years.
10 years ago, right?
Yeah.
Yep, for sure. Yeah, no, I mean, brands has not got a cash problem right now or in the foreseeable future.
I hope not, because I don't wanna talk about raising.
Yeah.
No, well,
Yeah.
we'll talk in September about per capita fee or what we're doing. But hopefully we get all of the question marks are taken care of by
Yeah, so just a reminder that conversation comes up each fall. We'll be in front of you with, just like we were last fall with our recommendation on per capita fee, but we gotta really know, we gotta get through all of this and know where per capita fee is at and what it looks like it's gonna be moving forward before we can give a whole lot of direction on that. So we gotta see how it all plays out.
We'll have the budget done for the next couple of years and then.
Yeah.
Yeah. Hopefully the lab works itself out. That's my report, sir.
Okay, so, these transfers that you can do them without board approval or do we need, is there any board action that needs to be done on the new transfer money?
When we come to the end of the year, and actually it'll probably be like August, right? I think August is when we come and tell you what we've done.
Ask forgiveness.
Yeah,
Yeah. It's hard to get prior approval on that because it's right up to the last day.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to make sure.
Oh, yeah, the last day of the fiscal year, okay, I got a $50,000 hole here and I got a $50,000 plus there. All right, I gotta get a BCD in to get that adjusted. A budget control document. Sorry, I'm talking in acronyms.
First time.
I've just gotten used to it.
Well,
Yeah, but the bottom line is because when we go to close out the year, things have to be zeros, right? So you don't really have a choice about, you figure out how to make it happen.
Yeah.
But there are rules, there are state rules that have to be abided by, that we make sure we do, because it'd be trouble if we didn't.
okay, any other questions for Brian?
You're in for an exciting couple months.
Everybody's hot and tired.
You ready? I don't
Nope.
envy you this time of year.
Okay, well, thank you, Brian.
Yeah, I was just hanging out to hear when the next meeting is.
Well, okay, yep. So, our next item is comments from people that sat through this long meeting just so that she could make a comment. Oh.
You just came for the food.
Yeah, one of each kind of cookie. Huh?
And I should point out, we did have Jenny Bloomquist was out there with us while we were going through animal health, but she's since jumped off, but I just wanted to recognize that she had attended the meeting virtually.
The only thing I would add is, I mean, Mike already talked about it a little bit, but our summer conference is June 13th to the 15th. That Tuesday, the 14th is when all of our committees meet. So I would invite all of you to join and at least be there for the livestock committee. And Mike will be there to give an update, but that's when our policy development process.
Not if they show up, they'll be giving the update.
That's between you guys.
We don't get paid for that.
But that's kind of where our policy development starts. So it's a really good time for all of the members of Farm Bureau to hear kind of what's going on and if there's opportunity or need to change or add to our policy, that they can do that and kind of start that conversation. So it'll be in Fairmont, come to the hot springs. It'll be a great time. But that's really my only update.
Okay,
And, Mr. Chair, I would just ask Rachel, are you aware of any livestock policy that anybody's planning to talk about?
I don't have anything on the docket right now. Our livestock committee will be hearing from the department, from Mike, and then also from Jimmy Tabor in regards to some of the conversations going on about the checkoff and some of the updates to that. So we'll see where our members go on that.
So I can help them come up with ideas for policy members.
of course I'm.
There you go.
All right, no, there's nobody out on Zoom.
No, we do not have any public out on Zoom. It's all
All right.
staff.
So the next item is to set the meeting date, and we're in July sometime. So what
Yeah. So let me
are
take a
your
look at-
thoughts?
Until
Whatever
you can
day
see
will be
what's on
wrong.
my calendar.
I don't- Looking for a reason to leave about the end of July. I need out of here. Give me that.
So it looks like the last week of July, I'm actually out of state.
I might be too.
Me too.
I haven't
Sounds like a
decided,
good
but
idea.
there's a good chance I
I'm
might.
supposed
I
to
just
be,
know I'll be home.
I'm supposed to be in Utah that week, but the first week of August is open.
So is that what you want to do?
I
First week of
can't do
August? Huh?
Okay, I'll be gone then.
So what about the second to last week of
Michigan.
July then?
Now, I will tell you, if you wanted to do the second to last week of July, and I know he's still out there listening, my calendar tells me that Dr. Zaluski is gonna be floating in Hell's Canyon that week. So if you want to
Let's
do a
do
meeting
something,
without
He
him.
let's do something, and figure out what to punish him with.
Yeah. That you could, but that's the only thing I see on my calendar by week is I see that Marty's out on vacation that week.
Which
But
week?
he's got able lieutenants as
Which week? The
that's the
24th?
week of the
Week of
18th,
the-
July 18th.
Oh,
21st then?
do.
21st work? All right. 21st of August,
August?
August?
July,
July, I mean.
really pushing our next one.
You shoved it out there
That
quick.
way I'll be harvesting. No, I probably won't be because.
You haven't got it in the ground yet. will you?
We might be harvesting in July and growing.
I see you looking at the camera up there. I was just following you right
I
now.
keep going. Wait, why are you there?
Don't move.
Make any noise at all and grab you.
I know. So bad.
Thursday the 21st, right?
Thursday, 21st.
All right.
Evan's reporting 158 bees reporters
It was a typo.
158 bees?
and 1,600 sheep and goat reporters.
That's the number of reporters, yeah. So it matches, ties close to last year.
I don't think that per capita feed dollars changed. it.
Mostly sheep.
Yeah.
No,
I
And
was-
remember, that's not
looking at the
individual
reports.
bees, it's by slats. Whatever they call it.
I have 3 bees.
Well, our guys got one less bee, because I was riding the dirt bike down the road and it stung me right there the other day. It hurt like a son of a gun.
I seen on one of those social media apps that they're thinking those bee killing hornets are in the
Oh,
state.
yeah.
Yeah.
In this state?
Yeah. I don't know if it's murder hornets. I don't know.
4 bees.
No, it's the
They're
murder one.
hornets.
Is it?
I was getting one and beat right here in the chest. Then it falls in your tank top and you get about 5 miles down the road and come to life. I'm not
Oh,
wrecked.
it was sitting on my collar and I was sitting, trying to blow it off my collar.
Suck it in.
I thought the one hit hard enough when it be, it started stinging me.
Oh,
About getting shut off.
He was running down and it flew up.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Just
let's-
hit him just right, went up his nose. and stung
This
him.
meeting's adjourned.
Oh, yeah.